And it looks like we're live. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas along with Steve Silberberg. How's it going, Steve?
Hi everybody, how you doing? Hope you have a nice weekend, guys. It's gonna be a long one, but a good one.
Yeah, this should be fun. So we are, I guess, underway for our very last CEwire Live of the year, right? I don't think we're doing this again.
We're doing it next year again, but things have changed over the course of it's been like 8 years now.
Yep.
At first, we did one conference and that was it, but with things going online and more credits being allowed online, we've been doing 3, 4, 5 even in 2020, and it's been great.
Yep. Yeah. So it's been a pretty crazy ride so far, and thank you everyone for coming out here. I don't know if anyone's listening yet because we're going to be streaming into the conference in 3 minutes. It looks like so. In the lobby right now, you should see nothing. No video. It should automatically start at 6:30 my time, 9:30 Eastern. Right now we're just on YouTube, and the only people who are probably watching this are on ODwire. And Paul.
But if you have any questions, any support questions, just type in the chat window in the lobby of the actual event, and we'll take care of it. And as you know, the lectures start in about a half an hour, and we have a good lineup to start.
Yep, absolutely. And we're waiting for Paul to actually get online here, which is always a challenge.
Ken says he'll be with us all day. I sent him the Zoom link via Facebook. He's my friend there, so he should get it. He wants to come on, and he might be shy. Okay. And through the magic of Zoom's ability to use backgrounds, I'm in the Bahamas now, or Bermuda, or wherever you want me to be, but I very quickly can go. This is to the moon.
To the moon.
That's a good background. It's nice black.
So meanwhile, I'm trying to help Paul get in here. He's texting me back and forth. So
Well,
yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he can make it. I don't know.
It's only, you want me to send him the Zoom link via email? That way he just has to click on it?
Sure, if you want to do that.
Yeah, I'll do that. I have it in my copy anyway, just because I sent it to Ken. Here. Let's go to this. Okay. Move you away from me.
So in the meantime, I guess we have 2 minutes before we actually get going here in the lobby, and I'm gonna log into the lobby right now since I probably should, right? I'm neglecting my duties here. So
there's nothing happening bad. I've been in there and only just schmoozing with Ken. And I spelled. He'll be with us all day, so that's good.
Oh, cool.
Ken is, I believe, I don't know what his exact title is, but he's the president of ARBO as far as optometry is. And ARBO is one of the organizations that loves us dearly because we send them so much work.
Yep. Okay, so here we go. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see if this actually comes on in the lobby. This is our first test of the day. 30 minutes before class starts. Stream will start soon, and let's see if it'll actually do it.
Okay, Ken's just going to be an observer. Okay.
And hopefully we are streaming here. Let's see.
Chat's working.
Yeah, chat's working at least. That's a good start.
And Paul's not. He might be using the Pony Express as far as his bandwidth.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Before we get started, I want to thank all the speakers. They've been here for now 4 times and showing up and being at all our conferences. They have to be during the live interactive portion. Now it's online interactive. We'll go through it with ARBO when more people come on, what ARBO's rules are and how they're going to change in 2023. But they love us because we're compliant. We do have 10 people in the lobby, so people are showing up. Getting more people signing up now, but Adam's doing yeoman work as far as not only running the live stream, but as people register for the conference, and we always get a big influx the morning of, he has to verify certain things to get them into the conference. And so when you see him looking down, he's not reading Harry Potter.
No, I'm actually doing real stuff. So, yeah, I'm not ignoring you guys. This is why I need an assistant. And oh wait, I think Paul tried to make it in here. See, this is why Paul needs to be my assistant, but unfortunately
he's connecting.
He can barely get himself into Zoom every day. So
there you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep. Hey, you made it.
Let me lower you here. Just 1 second. Hey, okay.
You're lowering me. I'm lower.
Too loud?
No, you're fine. Your audio is good, Paul.
Your audio is good? Okay. You're fine too. Okay. You can see me?
You look good.
Sorry about putting Sunday on again. I must have hit it for the. No, never mind. Okay. I guess we're all on. So.
But tomorrow, don't put Saturday on because we're not going to be here then.
Okay. Can I hear you, Adam? Are you okay?
I'm working. You got it.
Yeah, people are registering in flux, and she has to verify them, etc.
Okay.
Yeah. Despite what you may believe, Dad, I'm not just your personal IT assistant. I actually have other stuff to do. So, so, yeah. God.
Let's just see.
See if any mail that came in this morning. Nothing exciting happened online. Jim and Adam, no subject.
Yep. And we do have 3 lectures starting at 10 o'clock, so that's only in 26 minutes. And
yeah, you have a headset on. Should I have a headset on or?
No, you sound fine.
Yeah, you're good. I'm getting some feedback, so I put mine on.
So Steve, that's probably because you have the stream open and you want to turn the sound off on the stream.
Okay. Upcoming talks. You getting feedback now?
No, you sound fine. I'm just saying that you just got to make sure that the stream itself.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're running into all the usual problems. Paul not being able to log in, other people getting audio feedback because they left their sound on. What's going to be the third? Me not letting people into the Zoom room is going to be the third one, right? So that's going to be like the troika of things that we screw up every time. So
as long as the servers don't go down on on the software.
And so we should be streaming right now into the lobby, so that's why you got the feedback. So hello everyone, and welcome again to CEwire 2022, the very last edition of the conference this year. And I think we're getting our technical problems behind us. Gretchen Bailey's not here yet. She's at the farmer's market. So that's going to be the last trauma, is me forgetting to let her into the room and not looking at it. And then she's going to like start texting me, why aren't you letting me in? So, but that'll be in a little while. So.
But we did rearrange the furniture, so there's plenty of room for Gretchen here.
Yes, so Gretchen will be here. And so it's going to be a fun day today. Let me actually pull up on the screen for everyone to see sort of what's going on today. I can bring up the schedule. So hopefully everybody can see that. I can zoom in. Today's kind of an interesting day versus prior events. Let me bring it up just to show people. In that our speakers, thanks to our speakers for coming back and actually working with us again. It's been, obviously this is the fourth time we're doing this, so I'm really grateful that they all came back. What we had to do was move some lectures around, right? Because people weren't available necessarily at the same time this time. So you can see that the schedule changed a little bit. We lost a couple classes because some people couldn't make it. They were traveling. And other classes moved. Yep. And then Melanie, as you see here, moved up to the earlier spot from where she usually was. So we tried to keep the lectures kind of where they're supposed to be. So you can, take the different courses. If you took one track last time, you could take a different one this time. A few of them did have to move though. But for the most part, things are in the same place. So it should be a fun couple days here today. But things seem to be going so far well with the system, so that's good. Technically, we don't have too many screw-ups this morning, so.
Can they write in, let us know that you hear us?
They can hear us for sure.
In the lobby, yeah.
Yeah, because I know that the auto is working there. So, and Ian from Odentio is here too, and he's helping out. So thanks to Ian for being here to correct my screw-ups, which are frequent. So I appreciate him coming out here on a Saturday morning. One of the hidden things that people might not appreciate about the conference is that one of the challenges is getting people to actually want to come out here on weekends and to actually come to work on weekends. I always feel a tinge of guilt getting people to come in. I mean, I don't care that I come in at whatever it is, 5 a.m. or something on a Saturday, but that's my choice, right? But for everybody else, I feel badly that they have to come in and do this stuff. So thanks to Ian for being here.
It's football, isn't this football time, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's college football today. It's Saturday. Sunday, it's going to be NFL, but it's the opening week. But really, by the time we start, it'll be 1 o'clock, and a lot of games at 4 o'clock. By 4 o'clock Sunday, people should pretty much have 90% of their credits. And you still, after the event is over on Sunday, the lectures will be on demand until December 1st, I believe. And so you can get the credits that way also.
Yep.
Out of curiosity, when does football start? What time?
1 o'clock tomorrow. It started on Thursday night, but we were in
professional football and college football.
College football. It's been going on. Last week was the first week.
Anytime during the day.
Yeah, I don't think people don't fervently watch college football. They might watch their team, whether it be Notre Dame, Georgia, Auburn, whatever. But though you could watch football in the background here. So the football won't be on until another 4 hours or so. So they can get a lot of credits beforehand.
Good. And you're on the moon now, right?
Yeah, I can be wherever you want me to be. I have a matter transporter. I like the black background, though. It's better.
Okay, so let me just thank you guys for actually talking here, because I'm trying to. It's funny, people are registering at the last minute for the conference, and as everybody has discovered, when you register for the conference, if you don't have an ODwire account yet, I have to manually verify it, and we'll get into why that is, right? Because obviously a computer could do this for me automatically, but we don't do that, and I'll explain why in a few moments. So let me just get that going. Okay, so 2 more people just came in, so it's a crowd. So
it'd be interesting to interview the people that register the last minute. Why? It's nice to have you, but why'd you wait so long? Oh, I am getting some lights coming onto my TV screen. Let me turn out some lights here. Okay.
Okay, and a question about sound here. Obviously, they can't, if they can't hear me,
Still bad.
So part of the challenge of doing this, of course, is doing tech support for people while the conference is going on. The reason that we actually do the live stream isn't just to hear ourselves talk, it's to have a space where people can come in and ask questions as the conference goes on, because it's a challenge, of course, to actually have us go from room to room to room to deal with these tech issues. Having people come into this common room is much more useful. I'm also answering questions via email, but as you can imagine, since I'm doing 5 things at once, actually receiving the email and responding to it is much harder than just looking at the chat window. So,
Oh, no name, no names, but I had a friendly guy who was IT challenged, and he's back on my email. So I answered this question again, and I hope that's satisfactory.
yeah.
Somebody asked a question about in the lobby whether we track you when you go into the room, whether I have to register in the room. No, when you go in the room, the software will tell us that you're there. If you provide an OE tracker number, we will send the information to Arbo if you attended the lecture the whole
Right.
time. And you could also view the transcript on the left-hand side. I'm going to say 15, 20 minutes, maybe more after the lecture is completed, but don't hold me to that because things happen.
Yeah, so the transcripts update, they hopefully within 15 minutes. It depends on how loaded the systems are, but they'll be there. And again, we track everybody's session because this is an Arbo requirement. We'll get into that later too, because people wonder how this works. You know, it's a strict requirement of theirs that you actually have to track attendance. Whether or not people do is another story, but we do. The software actually tracks people in multiple ways to make sure that they're watching. So it has a record of everything that you've done. And so if it sees that you've been there for a long enough time, you watched a lecture, then it'll give you credit for it. If you leave the room, you will not get credit. So that's
And to add, as per Arbo today, 2022, no quiz is required Saturday and Sunday when you watch the online interactive portion with the speaker there. There'll be a quiz afterwards on demand, and you'll have to take the quiz. But today there are no quizzes, so please don't try to take one because it's not necessary.
Yep. And maybe we could talk about that a little bit, you know, while we're getting started here. I can put it up on the screen so people can see. We can talk a little bit about CE for a second as people are settling in. There's 15 minutes before classes start, but I'll put this up on the screen and we can maybe speak to it a little bit so you can all see. Let's talk about optometric CE. So,
No, yeah. Now I can.
there you go. You know, Arbo had a temporary rule change. I call it in temporary in sort of air quotes because it seems like it's been going on forever now. The idea that if you're watching interactively, you don't need to take a test. You just have to be here. The idea is that you'll interact with the speaker, and that's just as good as having a test. So this started during the COVID era and has continued on. And as far as I understand, this rule is going to continue through December 31st. I am not sure what is going to happen on January 1st of 2023. There's no, as far as I know, there's been no final rule as to what's going to happen next year. So, you know, I guess we'll have to see how that evolves over the next few months.
Stay tuned.
Sure, the sponsors won't be able to do commercials.
No. So that's something very different. So we'll get to that in a second. So, so testing may or may not return after December 31st. So enduring content right now still has lectures, still has tests as usual. So if you watch something on demand, right, enduring, you're going to have to take a test, and that's just the way it is. It's a 10-question test per hour, and just be prepared for it, I guess, is the critical thing. So, but for right now, no test. You just have to show up. The software will watch you closely, make sure you're still here, and you'll get credit as long as you stick around.
One key thing is this is a national endeavor Arbo does, and it's called Online Interactive today and Sunday. What your state does is up to your state. So you have to contact them whether they consider it live, whether they like it for all your credits. I know your state, Oregon, for example, allows all credits to be online, and some states allow very few. So please check with them. But as far as we're concerned, we're doing everything possible to give you as many credits as we can.
Yep, absolutely. So we're doing our best to meet the requirements. I mean, that's one of the things that I think people need to appreciate about what we're doing here is that we follow Arbo's rules very strictly. We take it really seriously. They have requirements. We wrote the software to meet them. So as long as you're here, you'll get credit for it. If for some reason you don't get credit for a lecture that you know you sat through, contact me, because occasionally what will happen, and this has happened to a few people over the past several months with our new software, is that if you're taking it from a computer that has an unstable connection, right, where your computer is constantly connecting and disconnecting, i.e. like some people do it with cell phones, and their cell network drops out, you may not notice the dropout because the video will buffer enough, it's robust enough so that it'll buffer. But to the software, it's like, hey, this person disappeared, and then they came back, and then they disappeared again. So how do I count that time? So with all the little micro disappearances, your hour may not add up to an hour. So the software may say, no, 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 I'm not going to give you that credit. So that's a rare occurrence, but when it happens, we're actually tracking all of those dropouts. And it's something we want to know about, right? If people are dropping out. So if you knew you sat through a lecture, just contact us and say, hey, I was there. And we'll have the data to prove that you were, but that you were just constantly dropping out. So that's happened, I think, maybe 5 times over the past 6 months.
Truly amazing. We have about 4,000 people attending this conference, and we can do it case by case by case, individual by individual. It's a testimony to Adam and the software and the IT that has been developed for this. Even people can watch this, by the way, on their phone, on their iPad, or on their computer, and you could switch midstream and it'll still track you. So it's just amazing what we can do on an individual basis, determining whether you really attended the lecture.
Yep, and so let me actually bring that up. So I know it's kind of a weird situation. In fact, I was razzing Paul a little bit when he came on because he thinks that I'm here to do his tech support. And I think a lot of other people are like that too, because there's this immediacy, right? Because I am sitting right here and you can see me, there's a feeling that, you know, I can handle everything, any problem that comes up. And the real issue is that there's, as Steve said, there are about 4,000 people at this conference. So it's really difficult to actually give people individual attention in real time. And so as I'm talking to you right now, obviously we're in the chat room, you know, answering people's questions here in the lobby. At the same time, I'm also got my email box open, looking to see if people are registering or if people are contacting me with problems. So for instance, just a couple minutes ago, somebody had a problem where he didn't know what email address he registered under. So I had to pull up his account, tell him what it was, and help him log in. So these are the kinds of things that happen. So it's kind of a juggling act with this number of people. And, you know, 4,000 people, you think, was that really a lot? You know, if you think about optometry conferences, in terms of the sheer number of optometrists, this is the largest. Maybe Academy comes close, but
The Academy probably has.
yeah, annually the Academy, when it's not COVID stuff going on, maybe the Academy comes close, but yeah,
They
so
give a course, however, at the same time.
right. So in the Academy, you'll never have 1,000 people in a room at the Academy, right? So it's a little bit different that way. But this is a large number of people for us to support. So it can be a little bit like, you know, juggling chainsaws when we're here live, trying to get it all right. So I appreciate your patience as we work on it.
Here's a question I can answer, Adam. It has to do with Texas, which the audience doesn't have to know, but we have to jump through hoops to become a Texas provider. Do they have to provide a license number, or is the OE tracker number still good enough?
Oh gosh, Texas. Yeah, you want to get me started on this morning, huh?
Well, don't shoot the messenger. Chris asked the question.
Okay, so let me actually help him out here. So, or somebody asked a question. Oh, it's in the chat. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I get it. So let me actually bring that up. And there's a link for Texas people that I'm going to actually provide right now. Let me find that.
You're going to put it in the lobby chat?
Yeah, I'm going to put it right in the lobby chat.
Okay, now I'll keep that for future reference.
Okay, so Texas decided to go off, in my opinion, half-cocked, and implement something called CE Broker. Okay, so I just put a link in the chat, which will take you back to a thread on ODwire, where they're going to be talking about Texas and what you have to do for Texas. So Texas decided that the OE tracker system was not enough for them, because sometimes people would, I guess, get their credits from other sources that weren't COPE approved, or they didn't have OE tracker numbers. Like, I don't know what the rationale was. But the bottom line is they implemented this thing called CE Broker, which is a private company, right? They basically handle relicensure for a variety of fields, right? Like plumbers use them, right? Or beauty salons or whatever, anything that needs licensing. They have the facility to help people get relicensed by keeping track of their credits. So Texas decided we're going to implement this thing too. And all of our licensees are going to have to use it. And it's unfortunate because the way Arbo works with COPE, it's a great system. We can take our credits right from CEwire, send them all over to Arbo. They'll be in your OE Tracker account without you having to do anything. But with Texas, we can't do that because they use this thing called CE Broker. And there's this extra layer. So what we had to do was get registered in CE Broker's system, which was annoying, but we did it.
And pay through the nose.
So yeah, I mean, money aside, like just the whole idea of having to go to a third-party system is aggravating, right? Because we have to answer to how many states and provinces, right? You're talking about overall maybe 60, right? When you add in the provinces and the territories and stuff. If every state did what Texas did, we'd be out of business. Or I'd be hiring assistants to have to deal with go-betweens and all these different rules as opposed to just dealing with one entity in Arbo. It would be incredibly expensive and time-consuming.
It's a testimony to how divisive optometry is compared to other professions. You're an MD. People might know that about Adam. CME is the same for everybody across the country, correct? There's one agency that does it, and yet we're splintered. Every state has different rules. Some states allow online, some don't. Some allow different methods. And now Texas and I believe Florida has a similar type program, only you can't get in. You have to take credits from a Florida
yeah, so Florida's a little different in that they also use CE Broker. They use the same third-party company to handle all this stuff, but they don't allow a lot of internet CE, so I don't care so much about Florida. But what I do care about is states actually using this third-party system. They shouldn't, because they have a great one already. The OE Tracker system exists. It works really well. All of the CE providers in optometry know how it works, and they can work well within it. So to implement some strange third-party system, and by the way, you're paying for that as a licensee, right? Mm-hmm. Your state is paying to use the CE Broker system. I don't know how much. Obviously, it's a fairly lucrative business, right? CE Broker is not a small company anymore. And they're doing it because they don't want, I think, and I mean, I obviously have no insight into any of these boards, but I think they're doing it because they just don't want to bother with the paperwork on their end. They'd rather outsource it to this thing. And the problem is, now that they have this thing, they're stuck with this thing. Good luck ever trying to get off of it and handling the stuff in-house again. So my apologies to people in Texas. What you have to do, if you read that discussion thread, is take your transcripts from here that you're going to earn today. You go to the transcript center, and individually you have to let them know which classes you passed in your Texas CE Broker system.
To be clear, by the way, this is not the state association. This is the state board.
Right, yes, it's the people who handle relicensure. So they did this, and I think that you might want to ask the board what they were thinking when they did it, because OE Tracker is there and it works, and every optometric CE provider knows how OE Tracker works, and it's a shame that they did this, really, because all it's doing is creating extra expense and headache for the licensee, because you're going to have to go in and enter these classes. If you sit through 20 hours here with us this weekend, you're going to have to upload those 20 certificates to CE Broker, and there's nothing we can do about it.
And that applies to any large conference. Somebody goes to Vision Expo West in a few weeks, etc. They're still going to have to get the certificate and enter it themselves, correct?
Exactly. Yeah. So there's this extra layer that truly didn't need to happen, and now it has, and now they're stuck. And I apologize for it. I mean, there's not much we can do about it, right? We didn't want it. We don't like working with it. So Texas is one that does it. Florida does it. I don't really care about them, like I said, because with Florida, they allow so little internet CE. For us, it doesn't make a difference. But still, it's not. I don't think it's a good thing. I think that the board themselves should be working within the OE Tracker and having staff to handle that. So anyway.
Yep.
That's Texas. Hopefully we won't get more states implementing something like this. You do have some weird ones, though, like Illinois, where the legislature makes CE providers register. As a CE provider, again, you spend whatever it was, $500 a year or something, to register as a provider. And if you don't do that, then you can't provide CE to people in Illinois. So it's just a hurdle that they make you jump through for reasons that I don't quite understand. Because if your lectures are COPE approved, that should be good enough. So anyway, just one of those things, I guess.
Well, hope there's not 50 of those things by next year.
No, I
or
mean
60, like you said. Yeah.
literally, it will drive small providers out of business if this keeps happening,
Mhm.
and maybe that was their intent. I have no idea.
And what happens is, for example, we have a large percentage of our attendees from Canada, and that's because they have a national system. Every province is the same. It's easy, it's simple, and that's why they come.
Yep. Oh wait! Gretchen, I believe,
Oh
has
no!
has graced us with her presence. Gretchen,
Hey, looks like you have all your lettuce you need.
Morning.
how's it going?
Hi.
Boy, everybody and their mother decided to go to the farmer's market early today.
And what's coming? What's the fruit of the day? What's
Oh, it's peach time.
It's
Absolutely
peach.
peaches, some early apples, black raspberries, lettuce mix, of course, radishes, fresh celery. What else did I get? I got some a vegan brownie and cookie for Alec.
Ooh,
I got trail mix or trail bread that I toast and use Irish butter on, which is really good. A baguette for Troy and Alex for dinner tonight with salad. What else did I get? I know I got something else at the one stand, but that, and I'm also double fisting coffee
Yeah,
today.
that's smart. I mean, I went to our Starbucks, Gretchen. So Gretchen, you haven't been out here now in years, right? But
And we need to remedy that, my good
I know
friend.
now that hopefully COVID's winding down a little bit, maybe you can come on out and we can do it again. Because I was at our Starbucks this morning at 5, just dragging along, and much to my amazement, there were people there. I'm like, what are you people doing? It's the weekend. It's 5 a.m. It's dark.
they work.
Wait, they're open now? Because I know for a while you said that they didn't open till 6. You had to go to a different one.
So yeah, so they're open earlier now on weekends, and I went during the week, and they're like, oh yeah, we're open at 4:30 on weekdays. I'm like,
mhm.
who is doing this? Why?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was on a cruise about 2 months ago, and we got COVID, by the way. Thank you very much.
Well, that's because you were an idiot and went on a cruise, dude. I mean,
No, I wanted to get a week COVID, so I went on the cruise rather than the strong. Anyway, I'm fine. But there was a Starbucks in the middle of it was a Royal Caribbean cruise. Starbucks in the middle of the whatever promenade, whatever you call it, open till 2 o'clock in the morning. At 1:59, there were 20 people lined up at the Starbucks, and if they
well, it's like
open,
Vegas, you know? I mean,
hmm,
I said it's like Vegas on a cruise.
yep. There's a great series on what is it? The History Channel on foods in America. They go from how donuts started to coffee to Burger Kings, etc. It's so interesting how these people were so innovative. I watched one on TV dinners last night. How somebody, Swanson, this guy bought all the turkeys you could buy in the world and didn't realize that people weren't going to buy them except for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Had to do something with the turkey, so he invented frozen TV dinners with peas and mashed potatoes. Really interesting stuff.
But where was this stuff?
It's on the History Channel. It repeats. It's foods that made America, and each one is about a different type of food. One was on donuts with what do you call it? Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kremes. One was I just watched the one I said on TV dinners and frozen foods. They had one with the wars between McDonald's and Burger King and how Arby's came on and charged double because it was real roast beef. But it's as if it's a show with people playing the characters, but it's the real history, and real interesting how innovative and how much risk these people took to make it.
I would absolutely watch that,
Yeah,
except we no longer have cable, so I'd have to find it streaming. But before we cut the cord, we would watch on Food Network something called Unwrapped, which
mhm,
I swear was just a commercial, like people paid to be on there because they went to the factory and all of
mhm,
that. But it was still it was still interesting,
yeah.
and we like to see it, even if it was shameless marketing.
I think this is on Hulu also. You can watch it if you have Hulu.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah.
yes, I do have Hulu.
Americans overeat. Last
I'm
night,
sorry, Paul, I can't hear you.
treat, my wife decided we're gonna call in, and there's one place that actually has pastrami that almost equals New York pastrami. Very hard to get. And this is a place that we get the New York pastrami, and we always get 2 sandwiches, and they always
The
put in
Zupans?
pickles. Last night, by accident, they only sent 1 sandwich rather than 2 sandwiches. And we had to divide the sandwiches in 2. And I can assure you it was enough. The one sandwich was enough for 2 people. And yet
Oh,
if
I
there
bet
were
it was
2
probably
sandwiches,
piled
because
way
they
high.
pack it, you know, real thick. But if 2 would have come, we would have eaten both of them. So I suspect Americans way overeat. You know,
Did you pay for
this
2?
is a normal thing. This is some things you don't want to put away. The pastrami, once that moment is gone, the magic moment is gone. The old pastrami, it doesn't work. So you got to eat it when you get it. They-
And guys, I assure you that I'm
they
listening
get
to
the
you, and I'm
concoction
really
done
engaged by this
along
conversation.
the
But
way.
we have, as we were sitting here, 5 more people registered. So it's interesting. So we so just to let everyone know, as the conference goes on, more and more people tend to register at the last moment. And I'm hoping in future years we can do whatever we can to prevent this from happening. Because I know that when people register, they think they're going to get immediate access to the conference. They don't realize I have to manually let them in. So that's why I'm constantly like up and down and up and down. So maybe we'll think about ways to actually expedite that process in the future. Or maybe I can sucker Reed to come down here at 5 in the morning and actually let these people in.
By the way, the lectures have
happening.
started and so far it's seamless. That's great.
Oh, excellent. Okay, yeah, you're right. Let me get the schedule up. They just started, so a little bit of a change to the schedule. As you can see there, we have Melanie Fergozo in room 3. Her lecture was usually a little bit later in the day, but she had to come in early because she was busy later. So the ortho K-fitting one is in room 3 starting right now.
I wonder how many West Coast people are getting up at this hour.
Very few.
7 o'clock in the morning.
You never know. If they're seeing patients, maybe they'll get in an hour of CE or before a kid's
Yeah.
sporting event or before their farmer's market.
Yeah, I'm really sad about our farmer's market, actually. That starts in an hour. I will not be there.
We have apples already, Adam. You don't?
So the apples here, they are coming. The early ones are here. They're just the bulk of apple season is not there yet. So typically, though, what I'll do is I'll go out to Hood River and actually go apple picking and not just wait for the farmer's market. So although I don't know how much apple picking I'm going to do this year because there's so much smoke now. So for those who are unaware, if you're not on the West Coast, this year the conditions are dry. And so it's kind of like a tinderbox right now here in the Pacific Northwest. So around us, in the communities around us, they're actually cutting the electricity off preemptively to a lot of places.
Yep.
So we may lose power here today. Hopefully not, because there are so many wildfires or risk of wildfires that they're shutting power off all over the place. Like you can kind of, I can put it up so people can see.
Clackamas County, that's your county, Ed.
Yeah, so
We're on the border with Multnomah, so you're in Clackamas. and
Right.
you may lose it.
So I'll just put up an interesting map right here showing people where the risk is and where they're actually shutting things down. You can actually see the yellow there. So these places aren't necessarily on fire yet, but it's really windy today. That's going to be gusting to like 40 or 50 miles an hour. And you know, the risk is there. It just takes a single spark. So basically for a lot of these areas, they're just closing off power to prevent fires because we have, you know, most of our lines here are above ground. And so
those yellow spots are where power is out?
yeah, that's where they're cutting power today.
And it's along the coast. It's close.
So
And
we
where
are
you?
So we are Portland's right here. We're just south of it. We're right here. So you can see that they're starting to do the West Hills of Portland, which is right here. Clackamas County, which is our county. You can see there's a lot of it. Mount Hood's over here. So that's where they're doing most of it. But you know, all it takes is, you know, strong gusts of wind, and it could spark a fire. So we're all supposed to be on alert, just ready to book out of here if we have to.
I would say, even though there's a drought, maybe preemptively wet some stuff down. But how hot is it?
It's going to be in the 90s today.
Yeah, that's the
That's
problem.
hot for you guys.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the sum of all fears, right? It's going to be hot and windy and dry because the rainy season hasn't started yet. So it's kind of the worst case scenario.
Are they doing things
Wow.
like in California, going over with planes and using the flame retardants, etc.? I
No,
assume.
they don't do much of that here. I mean, this is unusual for us. Right? I mean, it always gets a little dry over the summer because
Yeah.
it doesn't rain, but having this much heat and this much wind is really unusual. This is the first time I can remember in a long time where they've actually preemptively shut power down in a lot of places.
But
When
years ago, you had to evacuate, right?
Yeah, so I mean, a couple years ago we had all those wildfires where we came close to having to leave. So you take basic precautions, right? You fill up your tank with gas. You basically have sort of one eye on what can I take with me if I have to get out of here quickly. But I think we're going to be okay.
You have a go bag?
Sort of. I mean, because most this place could really burn to the ground, and I really wouldn't care that much. When I look around and think about like what do I really need, not that much. I have one box, fireproof box, that has all the important stuff in it that I can just grab. So
Yeah, like birth certificates, passports,
exactly,
paperwork.
exactly. The rest of it, whatever. The fire can have
And
it.
grab a couple of thumb drives. I mean, unless you already have stuff backed up to the cloud.
Yeah, and laptops, right? That's what I'm just trying to think. What would we all grab? Like everyone would frantically jump for their iPads, probably, right? And their PC
Yep.
and their laptops, and
And
just grab them and go. So
and their phone.
and their phones, right? The rest
Well,
of
we've
it can
got
burn.
pets, so we would get couple of, I think it was last couple of years, we had some tornado warnings, and we never really had them much here where I am outside of Philly, and it's kind of unusual, but we had some bad storms, and we purposely then got an extra cat carrier because now we have 3 cats, and you can't, especially 2 of them are kind of big, so you can't shove them into the same carrier. And so we would get the cat carriers out, have them ready. I remember a couple of times watching weather alerts that I put my shoes on. I had my purse in a place where I would be able to grab it. And because we have a split level house, so I was sitting at the top of the steps down to our family room. And I had the cat carriers out ready to go. Plus, we also have 2 guinea pigs. So my first thing would be obviously my family. It was only my daughter here at the time. Get my phone, get my purse, get the animals, and then if I'm able to get anything else, I would, but animals first. So that's kind of scary. Unfortunately, we didn't really have to do anything, but you guys are really living with that for more than just a few hours. It's becoming a not so occasional occurrence for you.
Yeah, so the question is going to be, are they going to start burying power lines here, right? It's entirely possible. So Estacada is, you can see on the screen right now, that's an area in our county, in Clackamas County, just to our east. But you can get a sense of what our county, looks like. It's very forested. Once you move away from Portland, right, everything is like this, and it's been a very dry summer, and it's hot, and this is sort of the worst case scenario. So I'll keep my fingers crossed. But I tell you, when I went out this morning for my Starbucks, the moon was full and it was blood orange. I mean, it was,
That's not pretty though.
and that's
a lot of stuff in the sky though.
yeah. So and I knew just by looking at it that this was not going to be a great day, right? Because there's so much smoke in the air. So yeah, we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
But you're right, Adam. I mean, they should at the very beginning buried all the lines. When you become aware of the wires, it looks so disgusting all over the world. Yet we were quoted in our town almost, I think it was like $15 million to bury them. And this is just a local town. But yet every year they're cutting down the trees that are over the wires. So they're spending money doing that. And it just takes, for a whole state like yours, it costs billions, I would think, to get the wires in the ground.
So here's what's frustrating, right? They estimate, because a lot of our state looks like this, right? It looks like this picture here. There's not much, right? Once you get out of the main city areas, it's kind of rural. So burying lines out there, they estimate it would be $50,000 a mile, which is nothing, right? Compared to actually having to evacuate every time there's a wildfire or destroying all the stuff. So I think this is going to be a conversation going forward about what they're going to do about this, especially because there are some lines that are higher risk than others that go right through the forest, and they really need to do something about it.
Yeah, and you can't keep on cutting. But it looks so disgusting even in the urban areas. When you look at these wires, you say, "Hi, this looks like 1920. It doesn't look like 2020."
Right.
Whatever.
So, I know that a lot of the communities here now, our community that I lived in was built in the 70s, and already by then they were burying the lines. In our neighborhood, they're all buried. And I think they might have laws on the books now about burying new lines, but it's just the old ones. I don't know what they're going to do with them.
Well, they got the trenches because they usually have FiOS or some other service in the ground already, so you can use their conduits.
Yep. So, yeah, it'll be interesting just to see as you know the climate change evolves here what they do. So, anyway,
How hot
that's.
did you get when LA was like 109 degrees? What were you?
We didn't have this year. It wasn't too bad. You know, we only got into the mid 90s, which I say it's not too bad. But last June, we had that whatever they called it, that heat bubble or whatever it was, where we got up to 116, which was the hottest anyone's ever seen in the state. And that was
116 is just crazy.
it was surreal. It actually felt kind of like being in a sauna, going outside, and we actually took out the meat thermometer just to see, is this really true? Yeah, and it was 116. So
Wow.
I would imagine the people that go to Hawaii from California, you'd think that they would want to go to Hawaii in the winter, but I suspect most people want to go from California to Hawaii in the summertime. I suspect that it's very uncomfortable living in California.
Well, as someone who wanted to take a Hawaiian vacation, you know, we always look. It's just as expensive to go in the summer as it is in the winter. So yeah, I think you're right. It's popular year round. I think there's a little time in the fall where it gets a little bit cheaper because, you know, kids are back in school and people can't travel. But yeah, it's a destination year round for sure. So meanwhile, let me actually put this up. Let me get rid of this horrible fire stuff because I don't want to look at it anymore. I don't want to think about it. So the conference, it looks like, is going well right now. I'm not seeing any true disasters.
Yeah. Only thing, a little glitch in the amount of people in each room. It goes from 1 to 180 to 200. So I don't know if you could contact support to get that. Like I went to room, there's 9 now. If I go back, there'll be 309.
Yeah, the counts are sort of an FYI thing. They're not precise. I noticed that at the last conference too. This was not a priority to fix because functionally it didn't actually hurt anything because it just bounces up and down. I'm not sure how it's actually doing it, how it's polling for the numbers, but you know, but that's good.
All the speakers are there though. That's
good. Thank goodness. But anyway, let me just talk a little bit about the conference again for all the folks who are still here, or who are still wandering in, who didn't make it to a class. So as Steve mentioned, we're closing in on 4,000 paid attendees at the conference. So
wow.
So that's far and away the largest. Certainly in terms of the number of paid attendees, no one is even a close second, right? The largest Vision Expo before the world fell apart, Vision Expo West 2019, had about 1,400 ODs.
But note, Adam, those are all doctors.
Yes. So that
as opposed to other places like Expo or Academy, CECO.
Exactly.
It could be vendors, exhibitors. It could be people like me. Yeah, it could be staff. Could be, students. They're all ODs.
Yep.
And they count registered, Gretchen. I registered Division Expo West, and I thought better of flying 5 hours across the country with COVID again. And had to pay for one room, by the way. They wouldn't cancel it. But the point is that
registered is not an attendee.
I didn't unregister. So I'm still counted as being at Vision Expo West, even though I didn't go.
Yeah.
I won't
this
go.
Is actual butts and seats as opposed to people who click the button.
And paid money for that privilege of sitting in this seat here, being very comfortable.
Yeah. So it's a little bit, our conference is a little bit different, right? And again, ODwire itself is a little bit different, right? Because we don't invite necessarily everybody to show up. It's not the kind of thing where we want to, let everybody in. Part of the reason that when people register for CEwire, if they don't have an ODwire account, they have to create one. And the reason they can't get into the conference immediately is because we manually verify everybody that's on ODwire. We just won't let anyone in. We want to make sure that people are who they say they are and that they're actually clinicians. And so that involves a process of manually vetting people when they register.
And that is a time-consuming, tedious task. It is not fun.
Thank Paul for that. That's his job.
Well, it's his job normally, but it's been my job actually during the conference, right? Because I need to rapidly get people in.
Right.
So as people are, like right now, in fact, we just had another person register. So I'm rapidly approving them. It's easier actually when they register for the conference at the same time because it's fairly obvious that they're NOD, right? And I actually have more of their information, right? They're giving me their OE tracker number, right? Who else is going to have one? So
Right, exactly.
it makes it much easier that way to get people in. So, but it's still time consuming, and I think that's one of the big differences between ODwire and just about everywhere else online is that it is very narrowly scoped. We just want real people here who are clinicians. So, and again, as we mentioned, yep.
My question is, with almost 4,000 paid attendees, Piggy Me asked the question, what are the other 45,000 optometrists doing for education?
Well, I mean, there's a million places where they could get.
A small fraction of people that require license renewal.
Yeah,
Where
so
do they go?
a lot of people will. So certainly now people are starting to travel again, and in fact, I am going to Expo West next week on a fact-finding mission to see how many people are really there. So there are some states, in fact, I think it was New Mexico, who just said, you know what, everyone's going back to classes now. We're gonna, we're not gonna have internet CE be a thing anymore.
And Paul, because of the large amount of online CE now that was allowed by the states, people not doing it correctly, not only in my opinion, but they haven't been tracking people properly. People are getting credits for free, sponsored by industry, which is going to stop, as you know, in 2023. We'll discuss that. By the way, Gretchen, are you going to go to CECO this year in Atlanta?
I hope to. That's my plan.
I plan to be there because that's an hour flight from Florida, which I'll be by then. And so,
You could even drive.
excuse me, I could drive, but it's an hour. What's the big deal? And it's tax deductible, I think.
There you go.
And I know the CNN building. I'll take the tour again, etc. It's a nice place, Atlanta. And for 1 year they went to New Orleans, but they're back in Atlanta for the next 3 years.
They did it
2 years?
twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to Academy?
No, again, it's across the country in San Diego. It's the same exact reason why, and we think that it'll be muted for that. But by CECO in February, maybe will everybody have the vaccination for the.
Who
By the way,
knows? The virus is smart, though. It may
Yeah.
evolve and we'll get another variant.
And you're not aware. How you doing, Adam? By the way, I spoke to him yesterday, and he was under the weather because he took the Omicron 5 vaccination.
Yeah, I feel terrible actually. Thanks for asking.
Yep, everybody in the audience, Adams feels like crap. So good.
Yeah, no,
Whenever I take a vaccine like that, I usually get it midday Friday. So if I'm hit the skids, I've got the whole weekend.
Yeah.
And especially if you had COVID, and I had COVID pre-vaccine, it can knock you on your butt just because
Right.
your body reacts differently. And that's the other thing. Everybody reacts differently. You could be flat with one vaccine and then another you're not, or vice versa. It's, COVID puts the fun
Yeah.
back into
One
sickness.
advantage of aging is when you're an old guy like me, you always feel crappy. So you don't know after you take the.
You might feel better with the
Yeah.
virus.
You're giving us something to look forward to, Paul.
But Adam had it on Wednesday, I believe. So he's still like 72 hours, and he's still feeling it.
yeah, it's I tend to react pretty badly to these things too. But I wanted to do it because I am going to Vegas, and Vegas is like a miasma. Like I didn't feel comfortable, going there having, no protection. So that's why I did it, even though CEwire was coming up.
Was this the new one, Adam, the one that was just approved, or is this just the next booster?
No, this was the brand new one.
Okay.
So he's the he's the human being tested because it wasn't tested on
Well,
people.
I'm going to have to start planning them out because until we had COVID, I never did the flu shot. And so now I did that the last 2 years. So I'll have to do that again. And I know we talked about this before, Steve, but you were talking about the shingles vaccine. So
Oh, you better get that.
yeah, I need to get that. So I don't want to get them. I know there are people who get COVID and flu at the same time. I mean, I don't want to feel that crappy. So it'll have to all be planned out.
And
So
by
what
the way,
should I do first, Adam? COVID, flu, or shingles?
Yeah, good question.
You need 2 shots.
Yeah,
For what?
It-
Shingles?
yeah.
Yep. And the second one, you feel just as crappy as you do with COVID for the second one, also the first one, whatever.
How far out are they spaced?
A couple months. You take
Oh,
one,
okay.
and they'll save the second one. I had it at CVS. They'll save the second dose for you there because they have to keep them in a certain amount of time.
Got it. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't have to, I mean, even if I get it like tomorrow, I still have a few months until I have to worry about it again. So
Yeah.
it's not like I get it sequentially, like week 1, week 2.
I'm curious with people that got COVID or the flu, but COVID specifically, how many get shingles because their resistance is now lower and the virus comes out? You know, we all have that virus in our body. It's just a question of when it comes out. So the first vaccination was like 50%. This is like 97% for the rest of your life. So it's silly. 1/3 of I used to treat shingles all the time, as you know, and 1/3 of the population gets it, and it's not a happy camper who has shingles.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
Mm.
So I want to avoid it. And I have, oh, I always get herpes and varicella confused. I was thinking about chicken
Yeah.
pox. No,
Well, yeah,
wrong one.
this is herpes. This is zoster herpes,
Yep.
not simplex, which is cold sores and things like that. Are you over 50 though? Maybe you shouldn't get it.
Are you kidding? Yes. I had my birthday.
Oh,
But
sorry.
thank you for
I'm
asking.
happy to hear. Sorry to hear.
Yeah.
I don't know which one to say.
Just barely though, just barely.
Yeah, I knew that because I knew you weren't there previously.
I wasn't previously.
But
Yeah.
she doesn't put a birthday on Facebook, so not the year at least. So we don't know.
No, I do
Okay.
not put the year. But yeah,
Yep.
well, I have no problem telling people. It's not like
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people who's going to be 39 forever. And especially when I talk about my kid and you hear about how she graduated from college, like you have a rough idea of how old I am. So it's no big deal.
Yeah. And Paul doesn't even put his century on Facebook. Sorry.
Yikes.
He's a joke. He's a joke.
So I'm not ignoring you guys, by the way. I'm also just helping people log in. So one login problem that this one person is having is that I think they registered for the conference using a different email account. So as you know, many people have more than one email address. And sometimes what they'll do is they'll register under one email address, then try to log into the conference using a different email address and wonder why they can't access it. And I think that's what's going on with this person. So
Here's a good question, Adam. Somebody had a question about if somebody doesn't have an OE tracker number.
oh yeah, so if you want to write back to them there, they don't need an OE tracker number. It's only necessary for if they want us to automatically submit to Arbo. Otherwise, they can come back at any time and just download their certificates themselves and print them out. So it's
Got it.
totally not necessary. And in fact, there are a bunch of folks from Canada who don't have an OE tracker number or don't want to get one. And that's just what they do. They come back to the site and print out the certificates themselves.
And they could either keep it for the state board. They don't have to submit it to Arbo or send it in later on. Actually, can they, without an OE tracker number, send it to Arbo?
No, so Arbo doesn't
Okay,
want Arbo doesn't want anything from you if you don't have an OE tracker number, because
Yeah,
that's the primary key that they use to actually keep people's accounts straight. So I recommend to everyone, by the way, when they contact me, to get an OE tracker number. It's free. It's like super easy to do. I don't know if people have ever seen I'll point to it right now on the website. Why not?
Yeah. And they're very fair. You pay $20 a year to be able to access your transcript and a whole bunch of other things.
Right.
So it's not, they're not ripping you off at all. I do it every year. I think it's my fatherly responsibility to Arbo.
But but look, it's free actually to get a number. So what I always tell
Right.
people is to go to OE Tracker on the Arbo website. You click right there, and then you can create an account. And you want to talk to the folks at Arbo and just have them issue you a number, even if you don't use it, because then anytime you take CE anywhere, at the very least, Arbo is going to have a record of the fact that you did it. Because I've had numerous people come back to me. It happens literally, I want to say, between 5 and 10 times a week, where someone comes back to me and they say, hey, I took CE back in 2020 and I need a copy of my certificates. Can you get them to me? And a lot of places will say, no, we don't keep it, or, we got rid of it. And so Arbo actually,
Sucks to be you.
yeah, sucks to be you. Arbo actually stores all of this in their database. Now we actually keep these old records too. So what I do for people is, for the older credits, I actually manually go back and I give them a PDF of their certificates when they ask. From 2022 forward, that's not going to be necessary anymore because we set up the certificate center on ODwire, which is going to keep permanently everybody's certificates from 2022 and beyond. where they
There's another layer of problems, Adam, where some states just have state board approval, where a person needs a lecture like that day and they get state board approval, etc. And it never goes into the OE tracker system. And I was vice president of MOSOP, Monmouth Ocean Society in New Jersey. Not important to know that. But like you said, 2 years later, somebody's audited, and we had to go through our paper and look who signed into that lecture on that particular day to see if they were there or not.
Oh, that sounds like a nightmare, Steve.
Well, how else can we do it? Because we're
Yeah.
not submitting it. We're submitting it to. We didn't submit it to the state. We just give somebody a certificate at the end of the lecture. They walk out with it. And by the way, I was militant. I would not give a certificate until the lecture was over, and I complied with my state. But people, that's another reason, Paul, if you're listening, that the states actually have state board approval lectures all the time on the local and regional level, which is not our board approved, but it's approved by the state for that state for those people. I'm sure Pennsylvania has it also, Gretchen, if you attend there.
I don't, but I've thought of going to local society meetings, but I didn't know if they'd throw me out.
I can't wait. I'm going a week from Monday. It's the first time I'm going since March of 2020. It's the first one they had since March of 2020. So I can't wait to
Wow.
meet all my friends and stuff. There's 30 or 40 attendees. And it'll be great actually being at a restaurant, listening to a lecture, paying for it, which I never do here. Oh, if there's 4,000, one of them didn't pay. That's me. But the point is that it's great being able to be with people on a local level that you are your friends that you haven't been to in almost 3 years.
Don't
Absolutely.
appearance change in 3 years?
Excuse me?
What do you think? I think when kids go back to school, for example, if they're out of school for 2 years and they see classmates, they suddenly see a different face.
Yeah, but it's been gradual.
Sure.
Get this rule in my little granddaughter's town in New Jersey. If you have COVID, you could still attend school and just wear a mask. I mean, how silly is that? The rules are so arbitrary all over. And the tennis player can't come to the United States, but there can be 30,000 people back to back who might have COVID or not been vaccinated. It's so arbitrary. But it's like CE in optometry.
So speaking of which, let me get back to it. So I just tried to help somebody get on. So
Yeah, we kind of derailed you
yeah,
there. So
no, that's okay. No, I appreciate the derailing because for me, I'm typing here furiously. I don't know if you can hear me because I'm trying to quickly get people on so they don't miss any more lectures if they're having trouble getting in.
We could talk about anything for hours, Adam. You don't have to be here.
So again, universal attendance, right? People, typically if you pay for something, you show up. So that's part of why we actually want people to pay, among other reasons. These freebies, people sign up and never show. For our webinars, we're lucky if 50% of people who sign up actually show up. So then no one's invested in it. What we find is that even if you ask people to give a small amount of money, that usually will push them enough to show up. So, and we want that kind of engagement. So just about everybody who's paid has showed up. We've issued hundreds of thousands of credits now. I don't even know how many hours we've done. It's a lot. So as far as I know, more than just about any other organization. And the ARBO folks can feel free to correct me, but I'm not sure who's done more.
They are moving to a much larger office paid by us. No, I'm just kidding. But what's interesting, Adam, is that now the attendees, it's like you said, 95, 97%. Previous years, we had a different system. You could sign up whole offices, and somebody might have 10 offices and sign up 30 ODs, and you'd find the attendance was maybe 80% of the people who actually paid. Now it's very high. It's close to 100%. So because we did it a little differently, and we're proud of that.
Yeah, we trashed that group system. People ask me, can I get group discounts? The answer is sort of yes. We'll give you a discount coupon if there are other people in your office that want to sign up, but we insist these days that individuals sign themselves up with their own email addresses because there's that accountability factor, right? When people sign themselves up, they know how things work. They know how to get in. Frankly, when they sign up, they are already logged in. And as Steve, as you discovered, once you're logged into the system, it'll let you sit there for a year without it logging in again. You can just go right back to the conference and you're in. So that's why we got rid of this whole group thing. We want people, if they're going to participate in the conference, to be responsible for themselves when they register because it makes the tech support burden so much lower. We had some group practices in the beginning that had 20 doctors or whatever, where an assistant would sign all these doctors up. And it was a disaster, right? Because these doctors had no idea what was going on. They didn't know how to log in. They didn't even know if they had an account. And that level of support is not something we're prepared to handle. You know, we need people to do self-service for the most part.
Well, it's because you don't have a staff of 85, Adam.
Right. We run very
You're
lean.
looking at it.
It was difficult, but Adam writes the software with our software company, and if you have to do it for 3 people and 10 people and 5 people, and one person's email is wrong, what happens then? Or a tracker number is wrong. Do they kick out everybody? Now it's a little more simplistic system, but they still can get the volume discounts.
Yeah, so yeah, we still do that for the groups if people want a discount, but it's just so much easier having people register themselves and keep track of their accounts themselves and their OE tracker numbers and everything else. So that's why we're doing it this way. And as the years go by, it's going to get even easier, right? Because once you create an account in the system and it's got your OE tracker number, you never have to enter it again at future events. So every time we run an event now going forward, all you have to do is register for that individual event, supply a minimal amount of information, and you're set up and ready to go. So.
And if you're an attendee, Gretchen, just so you know, in February we had our first conference of this type. I haven't closed that tab yet. And even though I've moved my computer from New Jersey to Florida and back again, etc., closing it down, you know, Chrome comes up with the same tabs. It's been on since February, never going off, stable as a rock. Adam says it'll be stable for a year because of the new conference coming on in 2023. So it's just amazing. So as an attendee, if you're listening, you could open that tab, keep it open for the whole year, and just go back when the live events or the live interactive events, as we're doing today, or online interactive, it's now called, take place. But is that amazing? Haven't closed it down.
But I'm really glad to hear that you've rebooted your laptop in that time, because at first I thought you were saying that you didn't reboot, and I was going to say, oh my, that is not good.
No, first I was going to get a 1,200-mile extension cord, but it wasn't working on the plane, so I did it this way. I rebooted it. But it's amazing how Chrome will remember your tabs. If not, I save it in my bookmarks as all the tabs, and it not only remembers it, but remembers all your passwords, etc. So you're in all your tabs again. And unlike an iPad where you have to press restore or something, it's there. It's just, but Adam's convinced me to buy a Mac next time.
Once you go Mac, you don't go back. And also, I'm learning, even though I am guilty of this, I am starting to move away. You don't want your browser to save your stuff. What you want to do is get a password vault system like LastPass or something similar. And then you log into that, and that saves your passwords. And different websites will recognize that you have the option when it, login password. LastPass will come up, and it's just a little pop-up, and it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I think I even have it on my phone. I just have never used it. I think
you need to use it, because saving it on your browser is not secure. Just saying. Right. Adam, you're the IT guru. Would you back me up on that?
Yeah. So I wouldn't use the browser to actually save a lot of this information. That said, the only browser where I would even consider it is Safari, because Apple's got the keychain system built in that is pretty secure, works across devices. But in general, a password manager like LastPass is a better way to go, because it's also universal. It can work on all of your devices. With Apple's system, it just works on Apple devices, and certainly I wouldn't use the one built into Chrome. I don't trust it as far as I can throw it. So
I will say Safari isn't as stable as Chrome. I mean, I have moved to Chrome, and you know that I've been a Mac girl since 1992, 93, and Safari just isn't as stable.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I know Meredith uses Chrome and has like 8,000 tabs open. She's one of those tab abusers. And for her,
Me too.
Chrome, so that's why Chrome is necessary, because it definitely handles tabs really well. And every time I look at her browser, I just flinch. I'm like, how do you even? Like, you got these things at the top with these tiny little icons now, and like 100 tabs.
Well, I've got about 30 right now, because yesterday afternoon I was looking at a recipe site, and so I opened up all of these recipes I want to save into different tabs. So
I find it totally triggering. My OCD just goes nuts when I look at it. I'm like, I just can't even look. There's just too many tabs.
I understand.
But anyway, so let's get back to this for a second. So hundreds of thousands of credits. The software's worked beautifully, and we can thank Audentio for that. They've done a great job. They've been a really great partner in working on this. Anything that we've needed, and as you know, I have a lot of rules and specifications that we need to follow here because Arbo hands them to us, and they've been really great about translating them into the software to make it work properly. So kudos to them. The other interesting thing about the platform itself is that a huge proportion of people are using mobile now, for better or worse. We're not going to stop
While
them
they're
from,
driving.
Yeah, right. We're not going to stop them from doing it, right? Because this is the way of the world. This is the way things are going. But about 30% of people are using some sort of mobile device to access it now, whether it's an iPad or a phone. So I personally feel like to get the most out of the conference, you want a real computer because you can download handouts and look at them at the same time. You can interact more easily, right? Type with us in the chat room and so forth. But 30% of people are using mobile, and we're rolling with the punches, and the platform has actually been really good about allowing it. As we've discovered, people are, as you said, Gretchen, driving, or at least a passenger, let's say.
And so it's,
And the cell networks have actually been quite good, and we get very few dropouts. So it's been.
But it is not what is recommended.
Yes,
No.
I wouldn't recommend it. And frankly, if I were Arbo, I'd be putting the kibosh on a lot of the stuff in some way. I don't know exactly how technically you can enforce this easily, but if I were Arbo, I'd be very concerned about this trend because you're not going to get people's full attention when they're doing this mobile.
along
Which
those
is
lines,
why they
Adam,
need a test. You need a little quiz.
Yeah. I mean,
or something that says that you're listening, a question, whatever, even if it's a random question. Adam, a little bit about what you said. We just got a compliment on one of the sites, one of the courses, that a person commented, "Wow, how great these handouts are, how detailed they are." So like you said, this person's watching the lecture and following along with the handouts at the same time. And I don't find that any other CE platform. I go to everything. I have, I think 300 hours of CE because I take all these other ones to see my competition, and nothing's as good as ours. And it's not my opinion, it's just a fact.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, quick alert, I am moving to coffee number 2, just to let you
Okay.
know.
Nice. Well, I have coffee number 1 for me has just ended, and I'm very sad about that. So I don't know what
I'm
to do
telling
next.
you, you need to get 2 and get the second one extra hot. And here's my other tip, because here I am with my 2 Yetis, one with my company on it. Do you know that when you use your personal cup, not only do you get a 10-cent discount, you get 25 stars.
Really?
Yes, so they add up quickly. Now, sometimes I don't always get 2 for me. It's only when I'm doing this, but sometimes I will get 1 for Alex, but you get the 10-cent discount for each cup, but you get only 1 25 bonus star edition. You don't get it per cup, but I mean, that adds up. And I go several times a week, and every time I go, I take my personal cup, 25 extra stars. Just saying.
Wow.
Help the environment, free coffee. And there is my shameless Starbucks plug.
Okay, sorry, I'm just helping somebody get on here.
But still, people can register. First of all, anybody from California or the West Coast, it's only 7:30, so they're just getting up to go.
Yep.
And I would think that Sunday would have more attendance because a lot of ODs still work on Saturday, and yet people are here.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
Well, maybe they planned their days. I mean, they might not work every Saturday, or they might have gotten an associate to help out. But I think people are planning around this because you can get a ton of credits in one weekend. And especially if you've gone to a previous CEwire this year, you just pick up the ones you missed before and bam, there you go.
Many optometrists that work for MDs traditionally don't work Saturdays.
That's true.
They're available.
Yep. So let me.
What about the? Talk at me.
Oh yeah. So I was just going to say, for anyone who's still listening here, and I know that we have Arbo folks in the audience, even here in the lobby. So hopefully I won't speak out of turn.
They can correct us if something's wrong. Please let us know. We'd be happy to set the record straight.
And so there are new course categories for Arbo. So people have been asking me, how come the same course has a different suffix, right? A different category, depending on whether it's live or on demand. That was just because the on-demand lectures were approved at a different time than the live lectures, and the course categories changed right in the middle as we were setting up the 2022 event. So some
To keep
lectures,
you on your toes and to make
yeah,
it fun.
yeah, so some lectures have the old classifications and some of them have the new ones. And Arbo has this great document, this great PDF explaining the difference between the two. And you can see it on the screen. So you can see the different categories and what the differences are between the old ones and the new ones. So anyway, that's kind of what happened there. Oh wait, people are asking me, sorry, I just see in the chat here that there's a question about someone's email address. I'm not certain which email address I originally registered under. Oh, so hang on a second. I'm gonna, let's see how fast I can
We'll
assist
reply
somebody.
for you.
Let me see how quickly I can assist someone with figuring out what email address they used to register.
I just helped somebody who was, let's say, prominent in Arbo, asking if I go to the transcript page, could I get my transcript right away? And the answer I gave him was a little bit defensive. It should be 15 minutes or so after you complete your lecture. You can see your transcript. We will still send it to Arbo, of course, but you can print it out, download it, etc. But last time there was so many people attending that it was a little bit of delay and it took a couple hours. So I told this principal from Arbo, who's actually here. That's a big compliment. I think you know who I'm talking about, Gretchen.
Mm-hmm.
That person now is listening to our lectures and not as a police cop. He's learning and learning how well we do it compared to other platforms. So, but he himself did not know how to get the transcript. So, so to emphasize it again, after the lecture's over, if you want to see a transcript for that lecture, and it'll be cumulative as the weekend goes on, just go to the transcript on the left-hand side. And about 15 minutes, we're told by our software people, it should appear. However, last time there was some delays because of the volume, and it took a couple hours. So be patient, it'll appear, but rest assured, we'll also send it into Arbo with your OE tracker numbers. You'll have a couple of ways. And after the show is over, you can always download them again.
Yep.
I would wait to the end, frankly, but if you want to test it, he just wants to test to make sure that it's populating at this time.
Yeah, and again, we store all the data too, so if for some reason something went wrong and you don't see your credits, you can just contact us and we can actually look up what room you were in when, so we can generate those as well. So we save all the data, we don't toss it out. So let's see, I'm trying to help our friend Tom here.
Oh, who isn't registered? Yes, I'm grateful that you're able to jump in and help people like that. Oh, you may have. Is that a public reply, Adam?
Yeah, but there's nobody here, so that's good. There's 13 people here. I'm just, you know.
Steve, you keep monitoring the competition. What does the competition do? Here we have Adam staying on top of things. What happens when people run into problems with other vendors?
I've seen it freeze and stay online for 5 or 10 minutes. It comes back. They can handle that part. Let me be a little bit more specific. Sometimes I'll go and take something enduring or on demand, and I'll click on the lecture and not listen to the lecture and just take the quiz at the end and pass and get credits. So they're not timing me at all. Now, I don't claim them for Arbo. I don't need to because I have over 300 credits. But they're not doing the proper things, and I don't want to be a whistleblower. That's not my job. But at least to inform Arbo that they should at least have some sort of policing mechanism so that people are doing it the right way. It's silly that somebody could. I'm halfway intelligent and can pass most quizzes without taking the course in some of this stuff, most of the stuff. But others, they could do the same thing. And it was more the rule than the exception. And why?
Yeah.
It costs tons of time and expense to build the software to do things properly. And it's easy to do things not properly. You just don't have to have it as a mechanism. So that's your answer. Pretty much the freezing point, most of them was Zoom meetings and things like that, or the on-demand was a YouTube or something like that. So it was pretty stable. That was not the problem. It was the requirements for Arbo that were the problem.
Yeah,
That
and
was the
by the
problem.
way, just Arbo knows about this, and so they are taking action. They apparently have a 3-strike rule, or so they reiterated to me, that if the providers are getting this wrong, you know, they'll give them some leeway, but if this has been discovered that this is a problem and the provider keeps doing it, they're going to get a couple chances to fix it, but if they don't, then it's So
Hasta la vista.
Yeah.
yeah, and
Imagine if we have 4,000 people attending and they get all these credits, and that a month later they find out the whole conference has been voided and don't count your credits. That
yeah.
would be. My daughter's an attorney and my son-in-law is, so, but we don't have to worry
People
about
will
that
be
because.
pissed, especially if it's toward the end of the year and there aren't a
Oh,
lot of
sure.
opportunities to get more credits.
Mhm.
So it's more than just the money. It's the time that people put
Sure.
into sitting through these classes in order to get those credits. Yeah, there would be a huge outrage, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and Gretchen, really, each state is different. Most are biennial. That means every 2 years, but some it's calendar year. In my state of New Jersey, for example, it's April 30th, so it's arbitrary. So that's why when you have these conferences at different times, it's the crunch time for some states and not other states. So,
Right.
for example, when we run something in, let's say, March of next year or April of next year, we'll get an influx of New Jerseyites, and I'm sure the same thing in Pennsylvania. So I'd say, generally speaking, it's not a calendar year event or calculation, but something that happened when Prentice started practicing in 1920 or something. I don't think anybody knows who he is except for Paul.
But you make a good point about
Mhm.
how different states are on different renewal cycles for length of time and also time of year too. And
Right.
April 30th seems like an odd time. I mean, I understand like June, July, and I understand December, but April, that's weird.
Who knows? I have no answer because I never asked the question.
Well, I ask all those questions.
I'll ask.
I ask all those weird questions that nobody thinks of, and people look
Here's
at
a
me
weird
like I'm
question.
goofy.
Adam, you're a baseball fan, and things are speeding up now for pitchers,
Hmm.
right? And I was just thinking about this. People keep using a 3-strike and you're out rule because of baseball. I wonder what would happen if baseball suddenly only gave them 2 strikes and you're out to speed up the game.
There'll be a lot more criminals in jail.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
betting that
Start giving only people 2 chances rather than
Well,
3.
well.
I'm betting that the phrase would still stick around because it's
Yeah.
historical.
And
Right.
and you know, and I trust Arbo when they say 3 strikes. We know that as long as they're clued into problems, they will handle them. You know, again, they're small organizations, so sometimes it takes them a while to zoom in on what's actually going on and the problems people are having. The other thing is, in the beginning of the pandemic, they wanted to give people leeway.
Uh-oh.
So they, you know, they were giving people leeway because everyone was desperate in 2020 and even into 2021 to get their credits. But now I think playtime is over. You or the providers themselves have had enough time, almost 3 years now, to actually make their platforms work properly. And if they haven't, they should not be surprised or head to the fainting couch when Arbo calls them in, right? I mean, it's ridiculous. They created these rules for a reason, and you know, they didn't create these rules to be ignored. So, you know, I'll put it to you another way, as I tell other people, you know, the expression, you know, we're 2 guys in a chicken coop from Seinfeld, and I'm not sure about the chicken coop. Like literally, if we can engineer a platform from scratch to meet Arbo's requirements, certainly large publishers can too, and they need to. So hopefully they will.
Well, to speak in their defense, I mean, they should, yes, but large publishers, there's just, depending upon who it is, there's a lot of infrastructure, and usually they have a bunch of other stuff cooking along with it. It is a big undertaking to move or to update a platform. I mean, it takes a long time to get everything to
Gretchen,
work.
I get it, but it's been 3 years. World War II.
No, you're not wrong.
World War II was 4
not
years
wrong.
long. Like, to give you a
You're not
sense,
wrong.
right? So, like, that's the thing. They've had enough time, and I understand why Arbo is being so lenient with them. But come on, like this, it's enough at this point. You know, if you're not, you know, modifying your software to meet the requirements, it's because you don't want to. You don't want to make the investment in optometry specifically. You've built something that maybe meets the requirements of dentistry or of medicine, and you're not willing to actually take that step to modify it to Arbo's rules. So anyway, that's why I personally feel like, you know, 3 strikes is fair enough. They, you know, people, if they know there's a problem, you know, fix it, but don't just keep going on like this and whine about it. Like, software is expensive, but for these large publishers, it's not really that expensive to fix their platforms.
Before we built our own, I was shopping around to all this various software online people who do conferences, and nobody can guarantee that they could do a quiz, could track the people, and we decided to do it ourselves because they would say yes. But if we ran a conference and they couldn't do what they said, we'd be screwed. And so we decided that the only people that we could trust is ourselves. By the way, it's great now. We have a lot of attendees who are becoming our support staff, Adam and Gretchen and Paul. One guy said, for example, don't take the same course you took in February, etc., because you won't get credit for it, even if it's a different COPE number. So be aware of that. And secondly, they're telling people where to get the handouts, how to get the transcripts. So thank you, everybody who's helping us out in all the various rooms, because there's so many people asking questions. And it's there's a lot of veterans out there who've taken our lectures over the course of this year. And thank goodness that we're going to be using the same platform next year, the year after, and the year after that, hopefully, with improvements. And so people will be more versed in how to do it, and there'll be less support issues.
Yep. In fact,
The village.
Yep. Yeah, and it's really gratifying watching people help each other, and for me especially, right, because I'm turning into a puddle here, actually trying to support everybody. And by the way, our speakers also did a tremendous job this year with the lectures. If you want to go sit through some of them, you can see. Not only did they record them in a higher resolution, because I asked them to, which a lot of people were uncomfortable with, they didn't know how to do it, we had to walk them through it, but they also supplied handouts. Detailed handouts, and that's something a lot of speakers don't like doing, and we cajoled and begged and pleaded for them to do it, because when you take a class online, it's really handy to have those. So thanks again to the speakers for doing it.
I wonder how many speakers ever monitor other courses to see if people are just stealing their stuff around the country for small venues.
I've had that where I've seen my slide appear on a local level way before in 2016, 2017, not my whole lecture, but there's been cases where the whole lecture has been stolen, and you would never know, like you said, if it was a local or regional type thing. One or two of our speakers have asked if they could present our lecture someplace else. And I said, no, you have to change certain things. You have to make the lecture different, because what if somebody takes your lecture in Oregon and they took it online with us? Well, you shouldn't get double credit for that. It's the same lecture. So if our speakers are told, and they courteously asked, and I said, no, you have to change your lecture significantly. And
yeah,
they did.
Because the problem is this for participants, right? When we have a lecture on CEwire, each has a unique COPE ID number, each lecture. We actually run those through Arbo for the speakers. So the speaker hands us all their materials, and we go through the process of submitting it to Arbo for approval. So we get that approval number, right? Each course has an ID number that you see on the schedule, right? So each one has, like an ID number that you can see here, right? So if let's say Tammy wanted to give her course somewhere else, that would be great. But the problem is, if somebody already took that course on CEwire and she went and gave this course somewhere else, a person might sit through her thing twice accidentally, and they wouldn't get credit the second time, right? Because once you've gotten credit for a course number like this, you can only do it once. When Arbo sees you trying to submit a duplicate, they immediately, their system throws up errors because they don't want people submitting for the same course twice. So what we tell the speakers is, look, if you're going to give this course somewhere else, resubmit it to Arbo yourself. Make small changes to it, do whatever you have to, but submit it again so you'll get a different number back. So just in case somebody sits through the course in a different venue, they'll still get credit for it.
Well, Adam, let me ask you this, because speakers create courses and they frequently give them at different meetings. So are they different COPE numbers then? So
they should be. So for instance, I've noticed for courses given at CECO will actually submit those courses themselves, just kind of like we do for the speakers, and they'll put CECO specific branding in the course title. They'll put in parentheses CECO, so that people know this is a distinct different course that is meant to be taken at CECO. We don't go that far. I'm not that paranoid or nuts. But because we don't do that, we don't brand the names of the lectures. We just use what the speaker wants.
What if Steve is giving a class on gene therapy and retina at CECO, both expos, AOA, and Academy, and it's the same lecture,
Mhm.
And that can happen. So if I were to sit at that, okay, so CECO, you said that it's submitted and the name of it would say gene therapy and retina CECO or
Mhm.
something.
Yep.
But what about Expo East and then AOA?
So again,
Or
if a course has a certain number, if you sit through that same course twice, if it's got that same course number, you will not get credit for it twice. So you
but it depends on who submits it then. So if Expo submits it or AOA submits it,
you still won't get credit if it's the same course number. So for instance, if Melanie gave this contact lens course at the big contact lens meeting in Vegas, right? If she took that same identical course with this course number, if people took that course there, they couldn't take it here and get credit for it as well. Because
What
that's how
if
Arbo
the-
identifies a lecture. It's not so much where you took the course, it's the course number itself.
so how does the
But like
number change? Only when somebody else submits it for you?
Correct. Somebody else submits it. They pay the $300 or whatever the heck it was now
Mhm.
to get it approved, and it gets stamped with a brand new number.
So
I
they
know
can't
that
take the same
sometimes-
course.
Well, I know that sometimes meeting planners, they want to get, like say they want to get like you, Steve, they want to ask you to speak at an event. And then they'll say, do you have any courses already COPE approved? And then you would say, yes, I've got this, this, and this. So they can offer those courses, but because it's the same number, then you can't,
Right?
then I would be able to take it at that event as well as Expo.
Correct.
Yep.
Which is why, again, CECO will go through the hassle of actually resubmitting for a new number and put CECO branding on
Not
it.
only
So-
hassle, but expense.
Expense, yeah, it's expensive to do it, and it's a hassle. It's a double whammy, right? Because it's a few $100, and you have to go through all the paperwork, and then invariably a reviewer will come back to you and say, I don't like this slide. Go fix it, which means then you have to talk to the speaker again and say, hey, can you fix this? And then it's a rigmarole.
But
It sounds like I'm sorry, Steve.
no, I'm kind of responsible mostly for getting the speakers, and we're proud that we have an A+ list of speakers, which you then quite rightly say they have their lectures. They have a bevy of lectures already approved, etc. And I had a couple of this year newbies, and I said, okay, that's great if you have that lecture, but please change it a little bit. I don't care if you change the title and a few slides, but make it a different lecture because we're going to generate a different COPE number. We'd like people to get credit, and the odds of somebody taking it who had taken it before. But having said that, sometimes Tammy and I, for example, Petrosian, we lectured to all 9 county groups in New Jersey. And sometimes we saw the same person pop up in the audience just because they just wanted the free dinner or something. And we said, I knew who the person was. And I said, you're not going to be able to get credit for this lecture because it's actually, it was New Jersey approved rather than Arbo. And you're taking the same lecture. They said, that's okay. I just wanted to schmooze with my friend. They realized it. I think most people realize that you can't double dip.
So
One
it
thing
sounds like it's on the onus of the attendees to double check COPE numbers before they go sit in a class.
Yeah.
But like Adam said, you can generate another COPE number just by resubmitting it and paying the extra fee. So it's a different
But-
COPE number for the same course.
So,
But people won't know that unless they check.
yeah. I mean, really,
Attendees, I mean.
really though, people shouldn't be sitting through the same lecture twice, I guess is the point.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
A-
Of course.
And
I
it
don't
does
disagree.
happen, by the way. It's happened here, I think it's been maybe 4 or 5 times this year where somebody said, hey, I was at the May event, I didn't get credit for this, how come? And I look and I'm like, you took that lecture in March. Like our system's not going to give you double credit for something that you've seen already. And so and our system actually will tell you on the transcript page, it'll show you when you passed a class. So you don't have to have any question like, when did I see this? It'll show you exactly when you took it. So, yep.
Got it.
So these are the myriad issues we go through. The other thing that's been going on, Paul alluded to it earlier, this so-called SII, the Standards for Integrity and Independence in Accredited CE. That started on July 1st. This is really important stuff. It's rules dictating CE provider, that means us, and sponsor behavior. So the rules are designed to track closely with medicine, which is why they did it. So here are a few things. So you need explicit consent as to how your information is going to be used. So the learner has to have the ability to opt out of marketing materials, but still be able to take courses. And just for sticklers who are watching this and want to like have a gotcha with us, we actually haven't updated the CEwire 2022 form for explicit consent. So what we're just doing is automatically opting people out of the messages if they've registered after July 1st. So if
Wow, most people wouldn't do that, Adam.
what do I care, right?
No, I'm saying other vendors.
No, I know. Well, that's because they're reliant on sponsors to actually survive. We're not. So,
Right.
so I laid down the law with myself. I'm like, I'm not going to revise the form right now in the middle of a conference for one more event. I'm just automatically opting people out. So anybody that registered after July 1st, you're automatically opted out of marketing materials. And then in the future, at the next event, we'll have the explicit opt-in. But I just wanted to make sure people were safe and that they, had the most conservative setting, like just opting out automatically. So. The other big thing is you can't mix non-COPE content within 30 minutes of COPE content. You need a buffer around it, and you can't advertise before or after directly. So what that means is that you can't, in a single track, have non-COPE material mixed with COPE material. You can tell people to link out and go somewhere else if they want to see sponsored material, but within the quote room that they're in, you can't start bombarding them with marketing messages. So that's something that's very new and very different. You may remember with past CEwires, we actually did have commercials running in between the courses. That's no more. What we might do in the future is just have links for people to go to if our sponsors are running a program, which is totally fine. And Arbo, wants it done that way. So for instance, at the end of a lecture, Steve might be able to just give a hyperlink to a different room that we have, which is a commercial running, or a commercial webinar, or frankly, not even a real commercial, just a non-COPE webinar.
Or have a breakout after a lecture on presbyopic drops, and they want to talk more about it. You can break out and talk about specific things in a breakout room that's outside the purview of the lecture. Just like if I used to lecture for companies, and if somebody asked an off-label question, the companies were very, very compliant, and you had to say, let's say I'll answer that question after the lecture. You can come up to me, etc. So the same sort of thing. But I've attended things where they'll have regular CE lectures, and these are free seminars sponsored by obviously industry, and then right after they'll have a lecture that you don't even know is not CE, it's not even defined, and you're watching something on a product, an instrument, pharmaceutical, etc., and then it goes on to the next one. It's totally disguised as an infomercial, and I did buy my pills doing one of those things.
You did?
No, I'm kidding. It's just a bad joke. But I think we're okay now, Adam, with the virtual exhibit hall, totally separate. Somebody has to click the link, go into the link of each one. I think right now we're compliant with the new rules.
Well, you were ahead of time too, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
By the way, guys, it's 11:03. The 11 o'clock lectures have just started. So neurotrophic keratitis with Clark Chang and Brandon Ayers, and myopia management with Tammy Petrosian, and the tearing patient with James. I can never pronounce his last name. How do you pronounce that, Steve?
Which one? Megapara?
No,
Which one? Miladi.
Tearing
Miladi,
patient with
Miladi.
Dr. James Miladi.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's actually one of the few MDs I know. He's specifically oculoplastics. My daughter had something done. He was great, and he's super nice, and he's local to me, and he's one of the best in the fields. Again, Bullseye trained.
Excellent. So there we go.
And,
First class is in the books.
10 minutes to get there, right? Ed, they can arrive 10 minutes late and still get credit.
So there's a little bit of slack in the beginning and at the end, sort of like in a real classroom when people kind of file in, and in the beginning they're just sitting down or whatever. There's a little bit of slack at the beginning, at the end, but you got to substantially stay there for most of the hour. So don't try to show up late. That doesn't really fly here.
Bathroom break.
No, there's no bathroom break. You get the bathroom break at the end. We give 5-minute breaks in between the lectures, so that's when you want to go away.
5 minutes? Prostate people take more than 5 minutes.
Depends on how far away your bathroom is.
Right.
Okay, things actually start a little later, but everything's fine.
Yep, and so I'm helping somebody out right now again, so just to let you know with logins. The big problem that people have with logins, actually, it's funny, sometimes people will have accounts on ODwire from like a million years ago, like literally from like the year 2002, using a different email address, and then they'll register for the conference with a brand new email address. When the time comes for them to get to the conference, they accidentally log in using that old email address, and as far as the system knows, they've never actually registered for the conference. So that's actually happened now 3 times this morning. So I've been walking people through that, making sure they're using the correct email address to get in. So.
Yep. And the lectures have not started yet. They're going to stream soon. I'm not seeing your commercial about, not commercial, that's a bad word, but your information about how to do things after each lecture, at the beginning of each lecture. It's only the first one, Adam?
No, it's in several of them. I didn't put them in all of them because people get sick of
Okay.
it, but it's in several of them. So yeah, you'll see it randomly come up.
So what's happening is they get a little black screen for a few minutes before the lecture starts rather than you talking. So
Right.
just be aware, guys.
Oh, so this,
Be patient.
by the way, this slide I just put up on the screen, this was old. This was our last conference was before the ARBO meeting, which I actually attended in Chicago, where they started
The one
discussing.
I wasn't able to attend.
Right, the one you couldn't make. It was actually a fascinating meeting.
Really wanted to be there.
Seeing how the sausage was made and seeing mostly Mike Olson go off throughout the entire event was really humorous because he has his opinions, he's willing to express them, and he certainly did. So that was a fun one, just talking about what's going to be in the future, and they haven't resolved it yet. What they're going to do starting January 1st, I'm really curious. So I should probably get together with the ARBO folks after this weekend's over and really try to figure it out because we need to know, right? Since we're planning.
Yeah, they
for the
best
next
get
event.
on it because
Yeah.
fuck, man, people are making plans.
I mean, for all I know, they've made their final decisions. For me, it's it's really going to come to pass when I start submitting courses for approval, right? Because they're going to have to tell me what I need. Do I need tests? Do I not? And so forth.
Well, and that's actually not a problem for us, Adam, because they need tests anyway for the enduring on-demand portion. So they have to submit a test to us.
So, but
but-
Steve, it's an issue because when you're submitting a course, you have to do it 2 separate ways. And when you submit for online interactive usage, at that point there's like a branch point. Like, do you need a test or not?
Okay.
And so we need to know one way or the other. So I'll figure it out. I'll let everyone know on ODwire when we finally figured out what they're going to do.
But on my end, it's not a problem because I'm asking the lecturers for a quiz anyway. And whether we submit it with the online interactive and on demand or just one, we still have the material.
Right.
And the quizzes are so silly, Arbo. Listen to me. They're so specific. You can't have all above, none of the above, A and B.
Yeah, because that's
C
a
and D.
cop-out question. It's easy to answer.
Yeah. Right, but some of them are not. Some of them really are good questions, and it has to be such specific forms, and the speakers don't read. And so often I go over the quiz and say, no, you have to resubmit it, etc. And it's challenging, especially with all the, as you know, as a person becomes more A+ speaker, they're less likely to respond than the lowly person who just was able to get into our lecture one time.
And from the tester's point of view, you can take it as many times as you wish.
Mhm.
If you can't get 70% the first time, just keep taking the quiz over.
Oh,
Visit
another
the
thing.
lecture again and take the quiz again.
Very relevant, Paul. The last CA I attended, they had a quiz at the end for an enduring, which means on demand. And when you took the quiz, I purposely got things wrong, and they showed you what you got wrong, which is not the way it's supposed to be.
Because then when you take it again, you know the answer.
Sure. Like I did that I was a Paragon CRT provider for orthokeratology at the very beginning, let's say 10 years ago. And they had a quiz also, but that's okay with their quiz. If you failed it the first time, they showed you what was wrong and you took it again, you finally learned the information. But from online CE, you can't do that. You can't show them what they got wrong to get it right the next time.
Yeah. You guys are making my blood pressure spike just hearing about this stuff because
Yeah,
these are the rules that we are expected to follow, right? There's a whole guidebook. We wrote the software to follow these rules, and the fact that other people aren't just it's so beyond frustrating that they might not be enforcing these rules. So
yeah, I'll use the word it evolves, and you know what I mean, Adam.
Yeah. So hopefully they're going to start enforcing it a little bit more as time goes on. It's an ugly position to be in for us, right? Because from the learner's perspective, right, from the people taking the courses, they couldn't care less, right? It's
Mhm.
whatever's easiest.
Right.
From the provider's perspective, though, dumbing down the education like this is terrible, because it gets to a point where people aren't going to be learning anything. So I don't know.
Mhm.
I feel like they really do have to step up their enforcement a little bit if they want to continue to be relevant, and really try to push people to learn more.
Hopefully, we'll get Mike Olson on for a few minutes today or tomorrow, and say, Mike, how you doing? And then shut up for an hour and a half.
Well, I texted him yesterday and he said he wasn't sure.
Okay.
Okay, he might have some things doing this weekend. And he
Hopefully
might
he'll
be
make it.
watching.
So I have my hot takes from the last time, but this is, I think Arbo and I, we're all on the same page right now, that this idea that being on the internet is somehow different is not really true, right? The distance doesn't matter as much as how you're actually delivering the education. So anyway, we don't know what they're going to do next year in terms of distance versus in person or whatever else. We're going to find out, I guess, soon. Testing, again, I believe is important, or at least some sort of assessment mechanism, because right now it's just not happening. And it's challenging, right? You get people taking the same course twice and not even realizing it, which tells me they're not retaining anything. So
Yeah, and I'm just going to interrupt because in room 2, back to basics of services, there's no video playing, and Ken wanted to let me know that. Okay. It's just a little bit of.
What about room 3, Steve? We had somebody asking about room 3.
This is room 2. Room 3. Yeah, same thing.
is it
So
that
look,
has the
Maybe they need to refresh the page.
yeah, I mean that's always the first step. Is it not playing for everybody?
let me I refreshed. Oh, now it's working. Well, that's room 1. Let me go back to 2 just to see if they've refreshed the page. Yeah, because I had it open. Okay, yes. Okay, that's all. Just refresh the page.
I just told the attendee that, so hopefully he will try that. And if we don't, if he goes in and it works, that's excellent. I'm sure he won't come back to tell us, and that's fine.
No, it's working for me, and it didn't work. So I was, yep, everything's working, and they're getting into the room just 3 or 4 minutes late, so they can go. They actually can scroll back and watch it from the beginning, and then interact and catch up.
Excellent.
But everything, yep. So that was the solution.
Well, cool. Well, it seems that every time we have a CEwire, we're having fewer and fewer questions about how to do things. It's people who are using a different email address to log in, or who thought they were registered and weren't. And then a couple of refresh the page. I mean, that's great. That's great that there are so few questions about people getting in, making things work. So we'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, again, the problems seem amplified when you're trying to be on top of it. But the reality is, like we said, we have had 4,000 people come through here, and it's the vast minority of people who have problems, which is great. The whole thing about the page not refreshing, I'm not sure what that's about. I've actually just contacted Audentio about it, about why some browsers do that and others don't. So that's in the off season. Once this is done, we're going to address that again, just to make sure. But again, the solution is easy, right? You hit refresh and it starts. So.
And actually, it's a good compliance thing, Adam, because somebody can't just open up a tab, stay in the room all day, and get credits, because they won't get it now. If it's
Yeah, I never looked at it that way.
Yep, but
Maybe it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting idea, isn't it, that you actually have to hit refresh to keep going to the next one. But we want the experience to be very much like a classroom, though, where the new speaker comes in and it just starts. So, and it does for most people. That's the really weird thing. It's just these weird corner cases, and we're going to look at it just to see why that's happening, why it doesn't automatically refresh for a few people. We thought we totally fixed it. The very first time we did this with the brand new software, it happened to a lot of people. And over time, it's happening to fewer and fewer. So we make the corrections that we need to.
Excellent. Good plan.
So.
And I would think
Steve,
especially.
how are we looking for attendance in the rooms?
It's not. It's starting to populate. It was a little bit like Adam said, finicky, but we had about 1,000 for the first hour, I'm going to estimate now. I'm going to the rooms one by one, but as you go in, it populates more and more and more. There's about 800 as I did it quickly in all the rooms, and everything's
That's
playing.
pretty impressive. I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
imagine 1,000 or 800 people in a giant meeting room at the Javits Center or insert convention center here. I mean, it would be hard to get 3 rooms with 1,000 people in them at those places.
imagine the Academy in San Diego opening up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I don't think you'd have 1,000 people there then.
I
Yep.
don't think you would.
No, I agree. So let me actually put up my other hot takes. Just I got to get them out of my system
Yeah.
right now while it's still early.
Oh,
So
sorry, Adam. We keep derailing you.
no. And in fact, I needed to be derailed because I'm constantly checking my email to make sure people are okay. This first day, of course, is fascinating, right? Because this is the day where you always have the login problems, right? Like this is the first day where people don't know what they're doing. I can't log in, what's going on? But once they're logged in, as we've discovered, right, you could stay logged in for a year. So this is the day where I'm helping the most people. By tomorrow, it's going to be old hat. But yeah, so I'm constantly checking my email and so forth. So, so my other hot take, and I still believe this, probably now more than ever, is that free CE should not be a thing, because nothing is free. And when you have a conference that is absolutely reliant on vendors to survive, compromises have to be made. And I know that people say, oh, you know, you're wrong. There are these firewalls between the commercial side and the education side. And I'm here to tell you that if a conference is relying on these sponsors to survive, there will be compromises. And I wish it weren't so, but I know that it is, right? Because sponsors, obviously they want to get their message out there, and they will do whatever they can to make it so. And I know it's up to the COPE administrators and the CE providers to push back as best they can, but here in the real world, you know, I know that's not always the case. So here's a classic example. We had it just moments ago, that new SII rule, right? Whoops, let me find it again. The SII rule where, you know, you have to actually, move our sponsor out of the way here, you actually have to give people the choice to opt out, right? So let me put it up here so people can see it again. This is a classic example of where being solely industry sponsored, you know, people are going to have a hard time with this, and the sponsors are going to try to work their way around it. With us, on the other hand, to me, it was a no-brainer. I mean, we have sponsors. Obviously, we have a few. You saw the list of them, and we'll go over them, and I appreciate all of them. But at the same time, you know, we want to keep the lectures independent of the sponsors as best we can.
Right.
And for us, it's a no-brainer. I'm like, okay, COPE has a new rule. You know, we'll just say you're opting out of all the sponsors for now. That's fine. If this conference was run by sponsors, there's no way we could do it, right?
Right.
There would be an uproar, and we'd be hearing it endlessly. So it's you know, it's challenging for us to, you know, when we see other providers offering these free lectures, we have a sense of what's going on, you know, because we know that these companies a lot of times will push as best they can, which is their job, right? You know, it's the job of the marketing departments at companies to try to maximize their exposure. And you know, where these two things intersect, it can be really challenging. So my personal belief is that if the majority of CE was paid for by the people who are actually taking it, the incentives between the learner and the educator would be much more aligned. So that's all I'm saying. You don't get perverse incentives when you pay for things yourself, whereas the incentives can really go off the rails if the people who are paying for your education are different from the people who are actually taking it. So
Yeah, but free CE is a way for people to entice doctors to come and get the free chicken dinner or get that extra credit that they might need. And it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, but
No,
it's marketing, right? I mean, so
Yeah.
again, perverse incentives, like as I have up on the screen here, which this outrages every eye doctor that looks at this, right? Every ECP that sees this gets outraged, right? How dare you call it a free eye exam? My time's not free.
mhm.
Well, you're subsidizing the exam, right? With the glasses, right? It's the
Right.
same thing. There's nothing in life that's free, and I just wish people would be more cognizant of that when they're taking these. And again, some people don't care, right? Whatever, they need their hours because the state is telling them they need it. They'll do it however they can. But what I'm saying is that if you keep up with this free model, the quality of education will decline necessarily, right? Because if you just make CE that's something that's an obligation, where you just need to do the minimum to pass, that's what you're going to get ultimately. You're not going to get people going and making a huge effort to make it good.
There's
Right.
another layer of things that happened on a local level, and it's starting to happen again. Ophthalmologists would give a lecture for free for 2 or 3 hours at a beautiful steakhouse, Ruby Chris, etc., for free because they want referrals. And they're not specifically asking for referrals, but they're giving you their hand about their practice. You're getting a free lecture, and you're getting some wine or some other things, and so that's something that we can't stop either. And generally speaking, a lot of people who go to these lectures wind up switching their referral patterns to the OMD that gave them a free everything. And one guy does it every month, and he gets 60, 70 people at really fancy restaurants. It's a big expense for him, but hey, a few cataract surgeries pay for it.
Yep.
Well, and to
Yep.
be fair, that maybe some of these referring ODs didn't meet that MD before. I mean, it isn't just because, hey,
No,
you give me some free CE or a free dinner. It could be, wow, I've really never talked to Bob before. He seems like a nice guy. I got to chat with him for a few minutes. Sure, I'll start referring some cases to him.
and you know what? You're right. Sometimes I would go to a lecture and I saw a glaucoma specialist who actually was better. And so, yes. So I don't think that's as perverse as others, but it is a way of getting free CE that is done on a local and maybe even regional level.
I totally agree.
But with that said, Ed, we haven't said anything about our sponsors today.
It's because
This,
Stephen, I keep derailing him.
no, because the sponsors are not important because we don't want to do a commercial.
So I wouldn't go that far. So I do love our sponsors, and I thank them all for being here. But what I like about our sponsors more than anything else is that I think they understand our vision and what we're trying to do, right? They understand that the education is completely separate from the marketing message. So they don't necessarily get upset, right? When we create our course roster, we create, I want to say it's 90% or at least, or even more actually, we submit those to Arbo before we even get a single vendor to commit to doing CEwire. So like that's a critical thing to understand, that a lot of these sponsors, they're coming on spec. It's not like, you have Visionics here running the show and paying us a huge amount of money and making it free and then have the entire talk, every talk have something to do with OCT or something. It's just not the case. The agenda is made up before we approach the sponsors, and we do that on purpose. But they're okay with it, right? They understand that their audience of people that they're trying to reach is the same as our audience, right? They're all ODs, and just because they can't have sort of these intrusive ads or whatever, they're fine with it, right? They're happy to sponsor the conference, and we're really grateful to have them do it. But they understand that they need to sort of be separate from the event itself. So at least I hope they're happy.
And we'll speak to Brad Chudner from Private Equity, and he's a buyer of practices about this, because as the years go on and optometry becomes more of a group type thing, these companies might just go to the private equity companies that have 15, 20 offices and not go to these large conventions or our place for that matter, and have some leverage to sell the equipment to large entities. Well, that's down the road a bit, I think.
Yep. So yeah, Ben will be on here later, I guess. Hopefully he'll show up and we can heap abuse on him. It'll be hilarious.
Oh,
He's
he
actually,
likes having abuse heaped on him.
he loves it actually. He's one of the straightest shooters I've ever met. So pretty pretty cool. So Visionis is a sponsor. I don't know what their deals are actually right now. They haven't gotten back to me about for the particular show. This was back in March. They were doing a 0% financing deal. Hopefully that's still going on, but I haven't actually spoken with them since. MacuHealth, they have a bunch of discounts as well. So again, if you want to reach any of these sponsors, you just go to the forum where they each have their own discussion thread going on. We're also going to be e-blasting all of this stuff out to everyone about the sponsors too. So that's kind of how we reach out on the sponsors' behalf to you. We'll send out e-blasts with the deals that they're running. And so again, MacuHealth, so they make supplements that everyone knows and loves. And Oculus, again, another one of our longtime sponsors, and we really appreciate them being there. So obviously they make a wide variety of instruments, including the fabulous Pentacam, which is becoming more and more popular these days with ODs, which is kind of gratifying to see. It's sort of a Swiss Army knife instrument. We're seeing a lot of scleral fitters use it to make very precise fits. So kind of a cool instrument, check it out. Lacrivera, they also have show specials on their punctal plugs. And again, you can check them out in the forum or at lacrivera.com. We're going to send out an email about their specials as well if you want to set up a new account with them. And Vision Equipment Inc., this is Leo Hadley's company. Leo actually sent me a whole bunch of stuff that he's got for sale. And unfortunately, I didn't have time this morning to set it up in our system, but I'll put it up later. And again, we're going to e-blast to everybody at the conference all of what Leo has going on. He's got a wide variety of refurbished equipment. And Leo has been at this game for a very long time. So he thoroughly refurbishes everything that he sells. It's kind of cool. It's equipment looks like new, even though it is not. So it's a good way to save money when you're setting up a new lane. And CECOP, so they are a buying group out of South Florida, trying to put together all sorts of new and innovative programs to be sort of not just a buying group, bringing in all other kinds of vendors as well, like credit card processors and so forth, to try to really help you run your business. They're very focused on private practice. So check them out as well. And they had a limited time deal. Again, this was from our last conference. I'm not sure what they're doing right now. I'll have to get in touch with them again, but you know, they were running a 1% off deal last time. So Innova, makers of systems to measure color vision, which is kind of cool. And again, they were running a deal as well. If you type in code CEwire2022, again, I'm not sure about these numbers because this was from last time, but they are running a special on their different hardware. And finally, Arctic Medical, they make a lab test, a genetic test for AMD to see what kinds of supplements might be the most appropriate for your patients to use and what might be the most effective. So check them out as well. So those are our sponsors. I know I went through it quickly, but I'm doing it because Gretchen just informed me I have somebody to check out in the chat. So.
Well, we should also have Dr. T coming on in just a few minutes. I know he's verified, so he should be here.
Great.
Who's in the chat now?
So let's see, Gretchen, what do you have for me here? Let's pull it
I've
on.
got our good friend Paul Wen, who says he does not have permission. And I asked him to double check on his email address, and he hasn't replied, but maybe he's waiting for you. So we
Okay.
need to see if our friend Paul is registered so that he can jump into the class. And when you have a
Okay.
moment, Adam, you need to put yourself on the screen so I can take a screenshot to pimp us out on LinkedIn.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So yeah, let me do that. Let me put you and me together. How about that? We can have you taking your screenshot. It'll be like an Inception kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Your daughter looks like the monster that devoured Cleveland.
It's
She-
the what?
Your daughter looked like the monster that devoured Cleveland. She's coming across as bigger than the buildings in your background.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
really
because
cool.
she peeked in. She wanted to
Right.
show me something.
It's really cool looking.
Okay, so I need to talk. Adam, you need to look at the screen so that we can take our lovely screenshot. So say cheese. Okay, I will pimp us out. Thank
Oh,
you.
nice.
So I'm do another one because I think it was turn around.
Let's see. Are you in there, Steve?
I
Oh,
might have turned my head, yeah.
yeah, we need to do another one. Hold on. Gotta pay attention. Right, hold on. Let me. All right.
All right. So
Everybody
Steve,
say cheese. Look
so-
like you're engaged. Adam, you need to look. Okay. Steve, you look like you're frowning, but I'm not taking it again.
I-
And
I
Paul
was-
looks awake, so that's good.
I was thinking.
And
Yeah,
every-
you look actually mad. Oh, look, it's Donnie Teague.
Oh, you know him. Yes.
Impossible.
He told me that I have permission to call him Donnie.
Yeah, well, she is 110% correct on that. And not all my friends get that permission. So way to go, kid.
I'm still, Your Honor, Dr. Teague. I have to get at least down a little bit to Don. Thank
I
you for
take
coming on, Don.
Don. I just don't call me late for dinner. Other than that, I'm fine.
So we've been in conversation a bit at the last couple of days about your endeavors. Why don't you explain what you're doing now? If people don't know, Dr. Teague is the icon of sports vision therapy, optometric consulting to sports teams. Why don't you tell us a little bit of your background of which teams you've consulted with, and then what you're doing now in that realm?
Can I mention one thing before I start?
Sure.
Paul Farkas,
Hello. How
that
are
gentleman
you?
right there.
We were still
When I
standing.
was in optometry school, and I probably told him this about 10 times, he came to PCO at the time, and I had the pleasure of being hypnotized by Paul Farkas. And
I did
convinced-
too.
Oh, you did? And I was convinced that there were these optometrists who were struggling in some South American country.
Starving Cubans, I believe it was.
Yes, Cubans, and needed to be saved. And I needed to make a plea to my fellow classmates that we save these optometrists in Cuba. So I just thought I'd mention that, Paul. Shows you how you never forget.
Well,
Never
you
forget.
don't realize, I spoke to Paul about this. He has some post-hypnotic suggestions. Could you now make him act like a chicken, Paul?
Okay, moving right along. All right, well,
As a matter of
let me.
fact, You want to talk about anniversaries? It just occurred to me, I started optometry school when Queen Elizabeth came to the throne the same year,
Wow.
usually.
Well, was it 52 or 53? Because he died in 52, but
Ew.
she was coronated. Her father died in 1952, but she was coronated in 53. So,
Crowns.
would you?
I came at 52.
Okay, there you go. So she was queen, but she wasn't coronated.
She had acceded to the throne, but she hadn't had her coronation.
So getting back, Don, talk about first how what an icon you are, and then we'll get to what you're specifically doing nowadays.
Is that EYECON?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Oh,
that might
thanks.
be a competitor online, but who knows?
Oh, it probably is. It probably is.
Icon, yeah.
All right, well, I don't really want to dwell on my iconic life, but I will just say this and just quickly mention why I even got into the field of sports vision, as it was been called forever, is obviously a passion for sports and realizing that that the world of sports was very naive about how important vision is to success, or when they knew that vision was important, they didn't realize you could do anything about it. And I got my christening when I was invited by 6 Major League Baseball teams to evaluate the visual performance skills of their players. How did I get that? I sent letters to the teams. It was back in the days of, probably prohibition or something like that. It was a long time ago.
You sent letters.
Yeah, exactly. But I had the pleasure of going to those teams and discovering that what they considered important, even though they knew that vision was an important thing, was, okay, read the eye chart. Let's look at your retina. See you next season. And being passionate about knowing that there was a lot more than that, I said, well, this is going to be a major part of my career. And I'm going to dedicate my professional career to helping athletes and improve performance vision skills of not only athletes, but like I had the pleasure of working with the Joffrey Ballet, and just it extended to anything and everything you can think of where improving performance through improved visual skills made some sense. So that's the beginning of my career, and I've been fortunate. And the interesting thing is I lived in a very affluent community in Connecticut, and one of my patients was the editor-in-chief of Tennis Magazine, who was an avid baseball fan as well. Next thing you know, I was working with the men and women's tennis tour. And once the trainers find out about you, they spread the word to their colleagues. So from the tennis tour, Tennis Magazine was owned by Golf Digest. And the next thing I had was the men's tour, the women's tour, the senior tour. And then great colleagues and friends like Howard Purcell invited me to head up the worldwide team for the 2008 Olympics, working with all the Olympic athletes. Anyway, my resume is like nonstop when it comes to sports. In fact, currently I've done programs, and I'll be doing some programs with the LPGA, the Women's Golf Tour.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Before you got, just to go off topic but on topic, we'll go back to what you're saying. Paul and I are always talking about ODs, optometry as a second-class profession compared to ophthalmology, because they could be pathology, they could fit contact lenses, they can do refractions, and we don't set ourselves off. You did. And there are things people can do, whether it be sports vision, neurorehabilitation, vision therapy, low vision, etc. So you provided an area that they don't enter, and yet ODs most are just happy to do the same things that ophthalmologists do, perhaps better, perhaps worse. But thank you very much for showing at least the rank and file OD. They can do things that are different to set themselves apart and make our profession at the same level or lateral to ophthalmology, just like other professions have done, whether it be osteopathy or podiatry, etc. Now, what are you doing more with? I understand that my wife is very. We were in Florida when Donna's in Florida, and she's very excited to have maybe a lesson from first Zoom and then in person from an LPGA tour member. And I hope to make her a scratch golfer after that. But go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, first of all, Steve, thank you for saying what you said. I've been preaching this for years. And, it's ironic. I would give a lecture. I've given, as you know, thousands of lectures. And I would give a lecture. And frankly, it's a very entertaining topic. So the people who attended my lectures would flock to the front and have a million questions from me. And then the next line they would say is, but you can't really make a living doing sports vision. And I would kind of like chuckle in my mind and say, oh, well, okay, great. That's great for me because I'm doing real well with it. And, when you have a passion for anything, and it's actually a pretty sexy field that I'm in compared to some of the things that you can do in eye care and healthcare. Why can't you be successful at it? And why can't it become a specialty for you? And yes, we are the pioneers and the leaders in this field, and we hold a candle to no one when it comes to improving performance and vision. And man, does that make any sense? Improving the performance of vision of athletes. They all tell you they need it. Now we're finding out that they really do need it. And a lot of them are reaching out to us. Thank God, after 25 years of, pounding away with this story, I'm getting calls all the time. I just did an interview with a tennis magazine because they reached out to me. They knew who I was and they knew all about this kind of work. So I think slowly but surely it's starting to happen. Now, I'll tell you the three things I'm doing right now. One thing I say also is I retired from my practice 10 years ago, but hopefully, like many, especially take a guy like Paul Farkas and a guy like Steve Silverberg, who may retire from practice, but they don't sit around trying to work on their suntan or whatever it might be. They get active doing other things. I'm kind of like overly active. Besides sitting on the board of Crime Stoppers, and I'm on the board at Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital in Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood, Florida. But my real exciting goals that I'm involved in now, I started a group called the A-Team years ago. We had about 67 doctors on it, not just optometrists. We had the former trainer for the New York Knicks, et cetera. And the goal there was to expose these people to projects. We worked with the the NASCAR people, Major League Soccer. I kept them very busy. I gave them suggestions and marketing ideas on how to promote. And what I've always done over the years is a consulting program. I spend 16 hours over 2 days teaching really literally soup to nuts. Not just, and my knock about people who claim they do sports vision is they go out and buy a fancy piece of equipment. They're not even sure what the thing does. They put it in their office and they say, I'm now a sports vision specialist.
Mhm.
Some people just put a pair of glasses on LeBron James or something like that. And the next thing you know, they're promoting that they're sports vision specialists. So, my course covers everything from the testing, the training, the mindset of how do you train them? What's the right sequence of training? You just don't throw them on a machine. You have to teach basic visual skills. You have to teach the visual mental part of the game. How do you teach an athlete to, in their mind's eye, see success? So I teach a whole thing from soup to nuts. And I even get into the whole new subject of concussion and how that impacts vision and athletic performance on the field. And then I also give them the brass tacks, the nuts and bolts of this specialty, like any specialty. How do you market it? How do you get PR? It's one of the greatest PR tools too, because let's face it, the media likes to hear about stories that relate to sports. So it's an easy PR tool if you know how to use it. And then what should you charge for it? What should the fees be all about? So I do this course, and I've probably taught over 100 docs in the last 4 or 5 years, but even more because I've been doing it for at least 10 years or so. I will do it in group settings in Florida. I will do it one-on-one in Florida. I will go to practices wherever they are in the country. But now, because of COVID and all the things that have taken place, and the fact that we have the beauty of Zoom and video, I now do this 16-hour course over 2 days. You're in your office or wherever you choose to be. I'm in my office. I have access to every piece of equipment you'll ever need to know. So you're always welcome to come down if you've taken my course and come to our live facility that we have in Sunrise, Florida. We work with the Florida Panthers hockey team. So that's my one passion that I'm really big on, and I'm looking to do a lot more of these virtual courses. My second passion that I'm deeply involved in now is what Steve was alluding to. I'm now going to start first through the internet as an offshoot to a podcast that I created called The Training Room. If anybody wants to listen to 34 different podcasts that are all sports, entertainment related, we actually, a subtitle is The Training Room, Stars, Sports, and Science. And we go over 34 different interesting subjects. I didn't do the voiceover. I wrote them all, and I've got Ira Joe Fisher, who used to be on CBS nationally, and he does the voiceovers. So that's what I did. I started the training room. I said, well, now that I've got this training room, let's branch off away from optometry a little bit, and let's create something called, this is what I call it, the Alpha Zone Sports Performance Academy, which is meant to, and it hasn't begun yet. We're about to kick off the website on that. And it's meant to train people of all ages, from little kids to semi-pro athletes, to college athletes, to weekend warriors like Steve Silverberg is on the golf course with his 6 handicap, which is very impressive. Seven.
I don't know.
To teach them how to be better at the game with coaches. And I, fortunately, because of all the years I've done this, I've gotten to know a lot of very, very interesting people with tremendous coaching skills. And I'm putting this A team together of coaches who will be available either through one-on-one video, clubs where groups can join a club, first through video, and then through actual live training camps. We'll do a golf training camp. We'll do a lacrosse training camp. We'll do a variety of different things. So that's my second passion, which is really about ready to get up and running, the Alpha Zone Sports Performance Academy. Anybody can sign on. There will be fees for different things, but we're also going to offer this as a pro bono service to underserved kids, people who don't have the finances to pay for coaching. So the intent is to give back a little bit too. And all of my coaches are on board with that mindset. And we're working with the women at the LPGA, for example.
And we're so lucky, Gretchen, you don't know that Donna has agreed to speak at the next conference, 2023, which is really good timing, because by then the program should be more fruitful and you'll have a better idea of how it's going with that. You sound like you spend a lot of time on the couch, boy. You're not very busy at all. It's just amazing. One question I have.
I don't even have a couch. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I have two Yankee. Well, you can't see my regular background. I have a Yankee room here, and
don't ask me about the Yankees, please. Don't ask me about the Yankees.
No.
Phillies.
One question I have, which is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. What you're doing is fantastic, and a lot of ODs might like this subject. In fact, many do, and most do. What's being done in schools? Are they teaching this at all? And if so, at what level?
That's a terrific question. You know, if you would have asked me that question like 5 years ago, or even recently, I would say, unfortunately, not a lot, but it's getting better. I mean, I could run off a laundry list of schools that are getting their feet wet. Some schools have sports vision clubs, and it's interesting when the kids start their clubs, they get a great turnout. The students are really interested in this subject. It's been a little bit sad to see that the university, the schools themselves have been slow in some cases to really make this a serious component of their training. At very least, they've made it an elective course. Now, I taught an elective course at Nova about 4 or 5 years ago for 2 years. It was at 7 o'clock at night on a weeknight.
Oh, that's really setting up for success.
You're right. 7 o'clock at night at Nova. The building or the room I was in seated about 100 students, and I had 100 students. And I'm proud to say that, and we did there were probably 10 sessions. There were 2-hour lectures on all these various subjects. Rarely was there an empty seat.
Wow, that's a high compliment to you.
Well, thank you. And I brought in some guest speakers as well. And I brought in an athlete or two, too, and a trainer or two, because it really needs to be more multidisciplinary. That's the other pet peeve I have. People in sports medicine become pigeonholed in their own specialty, and they don't interact with other specialties. So they don't understand what the other people are doing. So I've been on a crusade to form, as part of that new Alpha Zone Academy, we're going to have a sports medicine division with a cardiologist, with a athletic trainer, physical therapist, sports psychologist, bring all those groups together.
That's great. I mean, look at the base of patients you have. Literally every kid is into the little league or basketball or some sort of sport or gymnastics or doing ballet or doing dance. And the same thing for adults. I played softball till I was like 50 years old, etc. Now, not everyone, but you're not talking about somebody with keratoconus where you have 1 or 2% of your practice. It's really all your practice could benefit. I would have loved to take a sports vision course when I was 12 years old and learn how to track a baseball, etc., and various other skills. So the trouble is, do you have time to do this? Well, you make time because you have a infrastructure like you just proposed, where you'll have staff members helping you. You go outside, you do it. I did things with, I think I might have mentioned to you, with a racquetball court, where I would put an after image on somebody's eye and flicker the light, and they would follow the ball around, and they were amazed that they could actually see that they were not looking at the ball, etc. But these are things that you go far beyond that. But it's not like it's a few people, it's your whole practice that's involved with sports at some level. And
Don, if I recall, people might ask the question, how do you start doing this in practice? And I remember in practice, one of the goals I always had is we used to have a lot of young people coming in from optometry school as associates. And the question I always asked the associates was, what's special about you? How can we refer patients to you? Special. And a lot of the kids said, nothing, because, I went right from high school to college, optometry. I'm not. So you got to be special for something. What did you do during the summers? He says, well, I used to go to camp. I said, you went to camp. What did you do at camp? I said, well, I used to give tennis lessons. When you got paid as a counselor, didn't you? And you gave tennis lessons. Well, that makes you our tennis pro.
You
So
know,
now on,
I have to say this, guys.
yes,
Both.
about their tennis and they're playing indoors and having problems with their contact lenses indoors and the ghosting and all the stuff that we used to have with them.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about it. I said, we have Dr. Junko, who's our tennis pro, who's on
And
the
then you,
and she'll take care of your needs. So I was able to transfer over patients, which was my goal all of the time. The less patients I saw, the happier I was. So, and especially to a young associate. So she became the tennis pro. So at least you can start it in your practice, but obviously you got to take some courses from you to get good at it. But you can do somebody that label as
right.
the person that's the expert in your practice when you have a multi-associate practice.
But the point is, Paul, Don never took a course from anybody. You can do it from your bootstraps. It's easier with him providing the information that he is. But if you have, you make your own bed.
I just don't get it.
Well, it is, first of all, if you're old enough like I am, somebody has to be a pioneer. So that's why I had a tremendous background in sports. I really understood this. If you're not passionate for sports, don't get into that niche, find a different niche. But I want to, both you guys had made really important points that you guys should be doing my PR for me. I don't have to say anything.
I think we will be.
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me say, Steve, when you said the fact that everybody is your patient, one of my first slides in one of my presentations is, but who are my patients? And that, and I do it in almost like a sarcastic way, like, oh, who are those patients? Well, there's kids, there's adults, there's people who, everybody's active in this country today and in this world. They're participating in one thing or another. Who are your patients? Essentially everybody. And even grandma who comes into your office becomes your patient because her grandson's on the high school football team and will only go to Dr. T because he's the guru on sports. And those athletes must really demand skills and vision that I want to have too as grandma. So everybody's your patient. And then Paul, what you said is so perfect. I gave that course to Nova and I said to those students, I said, you're all ready to go out into practice and your words are my words verbatim. I would say, so what are you going to offer to these kids? Okay, great. You understand how to treat pathology. Okay, so does 10,000 other optometrists and ophthalmologists. They all know how to treat pathology. What is it unique about you that you can help the other doctor, the older practitioner that you're joining? Why would he hire you? Maybe you could bring something to the table that he doesn't. What a perfect way to get that foot in the door if you're passionate about sports and you want to bring something special to the practice. Now, not to push my course, but I believe nobody teaches what I teach for 16 hours. There are people who give a talk here and there on a subject or two, or just a little wet your palate kind of presentation, but I get into the details. And I also bring on other people in my course to talk about other components that isn't something I can talk about. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Another point is that to bring it into the practice is not going to involve buying $100,000 of equipment. It's your brain cells and techniques and small pieces of equipment that you can use. So it's not a big investment for the senior OD to have that junior come in and add sports vision as an adjunct and then hopefully as a big part of the practice. Just amazing. Do you recall, I remember way back when, I think it was in school, and you might have been working with this fellow, but there was an OD out in Long Island who was training Chico Resch, the goalie on the Islanders back in the mid-'70s with a stethoscope, etc. Was that before you were doing it? No, obviously you were doing it at that point in time also, but do you recall?
I was doing it.
He was on TV.
Yeah, I was doing it, and I'm drawing a blank on his name now, but frankly, there were guys before me who, to some degree, did something in the field, that began the recognition of this specialty. I mean, very prehistorically, way back. And eventually from Chico Resch, I started to work with John Van Beesbrook and Mike Richter and goalies. When people say, well, what athletes are relevant? First of all, almost every athlete can gain from this, but goalies for sure. Any goalie of any sport, lacrosse, soccer, any goalie. Baseball, one of the most demanding skills is to hit a baseball and be able to, that's why you get in the Hall of Fame hitting the balls successfully 3 out of 10 times. So that baseball's another, but really the list, you'd be surprised at why there are certain subtle skills that anybody can gain in any sport. Golf is another sport. It may not involve movement because you're not running or anything, but the vision and the concentration and the precision in which you swing the club based on what your eyes tell your hands to tell your body what to do is very demanding, very difficult to do. And man, we see a ton of golfers. That's one thing. And there's so many different sports you don't even think. I've had over the years, I've had skydivers. I had a guy who was a quarter-mile dirt track motorcycle racing champion who used to fly from from Southampton, England, to my office in Connecticut monthly for training. And he became an MBE, member of the British Empire. That's a title granted. He was like the Babe Ruth of quarter-mile dirt track motorcycle racing. So
one sport you could add that it's very fertile ground now, and I'll be your consultant if you'd like, is pickleball. It's becoming. When I started out playing pickleball, it was.
Ways of diagnosing conditions. The big number for optometry for the past few years has been dry eyes. Everybody is dry eyes, and if you live long enough, 2 things happen. Number 1, you're going to have dry eyes, and number 2, you can barely walk. And so, in my case, I never was a great athlete, but I was always a great swimmer. So the only thing I can still do that's athletic is swim. And I swim an hour a day. I do laps, and I put on goggles. And it's the only time my eyes don't feel dry. So if you want to use a diagnostic tool for dry eyes, have somebody wear goggles in a pool for an hour. And if your eyes feel great, you got dry eyes as a condition. So that's the way
that's a good point. And by the way, Paul, I swim also an hour every day. I got really hooked on that, and it's the greatest.
But you have so much time on your hands.
Well, I really don't, but I do that at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Good. The rest of the time is always.
But that's a very good point too. And even people say, what about swimmers? What's so critical for their eyes? Well, when you're swimming and competitively and you have to make a turn off the wall, there's a visual, cognitive, motor skill that you have to be really top notch at if you want to win that race. So it's hard to find a sport where vision does not play a role in some respect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's
I
been
have
great.
a quick question. Go ahead, Steve.
No, I defer to you.
Thank you. So, Donnie, my question is, how do you approach patients differently depending on their sport? Because you mentioned ballet, which is not something that perhaps ODs might consider as something to be treated for sports vision versus skydiving versus baseball. I mean, I'm thinking people are thinking like baseball, football, soccer. Those are the sports that people really think of for sports vision, but really that's not the case.
That's a great question. You guys, you're hitting all the good questions. That's one I've always been asked, and I think it's really relevant. That is, first of all, one of my pet peeves is that ODs spend too little time discussing things with patients. In the world they live in today, oh my God, I got 38 patients to go today, and it's only 11 o'clock in the morning. I better just okay, what's wrong with you? Great, go see my tech. We'll do this, see you next year. If you take the time, first of all, in your pre-exam questionnaire, you should have a component of that. What do you do for sports, recreation? What are your hobbies? So that's on there. If you're a smart OD, you look at that question, you just don't have them fill it out. And if you see it on there, anything, you say, well, do you play any sports? Or are you involved in any hobbies? Well, I dance. We dance. I don't know if you realize this, but there's so much visual involved in dancing. When a dancer has to make a turn left or right, first of all, the dominant eye and the dominant foot can play a role in knowing how to make that turn. So it's not only sports. So those things, if you're smart, you be proactive as the doctor and get that out there, but don't just bring it up. Talk about how you can evaluate these skills. What I always would do is say, when this exam is complete, if you're interested in doing this, we have a training room, a training center here in our practice. If you want to be evaluated, see Mary at the front desk, set up your performance vision evaluation. It takes about another hour and a half. And I've always used the approach, hard sell, soft sell. My hard sell is how great this is, which it is, and how much it can help them. And then I back away and I say, I'm not putting you in a hammerlock, no pressure. If you walk out the door right now and don't want to proceed in anything related to sports, that's your call. But be aware, we do this here, and this is a unique specialty, and athletes from all levels of sport are now embracing this more than ever. And I'll show them the room, show them some of the equipment, and that's the way I go about it.
And when it comes to expense, as example in golf, you don't know how much money I spent on lessons to get as good as I am now, and equipment changes and things. Far more than what it costs to have a program like yours that I probably could have played with my old Jack Nicklaus clubs from 1985. But you're correct. Every athlete wants to get better. I'm talking about the local yokel one, not the professional one, of course, does. But anybody who's playing local stuff, whether it be tennis, pickleball now, softball, baseball, etc. So you're making me give my heart when you said John Van Viesbroek and Mike Richter, because I have a room here with, as you know, I have a few athletes as patients also. I can't mention them because of HIPAA rules, I guess. But when they're in the practice, everybody they feel it's at a different level, because if this guy's coming to him, he must be halfway decent, or at least his partners might be.
That's true. That's very true. I think that this specialty should be embraced by young practitioners, but even older practitioners who maybe have a passion for sport. You're not too old to learn. And if you get on board and learn what to do, and then you have to get your feet wet. Like anything else, there's a component which is on the job training. You learn from me, you go out there. But my course that I give, I provide 6 months of follow-up phone calls, emails, whatever they need so that if I need to take them by the hand, if they have any questions about technology, should I get this piece of equipment? Should I have this? Once you've done my course, you'll learn that the equipment's good. I think the world we live in, we're very high tech. But that being said, if you don't have a rationale for what you're doing, how you're going to take the athlete from day one to the completion of the training, which really never ends, because there's constant reinforcement of training that you should do all your career, all your life. So the key is to take it one step at a time, learn what to do, get your feet wet. And if you take my course, I don't leave you high and dry after we complete the 16 hours of lecture. And I provide a 750-page loose leaf book that I've created that is
750 pages. My God, that is a weighty tome.
It's a big profession. It's a big specialty.
Maybe you need a PDF version.
I don't want to see, the reason I don't do that is because I don't want people distributing it. And it's not easy to sit and copy 700 pages off a book. So I keep it in book form. It's something I may not be urban boorish. It won't become boorish, book, but it'll be, and I hope it's not boorish in the way it's read. But that being said, it's my book. And I also have a book that I wrote that's available to the consumer called High Performance Vision. So, and I provide that to everybody who takes my course. and et cetera. So anyway,
I don't want to sound like a Seinfeld episode, but what you have said in the past half hour is pure gold,
Mhm.
and people should listen to it. I don't know,
Yeah.
is Adam, you there?
Adam is
Adam is
doing
I-
helping people
the
behind
tech
the
stuff.
scenes.
I am here, but I'm
Um,
frantically typing away.
But in fact, please do more than an hour in our upcoming 2023, and
I'm sure
we'll
Adam would like to run this. We'll have some free hours during our next 2 days, and with your permission, maybe we're going to run this again.
absolutely. The information is not golden. I would go to uranium or whatever is more valuable.
That start later on the West Coast might want to hear you as well.
that's fine with me. Look, I've been proselytizing this for years, and I will not stop. So I think it's important to get the word out.
I think now with social media and hopefully with this platform and your platform and us supporting each other, the word will finally get out, and maybe we'll pick up optometry by the bootstraps and do the things that we were trained to do. And the point is, your stuff isn't quantum mechanics or fitting a complicated scleral lens. It's a body of knowledge, a simple body of knowledge that you could learn. It's not, you don't have to be good in math, etc., or some other field. It just learn it, and some common sense also applies, I would assume.
Creativity. There's a lot of creativity involved too in the training. Training cannot be cookbook. You've got to understand. One of the things I do is something called the personality profile, where I assess the personality of the athlete, so I know who I'm dealing with. I mean, there are different personality types. If you get an athlete who needs to be patted on the back every time they do something well,
Sure.
well, that's the approach our trainer will do. If I get somebody who's too analytic and they want to know the why, what, and how on everything you do, well, I've had major league players who came to me, they were too analytic and they didn't last in the major leagues because they were over analyzing every pitch that was thrown to them. By the time they decided to swing, the ball was in the catcher's glove. So I want to know the personality I'm dealing with. So I always do that as part of the beginning of my training program.
That's the Bill Parcells approach. He knew how to stroke the people to be stroked. And it's been shown that the management method, whether it be the Vince Lombardi method, where you're just an ogre, or the stroking method, both work, but you have to know when to apply which to those. And you said it perfectly.
You need to know which athlete really receives that strongly and those who don't. And that's why knowing the personality really makes a difference.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, this has been golden. If you want to come back on Sunday and talk about some other things, by the way, why don't you send me some of the links to your stuff, and I'll put it in the chat room here, at least as a beginning thing to get the word out, and we can go from there in the future. And as I said to him when I was talking on the phone, we were on the phone for like 45 minutes, and most of it just schmoozing. At the end of Casablanca, says to Louis, this is going to be the start of a beautiful friendship, and he's even going to come up and play golf, and I'll give him 5 strokes. We're only about a half hour from each other in Florida, and when I get there,
you go.
Can you do 10 strokes?
I'll
the
do
negotiations
20.
start.
I'll do 15 if you do 2 hours.
Deal. Hey,
there we go.
First of all, it's a pleasure doing this with you guys. Paul Farkas has always been one of my legends, the guys that I really looked up to. So that to me is awesome. And Ms. Bailey over there is one of my favorite people in the world of eye care. The best.
Love you.
That's why she gets to call me Donnie.
You just need to sing for us next time.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a whole other career.
Another 5 hours a day. Have a nice day.
All right, guys. See ya.
Thanks, Donnie. See you later.
See ya.
Oh, Steve took a powder.
No, I just I clicked off the wrong thing. Sorry. I'll be back.
There you are.
Yeah.
You look like you're in outer space.
I mean, first of all, it was so nice when he said it's great talking to somebody much younger than me, meaning me. So that I haven't heard that in a long time. And he's just an amazing man. I mean, Paul was worried. I got some people to come on who were, let's say, not 32-year-old ODs. Could they handle the IT and the tech? Do you worry about Don Teague, Paul, at all?
Well,
Don't.
Listen, I worry about me.
Well, but
get on in the morning.
His message is so relevant to like a lot. I talk about optometry. We treat pathology, ophthalmologists treat pathology. We fit contact lenses, they fit contact lenses. We do refractions, they do refractions. And if that's all you do, you're doing what they do, but they do a lot more. They do surgery, they do injections you can't do in other states. They treat medical conditions a lot more aggressively. So how do we raise our profession when we're just a glorified almost ophthalmologist and what 98% of the OD, I'm making up a number, 95% of the ODs do? You have to do other things. And our mailer has always been functional vision. Sports vision, you could see how fertile it is, but whether it be sports vision and incorporate low vision and neurorehabilitation, and I'm sure I'm missing a couple of other fields. That's how you set yourself apart and make our profession at the same level of ophthalmology, if not the same profession as ophthalmology. If all of us want to be junior ophthalmologists, then might as well go to medical school and do cataract surgery.
Yeah, and there's no question, if you're in a relatively small city, a smaller town, if you're the optometrist doing this, you'll get you'll get patients because you can do the high school teams.
I wanted to do this and I started off doing this, but I got busy. And once you get busy and you're scheduled all day, you don't have the time with the wherewithal unless you planned it properly, which I did not. I would have, you know me, I'm a jock, I'm an athlete, and I love all these professional athletes. He went and did the things that I could have but did not do. And he's providing the information to hundreds, if not thousands of ODs to do the same thing.
And the good part is that this is a field that you can train people to do it. You don't need an optometrist.
OPT, other people's time.
You have technicians doing a lot of the work.
That's what I said. And they're just, after a while, they'll be, especially when you have the tennis guy and you have the golf guy and you have the pickleball guy, or they could learn all these things. It's just a field that, and I mean, how do you know him, Gretchen, so well?
I went down to Bradenton, Florida, and the name of the place totally escapes me right now. The big facility for sports.
Oh, not Baskin Palmer. That's the Retina Center. That's the ophthalmology.
No, this was on the west coast of
No,
Florida.
I don't know.
I'm totally blanking. But it's a place where professional athletes go for some training, and there's also an academy there for kids who are in elite sports. Oh, that is gonna bug me. Anyway, Alcon had an event there with talking about sports vision for their daily disposable contact lenses, and Don Teague was one of the speakers. I went there twice. And sometimes there was a professional athlete there once. There was Victor Cruz, and got a one-on-one interview with him, and he was with the Giants. And of course,
super nice guy. Yeah, I met him once. Yeah,
he was nice until I told him I was a diehard Eagles fan.
Well, even he had that famous 99-yard run against the Jets that set up the Giants for the Super Bowl. So he's one of my favorites.
He was a very nice guy, but Don was there as one of the doctors, and we as the media got to see some student athletes go through some of the sports vision testing, and I got some cool video and cool pictures. And so anyway, we were having some really long conversations at that time. And I had talked to him previously, like years ago, but that was the first time that we had an extended conversation, and it wasn't an interview. It was just us shooting the shit. And he is a wonderful, wonderful guy. I could talk to him all day.
I mean, what would an OD rather do? Train Olympic athletes or be locked in the room for 8 hours saying which is better, one or two? Now, you notice some things. He's a
But
brilliant...
if that isn't your thing, though, I mean, sports vision might not be somebody's niche.
But it could be anything else. But the point is that now he's a brilliant man. He's a very good people person. Did you notice one of the techniques he used, which I use also, and I very many other speakers do? You know how many times he complimented me and Paul and you about, that was a really good question, amazing how you brought that up? That is a great technique because you're making the person who asked the question feel good. He probably gets that question all the time. In other words, so it's the that's what makes him successful. And that's what students have to learn, that you just can't be good at whatever you do, whether it be drugs for pathology or fitting a contact lens, you have to be able to sell yourself. And there's some of it is you can't teach, and some of it you can.
Okay.
And that was one little technique. You realize that when you do that, everybody feels good, and the audience feels good because, hey, that was a really good question, and it might have been the same question you had 100 times, but brilliant men do brilliant things.
Hey guys.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Oh, Adam, yes, you are
And there's
back.
one of them.
I
And there's one of them.
have been listening to you guys. It was a fascinating conversation. I've been typing away while you guys have been talking.
Are you getting emails? Because the chat has been quiet.
Yeah, that's where this has been going on, and a little bit of Slack, and then mostly emails with folks. So yeah, no,
Slack?
things. So with Audentio, so I have a Slack channel open with them, you know, just asking them what's going on and so forth. But you know, mostly everything's been working perfectly. People are just signing up. You know, I think for people who just sign up late and are just signing up now, you know, there's a little bit of panic and a learning curve, right? Because they're just signing on now. They don't want to miss lectures, and so they need help. And that's why I ran away. Screaming because I wanted to actually help them because I want to make sure people who paid for this can actually get in and see it. So
By
far,
the way,
so
I
good.
have to excuse myself. My lecture's playing now. It's 1 minute in, so I'm going to
Oh yeah.
come up just for a while, and I'll be back in about 50 to 55 minutes.
All right. Well, you know
Yes,
what?
you better show up, Steve. We don't want to report you to ARBO
Yes.
for non-compliance.
Yeah, seriously.
Hi, all.
So you know what we can do? We can also take a break right now. I have a bunch of webinars to play, and so maybe we should do that. Dr. Rodman, who's giving talks here. Oh, before I do that, I want to show everybody something. This was 15 minutes ago, and this is my backyard. What you're seeing right there is not actually overcast. That is smoke. So
Wow.
the air quality index is rapidly dropping here. It smells a little bit like a campfire outside. So even though we don't have fire here on top of us right now, it's all wafting over. So
I hope you have your air conditioning system on.
we have all the HEPA filters running right now. So
Good.
yeah.
Ed, can you set it up so people don't have to register for ODwire that are registering now?
No, it is an absolute prerequisite.
No, that you have to do that. Absolutely. You don't want to shoot yourself in the foot too badly.
Yeah. ODwire is where a lot of the information is stored now, right? Like their OE tracker number, their certificates, and so forth. So they have to. Yeah.
Okay,
So
we can save yourself that energy.
Good idea though, Paul. Good idea to eliminate some hassle if possible.
well, really, what I need is an assistant here to actually, you know, sort of help me through this because I can see in the chat right now there was a question. You know, and this is the kind of thing where having somebody here read.
I was gonna say you got one in the house, baby.
Could handle it. He wants nothing to do with it, unfortunately. So, who wants to work with their father, right?
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second.
So he's witnessed too much, I guess, over the years. So
He probably has. He has PTSD.
So, but I'm going to continue helping people here. We have webinars. Dr. Rodman, who's giving a talk, is it tomorrow or today? I've lost track of the schedule. Tomorrow, I think.
I'll pull it up. Hang on. Rodman. I am looking. I don't see him. Oh, wait a second.
There she is. So
yes,
it's
tomorrow, 7 o'clock.
Yeah, so it's a 2-hour Epic One Retinal Grand Rounds. Anyway, she gave a bunch of webinars for us on ODwire, not for credit, obviously, all about OCT angiography. And I thought that would be kind of a cool thing to play right now while we take a break before our next interview comes up, and I can continue helping people here. So how about we do that for a little while, and
Okay.
and we'll.
So when do you want us back, Adam?
So we have somebody coming up in a little bit, right? In like 40 minutes, we have.
No, that got moved.
That got moved. All right. Well, why don't we come back here in about an hour?
Okay.
And we'll pick things up.
All right.
All
See
right.
everybody in a bit.
See you later.
Back at what time? Exactly?
1 hour from now.
10:18.
1 hour. We'll be back. So that's how long the webinar is. So. So yeah. All right. So I'll see you then.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. And tonight's show is all about OCT angiography. And, we did a show, I guess, just a couple of weeks ago about OCT, sort of the first one in this series, and it was incredibly well attended, and people really enjoyed it. And I was even looking more forward to this one because OCT angiography to me seems almost like magic. I know that, from the time I was a student way back when, angiography was always a very sort of invasive procedure, difficult, patients hated it, and so forth. It wasn't something you'd want to try to do routinely, but OCTA has really changed that completely. We now have access to a diagnostic test that was really quite limited before, but now you can basically use universally. So it's an incredible technology, and I'm really happy tonight to participate in this webinar because it's all about OCTA and specifically in the context of diabetes. So I guess strap in and enjoy tonight. We have Dr. Julie Rodman with us. And if you weren't at Julie's first talk, you missed something, you should definitely go back to ODwire and watch it again because it was fantastic. So I think just about everyone here knows Julie from her work at CEwire if you've taken that course. But Julie's the chief of staff at the Broward Eye Care Institute in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And she's actually published over 30 publications with an emphasis on retinal disease and a lot on OCT. And in fact, she published a book, an OCT Atlas, which is a book of case studies. And as I believe it was the first one ever written by an OD. So I couldn't think of a better person to actually walk us through tonight how OCTA works. So with that said, Julie, I think you can take control of the system, and why don't we get it underway?
Thank you, Adam, and thank you all so much for coming tonight. So I'm extremely excited about tonight's webinar in particular because, as Adam said, my biggest passion thus far in my career has been OCT and OCT angiography in particular. We were one of the first adopters of OCT angiography at Nova, and I feel pretty clinically adept at using the technology at this point. So I'm excited to share what I know with you and hope that I can make this technology a little bit more user-friendly and not as frightening to everyone this evening. So as Adam mentioned, tonight we're going to particularly emphasize diabetes. There's a lot to OCT angiography, and we will do a future webinar on more of the outer retinal portion of the eye, but tonight is going to be particularly on diabetes. So let's jump right into it. So what I'd like to kind of start off with is a simple question that I get asked really every time I talk about OCT angiography. And that question is, Dr. Rodman, why in the world do we need OCT angiography? We've been using OCT for X number of years. We've been taking, such good care of our patients. Why do we need this technology? And what I would say is that this is a profession that is changing all the time for the better. So we don't want to stick with the status quo. We want to always improve upon our technology, which in turn will allow us to take better care of our patients. So in the early 2000s, which probably a lot of you on here don't even remember, we used something called time domain OCT. And when this was introduced, I remember it was so huge for everybody because it was really the first time that optometrists or even ophthalmologists were actually able to get a non-invasive visualization of the retinal anatomy. And this provided us with obviously information that was critical to our patient care. The problem with time domain OCT is that, as you can see in the image, there's a lot of questions on what you're what you're seeing. Is this an artifact? Is it a true abnormality? So the company said, well, we got to do something about this. So a couple years later, spectral domain OCT came out. And what you can appreciate there is that the quality of the image is obviously much more dramatic and clear than the time domain OCT. And now most of us are using spectral domain OCT. We get more scans per second, allowing for a higher resolution image. But the thing to remember is that these technologies are really exclusive to structure. So when you're looking at these, it's giving us information about what's happening, again, anatomically, but it's really not giving us information about what's happening at the vascular level. So that was the piece that was missing from these amazing technologies. And so a couple of years later, again, the company said, we got to do something, we got to do better. And so that's when OCTA was introduced. And OCTA essentially is the optometrist or the retinal specialist or the general ophthalmologist way of doing an angiography without doing anything invasive. And so what you're visualizing on the right-hand side of the screen there is what the angiogram essentially is going to look like. And it looks different than the OCT B scan because you're visualizing vasculature. Okay, so the frightening part about OCT angiography is obviously looking at this image and saying, I don't know what I'm looking at. And that's fair, right? Because it's a completely different image than what we're accustomed to seeing with an OCTB scan. Pardon me, went too fast there. So when someone asks me or someone that's very passionate about OCT angiography, why do I need this technology? I would answer that it allows us to take the best care of our patients. We're going to visualize disease faster and before sometimes it's even visibly clinically. It's going to allow us to keep more patients in our practice because before the advent of this, anytime we suspected something, we had to send it out for a fluorescein. So now we're able to do this on our own. And really, I would say for the new generation of optometrists, they like to have the latest and greatest tricks on the street, and this is it. So if you're one of those people that loves new technology, this is the technology that you want to get. So just to emphasize one more time, the pros of OCT is it allows a phenomenal visualization of retinal anatomy, retinal architecture. It's non-invasive and very easy to perform. The problem, once again, is that we cannot visualize vasculature. So when you begin to do OCT angiography, what you're going to appreciate is that you never look at an OCT angiography image or an angiogram alone. You always want to look at the angiogram alongside the B-scan. When someone sends me just this image on top here, it's very difficult for me to tell them what's going on. I need to see it alongside the corresponding B-scan. The reason is, remember that one of them is going to provide us with that structural view, and the other part of it is the other image, the angiogram, is going to tell us what's happening at the vascular level. Regular OCTs are stationary images. What I mean by that is if I were to image myself right now in 10 minutes, in 15 minutes, my OCT-B scan is going to look identical, essentially, if I'm imaging the same area. But OCT angiography actually images movement. It looks at the movement of red blood cells within the retina. So because there's movement going on, anytime you take an angiogram of a patient, essentially there are going to be differences in the images because there's movement involved. It's the same idea if you were to take a picture of a waterfall. If you were to take one now, 10 minutes and 15 minutes later, those pictures are going to look very different. So these are two very different technologies that really you have to kind of look at together and in sequence to understand. And we'll go into more detail in just a minute with what that means. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see on the top the angiogram, and once again, the corresponding B-scan on the bottom. So here's really the summary of what I've been saying for the last few minutes, is that OCT is phenomenal for any elevations or depressions in tissue, things like drusen, things like fluid, any overall elevation or depression. OCTA is going to be better at visualizing either too much blood or not enough blood. So if we're suspecting that a patient may have a choroidal neovascular membrane, we may visualize that structurally, but really to determine if there's actually an active net going on, we really would need OCT angiography. Same with diabetes or vascular occlusive disease. Looking at these conditions and understanding, is the patient getting good perfusion? Regular OCT is not going to tell us that. This technology, OCT angiography, is going to allow us to kind of delve into or in depth into the vascular supply. When you look at OCTA next to fluorescein, there's a couple of things to keep in mind. They are not the same technology, and each of them have their perks and their downsides. So I'm not going to tell you that OCTA is better than FA, and I'm not going to tell you that FA is better than OCTA. Honestly, each of them have a purpose, and there are still very many times when I do need to send patients out for an FA, and these are some of the reasons here. So fluorescein angiography will allow for a very wide field image. One of the limitations of OCTA, which we're working on, is getting a larger field of view. So OCTA gives us a beautiful image of the posterior pole, but doesn't do such a good job at imaging mid-periphery and periphery. Now, there are technologies that are out there, and there are more being created that are going to allow us a wide field view, or let's say of the mid-periphery. And that's actually super important because some of these vascular diseases actually affect the mid-peripheral retina in a negative way. The other thing too we know is that fluorescein requires a dye where OCTA doesn't, so that's obviously a perk of OCTA. The OCTA actually provides better resolution than FA, and I'm going to show you that in just a few when we start going through examples. You can see things on OCTA that you can't see on fluorescein because you do not get any leakage on OCTA, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. OCTA is very affected by movement because remember I told you that this technology is based on the movement of red blood cells within the eye. So if any time the patient moves, the machine might think that that's actually a red blood cell moving. So movement in a patient that has difficulty sitting still is not the best candidate for OCTA. OCTA allows us for a three-dimensional segmentation that the fluorescein really doesn't. In fact, with the advent of OCTA, we've determined or we've learned more about what we call the deep retinal flow or the deep retinal tissue that we did not know about before in the fluorescein angiography images. So that's actually very interesting. And really what I would kind of summarize on the last thing here is that OCT angiography is very, very fast, whereas FA takes time. Patients have side effects from the dye. So it's a little bit of, you have to be more careful when you recommend a patient have FA versus OCTA. I mean, you can do OCTA 10 times in a row and there's really no negative effect except maybe for a dry eye on the patient. So how does this technology work? So essentially you sit the patient down same way behind the machine and you're going to capture two sequential OCTA B-scan images, which is what you see on the left-hand side here. So you're going to click once, you're going to click twice. These two images are what we call our parent images. From these images, there's about 10 or 11 sister images that are created. The machine takes those sister images and looks for any differences in signal or in reflectivity between those images. If you think about it, the only thing that should differ is something that's moving, okay? And we're not going to see that on the OCT scan. However, the machine has an algorithm or a way of assessing and looking for those differences. So we take those images and then we get what's this middle picture called the OCTA B-scan with flow overlay. Anywhere that you see red on that flow overlay image is an area where the algorithm or the machine said, you know what, there was a difference in the reflectivity between my different scans. So because, once again, because anytime there's a difference, it's going to be thought to be motion, those are going to be areas where there is suspected blood. Now, it makes sense that you would have red dots up in the inner retina because this is where our vascular source, our capillary network lies. It would also make sense that you would have heavy red down in the choroid because we know that the choroid is made up of all blood. With OCT angiography, the interpretation piece comes in looking at areas where you shouldn't have any blood. For example, the retinal pigment epithelium. That is an avascular tissue. So looking at the RPE and noticing little red pieces like this in the RPE, you have to start asking yourself, is that artifact or is there actually an abnormality on the OCT B scan? So this image is quite important and actually a very integral part when you're learning to interpret OCT angiography. From this B scan, the machine then takes what we call en-face or coronal cuts through the B scan. Those coronal cuts create angiograms that are going to correlate with different levels of the retina. So this angiogram, which you can see on the bottom here, this white line is pretty high up. That means we're probably cutting through somewhere up in the inner retina. As you go further down, this line is going to move further down, and this angiogram is going to look different in appearance. I'm going to show you what I mean right now. So if you look at this kind of schematic of the retina, these are the different layers. We have the inner retina on top, we have our retinal pigment epithelium, we have our choriocapillaris. So when you start to take en-face cuts in the same manner, like this, coronally across the retinal anatomy, you're going to create different looking angiograms. So here's an example of what I'm talking about. If you look on the left, you'll see the top angiogram is called the superficial plexus. That superficial plexus is the blood supply feeding the most superficial part of the retina. So what you're noticing here are capillaries. This is the foveal avascular zone. That is why it's black. So on angiography, anywhere that you see black is an indication that there's no perfusion there, okay, or no blood supply, I should say. So this appearance is what the superficial capillary bed looks like. And what this is telling us is that's essentially, give or take some microns, the inner limiting membrane to, let's say, the inner plexiform layer. As you move more posterior through the retina, this next area is fed by what we call the deep capillary plexus. The deep plexus looks a little bit different. You can see that the capillaries look more truncated, they're shorter, they're more stout. And we still have the foveal avascular zone here. So this is the layer that fluorescein angiography actually does not pick up upon. So this is extremely, we've learned so much about disease processes that originate in the deep plexus, for example, macular telangiectasia, because fluorescein doesn't allow us very good visualization of that plexus. As you continue to move more posterior, you're going to hit the retinal pigment epithelium and the area surrounding it. That area, as I mentioned before, is an avascular area, so that is why this slab is completely black. Remember, black means no flow, no blood vessels. When you see a white area within the avascular slab, you need to ask yourself once again, is that an artifact or is that actually an anomalous area? And then the most posterior area is going to be the choriocapillaris. And the choriocapillaris slab should be white like this, like a sponge, because remember that the choriocapillaris is a blood-filled tissue. So understanding and remembering or recognizing these four slabs, or depending on the technology, might be give or take a couple of slabs, but understanding what these slabs look like is really essential in understanding osteoangiography. So when you sit the patient down behind the machine, you're going to have choices, right? You're going to decide, what do I want to image? When you're imaging the retina, we have three choices. We have a 3x3 scan, a 6x6, or an 8x8. What that essentially means is that a 3x3 is 3 millimeters horizontal, 3 millimeters vertical. 6x6 again is the same, 8x8 is bigger. So the automatic question you're probably wondering is, well, why wouldn't I just do an 8x8 on every patient? And the simple answer is that the bigger the scan, the less resolution. So a 3x3 scan is going to give us much better resolution than a 6x6 scan. So and then an 8x8. So what I like to do is I like to start off usually with a 6x6, which is a really nice kind of middle of the road scan. And if there's something that I need to see in more detail, then I will run a 3x3. An example of that is on the right-hand side of the screen. This scan over here is a 6x6. You can see the foveal avascular zone right here. And what I'm noticing is that, and I'm going to talk about this in just a little bit, is there are some anomalous vessels around the FAZ or foveal avascular zone. So what I then do is I do a 3x3, which will blow up this foveal avascular zone in a lot of detail, allowing me to visualize these anomalous vessels in a much more distinct way. When you're doing the disc, we have the same idea, 3x3, 4.5 by 4.5, or 6x6. And really, this just summarizes what I just said. The smaller scan sizes are going to give you a lot more detail, but a smaller field of view. Something that OptiView or now Visionix has in their technology is the availability of this montage image. The montage image will allow you to merge together the optic nerve head and the macula. So you can see that here. You'll scan the optic nerve, you'll scan the macula, and automatically the machine will merge those images together, allowing for about a 10x6 millimeter image. This is kind of the way that we get around that limited field of view that I talked about before. So there are some solutions to kind of getting a little bit further out than just doing a scan all by itself, meaning a retina scan or an optic nerve head scan. Okay, so the fun part of this is what we're going to do now. This is taking this information and applying it to the clinical setting, which is really what we all care about. So when we're talking about OCT angiography, it's very important to understand what layer of the retina the disease affects. So for purposes of today's conversation, we're doing diabetes. So diabetes is a disease that affects the neurosensory retina. The neurosensory retina is essentially the area kind of above the RPE, above the ELM. So we're looking really up here at this area. If you recall from my slide before on anatomy, the angiograms that correlate with the inner retina are going to be the superficial plexus on the left and the deep plexus on the right. You can again notice on the bottom, the white line is pretty high up, indicating how high up we are in the retina. And the purple one is kind of in the middle, indicating we're moving a little bit further down into the retina. So for the purposes of diabetes, the slabs of interest are going to be the superficial and deep capillary plexi. There is literature now, and we'll talk about it in just a minute, on some of the other slabs, but for purposes, really, for the most cases, these are going to be the slabs that you want to focus on. So on the top of this slide, I have what I call the control. I always tell my students that if you don't know what normal looks like, you're never going to appreciate abnormal. So I put that up there so that you'll be able to compare the diabetic eye versus the control eye. So some common findings, and there are more, in diabetes include, number one, just retinal capillary non-perfusion. So I told you before that retinal capillary non-perfusion is going to be black. So if you see areas, and I put the red arrows there, if you see areas that are black, those are areas that are not getting enough vascular supply. So if you look up at the control, you'll notice that around the foveally vascular zone, you're not going to see those big black pouches. The second thing are microaneurysms, which are capillary outpouchings. So something to keep in mind is that a microaneurysm is, again, the blood is still within the blood vessel. It is an outpouching of the blood vessel. Think about a hemorrhage. In a hemorrhage, the blood has left the blood vessel. Remember that OCT angiography can only image blood within the blood vessel. Remember, red blood cells within the blood vessel. So microaneurysms will image most of the time on OCT angiography, but hemorrhages will not, because hemorrhages are leaking out of the blood vessel. So one of the reasons that we get such beautiful visualization on OCT angiography is we don't have the noise from the leakage. So those little white spots that I circled with the red circle there are little microaneurysms. The other thing you might see is general enlargement of the foveally vascular zone. So you can see that more black means less perfusion, results in larger size of the FAZ. So let's look at an example. This is a 45-year-old African-American female who comes in so proud of herself. She says, Dr. Rodman, my blood sugar is excellent. I don't know the number, but my A1C is 7, and I'm really, really proud of myself. And you guys probably remember that the A1C that we want is 4 to 6. So she's a little bit elevated, but in my clinical setting, an A1C of 7 is actually pretty good. So I'm okay. I'm like, okay, this is going to be a fabulous exam. I take a look at her retina. You can see the picture here, and pretty unimpressive, right? It looks good. She may have, one little microaneurysm there. And her OCTB scan looks uneventful except for some vitreomacular adhesion. So at this point, before the advent of OCTA, I would have told my patient that you're right, you are doing amazingly well. I'm going to send a note to your primary care physician, letting them know how well you're doing. But you know what's coming, because this lecture is on OCT angiography and taking the best care of your patient. So we do OCT angiography on our patient, and this is what we see. And you'll recall from what I just told you before that some of the warning signs of positive diabetes would be things like large pockets of capillary non-perfusion, microaneurysm formation, and general enlargement of the FAZ. And so the question that always comes up, at this point, whenever I give this lecture is, okay, so what? what would you do differently? Well, I think the answer here is really the education piece, because 2 minutes ago, I just said I would have told this patient to continue to do what she was doing, whether that means going home and eating a brownie or, excuse me, sitting on the couch and watching TV with the remote in her hand. But now, with this information, my education to this young lady is going to be very different, right? We need to take a different approach because we see these early changes that we did not see from the structural standpoint. So understanding also that the primary care physician may have thought that whatever this patient was on, it was adequate, when really it's not adequate. So to me, that is the most important part. If my doctor tells me to keep doing what I'm doing, I'm going to keep doing it. Whereas if I were to know that what I was doing was not working and that bad things were on the horizon for me, I would change my behavior. Here's a proposition. The top is what I just showed you. What if a year later, this is what happened? Okay, so this is just something to think about. Changes build upon each other. If changes are not made, good changes, and if good changes are not made, the problems are going to get worse. And you'll notice on the bottom picture there that is just a mess, right? We can't even really visualize in the deep capillary plexus here. You can't even visualize the border of the FAZ because there is so much capillary non-perfusion. And so this is an example of something that could happen potentially to a patient that we don't kind of make changes to at that early stage. This is a 45-year-old glaucoma suspect. You can see the optic nerve obviously is quite glaucomatous, diabetic for 5 years. And he candidly reports to me that, Dr. Rodman, my blood sugar is not the best. Every medication that my doctor puts me on, I've had trouble with, and I'm sure that this sounds very familiar to all of you. These are really real problems that these patients have, and he's trying, but he's not doing the best job, and he recognizes it. And, you look at his picture here, and it's not really that impressive. He's got some vascular changes. He probably has high blood pressure as well. But don't see anything blatantly obvious, at least from the diabetic standpoint. So here's that picture again. And there's what's going on his OCTA. And guess what? He's got a lot of problems. Okay, so he's got this, again, pardon me, really generalized enlargement of the FAZ. He's got anomalous vasculature here that is kind of going into the FAZ. So just a lot of capillary looping, we call it. So not really the best image in a patient that really did not look that impressive without osteangiography. And there I blew up the macular area just to show you that from the clinical standpoint, there's really nothing there. Okay, so this is something that we all would be very easy, all of us would miss it, without getting this angiogram. This, once again, would be a patient that you would say, what, don't worry about it. Even though you're having trouble with your medication, your eyes look phenomenal. And guess what? They really, really don't. So this would be a beautiful way of explaining to the patient that something needs to be done. This is a really nice picture of what I was telling you before, how OCTA gives you much better resolution than fluorescein angiography. So on the left is the fluorescein, on the right is the OCTA. And I always like to kind of point to this little area here, this anomalous vessel, and how it almost kind of just blends into the background, and you can really appreciate it on the OCTA. So this is because, once again, there's no leakage. So these hot spots here are all hemorrhages, which are going to leak on FA, but you're not going to see them on OCTA. So yes, there are definitely downsides to not being able to visualize leakage. But what I would say is that when you're trying to identify anomalous vasculature, not having leakage is definitely a plus. Let me give you another example. These are all going to be examples, which I think are going to be helpful to all of you. So this is a 55-year-old African-American male. He's got no diabetic retinopathy on the fundus exam. I don't have the fundus image here, but there was no retinopathy. But this was the issue. He was 20/50. And the problem is that he's only 55. So the first thing that comes to mind is always, oh, it's got to be lenticular changes. The patient's got to have a cataract. But guess what? No cataract. He's only 55. So, you're thinking to yourself, without osteoangiography, you're looking at him and you're scratching your head. And really, if you didn't have this modality, you're almost forced to send it out because you have to sign off on your chart and you have to explain why the patient is 20/50. We luckily had osteoangiography, so we got it. And you can see here once again this very anomalous FAZ. You can see a huge microaneurysm. You can see tons of capillary non-perfusion. So this technology has given or shed more light on a term called macular ischemia. And what macular ischemia essentially means is clinically, we're not seeing anything, but at that vascular level, there is a high level of ischemia going on, resulting in decreased vision. So really the definition of this term is, from a clinical standpoint, we really don't see anything, but there's a functional deficit. There's a functional deficit that we can't account for. And having the angiography image explains that functional deficit. So I'll emphasize here that without this technology, legally, you would need to explain why this patient's vision was down, and that would be very challenging without this. I'll also lend a little clinical pearl. Macular ischemia is not that easy to treat. So if you saw this and you said, Mr. Jones, I'm going to send you over to retina for an anti-VEGF injection, you're going to do really, really well. That would probably be a misleading line. The reason is that anti-VEGF targets anomalous vasculature. Obviously, it will try to target areas of ischemia as well, but it's not as effective as in a patient that has, let's say, neovascularization. So we want to be careful what we tell patients that have macular ischemia. It's, again, not going to have the same visual prognosis as a patient that has macular edema. This is a patient here that had a history of panretinal photocoagulation, and he reports with reduced vision bilaterally. Once again, the patient doesn't have lenticular changes. And looking at the fundus images, you can certainly see that the patient had extensive PRP. But the maculas actually looked like the best part of the image, right? They're not not the clearest, but you can certainly see that there's no laser scars directly in the macular area. So once again, you ask yourself, in the absence of any optic disc pallor, in the absence of any blatant macular issues, why is the patient's vision reduced? And here you can see the 4 slabs on top that we talked about before. I have the red box focusing on the slabs of interest, and you can appreciate, wow, the really anomalous FAZ, this very anomalous kind of, again, capillary loop here, lots of microaneurysm formation, just a lot of blunted vessels that are just kind of stopping midair, and in the deep plexus as well. So this patient, even though they've been treated and we don't see any, quote, active disease, proliferative or non-proliferative, there's certainly a lot of indication there has been a deep-seated ischemic process in this eye. And this is the other eye, very similar to the right eye, the same thing, just a very anomalous appearance to the fovea, the area surrounding the fovea, lots of capillary looping and telangiectatic anomalous vessels. Here's another patient. This is a 50-year-old diabetic female. She's been diabetic for 10 years. Her A1C is 5.9 and her vision is normal. We know that the longer the patient has had diabetes, the more prone they are to developing retinopathy. And 10 years is a good amount of time. But her A1C is really good. Her vision is good. Okay, so these are, her pictures. And once again, aside from being a glaucoma suspect, which almost all of my patients are glaucoma suspects as well, I wasn't majorly impressed. And I'm going to kind of humble myself for a minute and just give a shout out here to this camera. This is a center view in the DRS Plus. And the reason I'm giving a shout out is because when I looked at this patient, I did not see anything. I'm going to be 100% honest. I looked on 90. I thought the patient looked fantastic. And then I took some images. And when I took the images, I was like, oh my goodness, look what I missed. And so let me kind of blow these up to show you. It's much more prominent on the left eye than on the right eye, but hopefully you can appreciate this anomalous vasculature here. And it's funny because when I was in the room, I'm like, yes, this patient looks excellent. And then I took the pictures, and the student and I looked at each other, and we were like, how did we miss that? So phenomenal camera, phenomenal images. Regardless, this patient had this anomalous vasculature, but yet they were 20/20. So you know what's coming next is I did angiography. So this is the superficial plexus. You'll see on the right-hand side of the screen here. This is kind of the view where you can pick any slab and get a larger visualization of that slab. So this is the superficial plexus here, and these are those anomalous vessels. And what essentially you're seeing here are probably some microaneurysms, once again, capillary looping, lots of areas of capillary non-perfusion kind of all over the place, big chunks of capillary non-perfusion. This is that en face cut where you can visualize some of these vessels. But the really cool thing is that the B scan really showed nothing, right? The B scan is showing a completely normal retina. So let's say you saw this patient and you were suspecting, is that neo? Is it IRMA? I mean, what could it be? It would be very rare to have a neovascular response just in the macula, but it certainly looked that way. But this is really identifying that these changes look like, again, anomalous vasculature with some microaneurysm formation. And let me just go back here. This is the deep plexus here of the right eye. You can see that these vessels go all the way through to the deep plexus. And here's the left eye, the eye that was much more visible clinically. Once again, a lot of anomalous vessels, a lot of areas of capillary non-perfusion, and the deep plexus. So I will just kind of, the recap of this is that if I didn't have good technology, whether it be the camera, whether it be the OCT angiography, I probably would have dismissed this patient and said, okay, you know, you're doing really well, A1C is great, we'll see you in a year. The problem is that this is going to lead to what I showed you at the beginning of this presentation is 1 year later, what if? You ask yourself, what if? Having this amount of capillary outpouch, remember that microaneurysms are the first sign of damage in the eye. Having this amount of damage is going to lead to progression of changes fairly rapidly. So understanding that this exists and really calling attention to it, and you can see here that it's not proliferative, it was extremely helpful to us. This also highlights, which I'll talk about a little later on as well, the availability of this multi-scan view. So what I did, just because I thought this patient was so interesting, is I had seen her in March of 2022 recently. I asked her if she would come back about a month and a half later. I wanted to see what these vessels were doing. I was really curious. And so this technology allows for outstanding kind of a trend analysis multi-scan view, where it lines up for you the images identically. So you don't have to worry about it. You can look at any slab you want, and the machine will automatically line up the images, and you can look at every single area and see what's going on. And not that I was expecting to see any change, but guess what, guys? Look at this area here. This is only a month and a half later. Look at this large area of capillary non-perfusion. This was only a month and a half before. And remember, this is lined up identically. So it's kind of just a really nice visualization of the changes that are happening at this subclinical level. And this is the left eye, same idea. Multi-scan view, same idea of the visualization from one visit to the next. This here is a 62-year-old Indian male, diabetic for 20 years. So we're expecting there to be retinopathy after 20 years. He says he has high blood sugar levels, and he also reported a recent decline in his vision greater in the right eye than in the left. And you're probably looking at these and you're like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm not really sure what to look at first. So what I wanted to do here is I wanted to kind of break down the images with the angiography so you can see how useful this technology is. So here's my right eye. What a mess, right? You look at it and you can see there looks like there is some type of fibrous proliferation here. There looks to be anomalous vasculature here, anomalous vasculature here. There looks to be some more fibrous stuff going on here. You're probably looking at this and you're thinking, okay, you know, hopefully everybody would send this out. Okay, hopefully everybody would look at this slide and say, or this image and say, there's definitely proliferative disease here because of all of this fibrous area of tissue. But I really wanted to break this down just to show you how cool the angiography is in really identifying images of areas of proliferation. So let me actually go back here. Two very succinct areas for me were this area here, and maybe up here, there was also some anomalous stuff. So when you look at the angiogram, what you're going to appreciate here, and I always kind of look at the fovea because that helps me to localize where I am. What you're going to notice is this big frond here of anomalous vessels. This is all neovascularization, this whole area. So embedded within this fibrous proliferation is the neovascularization, which would make sense, right? And neovascularization leads to this fibrous proliferation, which eventually can lead to a retinal detachment. And the other area of interest was up here. I said that it looked a little bit anomalous to me, and it certainly is anomalous. Here is the anomalous vasculature. So kind of, neat that you can actually identify very specific areas. And I'm going to show you how you could tell that this is not IRMA, which we'll go into in another case in more detail. But on the OCT-B scan, you can see this area up here living in the vitreoretinal space. Remember that neovascularization, new blood vessel growth, lives in the vitreoretinal space. So the fact that it's living up above the retina is an indication that it's not IRMA, because IRMA is intraretinal. So this is definitely proliferation corresponding with this area over here. The other eye was the quote unquote better looking eye. However, you'll notice that there are also a lot of anomalous areas. You can see over here, there looks to be a lot of anomalous vasculature. And I would say, this area here is the highlight of at least what I'm looking at. There's a lot of exudation in the retina as well. But as far as looking for a proliferative response, this is where my attention would be. So once again, find your fovea, kind of look at where the blood vessels cross. And down here, you can appreciate this neovascular area. You will also appreciate here that what I mentioned before, the field of view is limited. Okay, so that's one of the limitations that we're working on, trying to come up with a way to get farther out. But you can definitely appreciate this neovascular frond. But what's even cooler here is that looking at this image, I wasn't impressed that there was any other area on here that was consistent with proliferative disease. And there definitely was. There's a huge area up here, which is probably embedded somewhere within here that we just can't see. And there's another one over here. So somewhere near the optic disc. So this technology is it's incredible, because not only does it pick up the obvious ones like this, but it also identified areas that were not as obvious to me. And you can see down here as well on this structural B scan, this area over here, which is once again living in that vitreoretinal space, indicative of a neovascular response. And yet another, at fast glance, doesn't look too bad, but does it? Once again, you look at this, and if you're just looking at it quickly, it doesn't look too bad. There's vitreous debris kind of floating around. There might be some microaneurysms down here, but there is a problem, and that red arrow is pointing to this big problem. And you would never guess, this is crazy, but if you move your lines, your segmentation lines up to the vitreoretinal interface, look at this neovascularization. I was so impressed by this. It was just such a phenomenal image. So understanding, God, this is weird. I didn't think patients would get a neovascular response with very limited retinopathy, but this is a very ischemic eye. And maybe this would have been missed without looking at the angiography and understanding how to move the lines and kind of really hone in on this anomalous area. This is a fantastic capability of the AngioView. It allows us to use colors to localize lesions. So what this scale on the side is showing us is that these different colors correlate with the level of the retina that you're at. So if you click on color overlay over here, that will take you to this kind of mapping. And anything that's living in the vitreoretinal interface, meaning neovascularization, is going to be green. And that's what that means, vitreous green. So looking at this image, and I blew it up for you, this whole area down here was this area here. So it shows you that that area is living in the vitreoretinal interface. and you can really see it here, how nicely it highlights. You can also appreciate these little prickly, little spiking pieces here, which once again are living above the surface of the retina in the vitreoretinal interface. This is a patient that had proliferative disease, so a 67-year-old Hispanic male, 14 years diabetic. The vision of my left eye is weird, times 2 months. He's missed his last 3 annual exams, and you can see very obvious neovascularization of the disc. I would say that some cases don't need OCT angiography as much as other cases. This is one where it was very obvious that he had neovascularization of the disc. But this is just another example of that color overlay feature. You can brilliantly image or brilliantly visualize the green vasculature here, indicating that we are up in that vitreoretinal space. And you can also visualize on the flow overlay image this piece extending anteriorly into the vitreoretinal space. The red within that little kind of strand is an indication that there's actually an active blood source in there, and that would be consistent with there being a neovascular response. This shows you here that if you weren't sure that this was actually neovascularization, you can position your line, which I showed you on a few slides before, but you can position your line at the vitreoretinal interface, and that will show you whether or not this whether there is neovascular response above the level of the retina. If this was intraretinal, this slab would be black. So this is just showing you what you can do by moving those lines. This is another classic case of, does this patient have IRMA? Do they have neovascularization? And you can see here that there are anomalous vessels everywhere here, okay? Just tons and tons of anomalous vessels. So I'm going to show you here how to use the slabs, or customizing the slabs, as I said before. Here's a nice big magnified view of those anomalous vessels. So what you can see on the bottom here is, a B scan. There's some vitreous debris up here, but you say to yourself, what is this? Is this neo? What is it? Is it just vitreous? Very difficult to tell, especially in the presence of all of this anomalous vasculature. So what you would do is you would take your lines that you can see here, and you would move them directly to the vitreoretinal interface. If this was vitreous, this slab would be black. If it was neovascularization, you would actually see an anomalous vessel here. So again, understanding how to manipulate the technology, understand how to move your lines into a custom slab so that you can appreciate and make the most of the technology. So this is what neovascularization would look like. The slab would be completely black if this was just a vitreous strand. This shows you, as I showed you before, the difference in the technologies between fluorescein and OCTA in a proliferative case. Pardon me. So remember that neovascularization is going to leak. So on the FA, you can see all of this leakage, but look how brilliantly you can visualize the anomalous vasculature on OCTA, because these vessels are not going to leak. It's the anomalous vasculature. The blood is still within the blood vessel. Okay, so for the last part of this, I want to talk about something that's exclusive to OptiView called angioanalytics. Angioanalytics has made a major change in the way that I view OCTA. The reason is that we never understood how patients compared to each other. So we would do a scan and we would say, yeah, we see that the FAZ looks like it may be enlarged, but how do we know? How do we really know if that FAZ is enlarged, or is it just large for that patient, right? So this technology, and only OptiView has this. So here's an example, right? You have a patient here that on the left, that's a normal eye. And what this does for you is it measures, you can see the yellow line here, it's an automatic quantification technique of the size of the foveolae vascular zone, and the yellow around it is a measurement of the perimeter. Studies are telling us that not only is the size of the FAZ important in predicting progression, but so is the size of the perimeter. So here are the measurements. The FAZ is being measured as 0.172, perimeter as 1.806. So the machine automatically tells you this is what this patient's FAZ is measuring at. Looking at the diabetic eye, you'll see it looks quite different. The diabetic eye has a larger FAZ, larger perimeter area, or larger areas of capillary non-perfusion. And those numbers get even bigger in the more advanced diabetic eye. Now, I will tell you that patients vary in the size of their FAZ. So what might be normal for one patient might not be normal for another patient. So the best thing to do is use the patient as a measure of progression. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So here's an example. Here's a patient that we saw in 2015. The FAZ was measured as 0.171. So that we're going to consider the baseline FAZ size. This is a diabetic patient. We bring the patient back a year later for their diabetic eye exam, and we're trying to determine, is the patient stable or not? And once again, we use this automated FAZ quantitative assessment, and the machine is now measuring the FAZ as 0.241. Remember that bigger FAZ equals less perfusion, less capillaries. So this patient is worsening. And then we see them back in 2017, and now the FAZ is 0.305. So what's happening to this patient is we have a way of actually quantifying the size of the FAZ and the size of the change in perfusion. Whereas if you didn't have this technology and all you were doing was looking at images, it might be easy to see that this one and this one look different, but what about this one and this one? And what about moving forward? So this actually provides us with data, with numerical data on how the patient's doing. Here's another example. Kind of, again, don't stress on the numbers. I don't really want to emphasize the numbers, but what I want you to appreciate once again is looking at how the measurements differ, how the capillaries differ between scans, and how this machine automatically provides that information for you, depending on, once again, the level of retinopathy. There's also another part of this angioanalytic piece called non-flow area. So this gives you the ability to take your mouse and just click on any area that looks dark, and the machine will automatically calculate how much no flow there is based on where you click. So let's say you were interested in looking at this particular area over time. You just take your mouse, you click it, it's going to turn yellow, and up here it's going to automatically summate the amount of no flow in the designated areas. Once again, this is another way of assessing or tracking progression over time in a pre-designated area. You also can use color. Color will help us with vessel density. So warmer colors, more perfusion. So you can see here that in case of mild NPDR, lots of nice warm colors surrounding the FAZ. As we progress through the stages of diabetes, you can see how the scans are getting cooler and cooler. And you may wonder, well, can I get a percent saturation? Meaning, can somebody measure for me how dense each area is? And the answer is yes. The software will even give you a percent to tell you this area is 14% saturated. This area is 25% saturated. So every part, and that's what these squares are showing. Every part or every piece of the technology is quantifiable and trackable. And here's an example of that exact thing that I just said. Here you can see how every quadrant has a number. So here's a patient that we saw in 2015. The FAZ was measured as a percentage density of 30, this area 46, this area 44, and so on and so forth. And you can see over time how each of these areas is changing on a percent density scale. I mentioned before, just, this is really kind of a topic that needs a lot more research, but looking at the choriocapillaris and assessing it, really assessing it for change. The choriocapillaris is not one of the segmentation pieces that we look at, or the angiograms that we really put a lot of emphasis on in diabetes. But you can see here that these are choriocapillaris slabs, should be nice and dense like this one in a healthy eye. And what you'll appreciate in a diabetic eye is that you can see more and more darkness. These are just color coded, but it would be the same in black and white. When we get to the proliferative angiogram, there's so much black, indicating that this diabetic eye may actually have disease in the choriocapillaris or ischemia in the choriocapillaris as well. Once again, this is something that needs a lot more research. And this is just an example on black and white. Control eye, choriocapillaris, nice, homogeneous, spongy appearance. This is a diabetic patient, and you can see the choriocapillaris that has these dark areas that we're suspecting are correlating with capillary non-perfusion. And that's just kind of a blown up appearance of this and what it looks on the en-face. So Adam, that is the end of my part. Happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, Julie. And let me open up the questions box here. So remember, if anybody has a question, feel free to pop open the box that says questions and type right in there, and we will get to them. So let's see. Clinical question here. So are there similar vasculopathic changes in patients with hypertension or dyslipidemia?
Yes, hypertension may show areas of capillary non-perfusion. We don't necessarily look at the foveally vascular zone as much as we do in diabetes, but you may see overall capillary non-perfusion really in any microvascular disease, because hypertension also affects the inner retina. It's a disease of the neurosensory retina. So same idea, we're looking at small blood vessel disease. So anytime the capillaries are affected, you can essentially get a change in that density or the homogeneity of the vessels. So the answer is yes.
Right. Practice management question here. So right off the bat. So, we had a webinar actually on screening a few weeks ago where you can do OCT on a wide variety of patients. What about with OCTA? What kind of patients do you actually do the scan on? This isn't something that you screen everyone with, right?
Correct. So unfortunately, right now, OCT angiography doesn't have a separate billing code. So what I would say is that if you're doing OCT and you have this technology, I would probably say you might as well just do OCT angiography, because remember that you have to get OCT scans to get OCT angiography. So you're going to get some really nice OCT-B scans along with the angiograms. Would I do it on every patient? Absolutely not. I try to do it on my diabetic patients, because that doesn't mean that it always happens. I try to do it on my diabetic patients, especially because it provides so much information preemptively. Definitely do it on my AMD patients, which hopefully will be our next webinar, but that actually picks up a lot of stuff that is very difficult to see clinically as well. So I would say those would be the two subsets of patients that I try to scan the most, is diabetes and AMD. But no, it is not needed on every single patient. But it is fabulous for a practice that has a lot of medical retina, because it's great at picking up stuff. But that's kind of the long-winded answer to your question.
Right. I guess sort of a related question. In terms of actually acquiring the scan, if you're doing a B scan, how much extra time is it typically, and is it difficult if the patient moves? Do you have to start over? What's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take very long at all. Each scan takes, it's the same as acquiring, maybe a couple seconds longer than acquiring a B scan. So you have to get 2 of them. I would say 30 seconds. I mean, it's really very, very fast. Now, if you have a difficult patient that either moves a lot or has a poor tear film or has lenticular changes, it is challenging. Okay, OCT angiography is definitely going to be challenging on those patients. And something to keep in mind, which I'm glad you brought up here, is that having poor signal strength on the OCT angiography, meaning, a patient again has a poor tear film or a cataract, it is going to very negatively impact the OCT angiography. It makes it very difficult to interpret and appreciate what is actually poor scan quality and what's actually poor capillary perfusion. So it's not perfect for everybody. We can do it on, I would say, 80% of patients, it's effective, but there are limitations, and you have to know those limitations when you're doing the technology.
Right. Interesting. Another practice management question. You guys are going in that direction tonight. Do you, and I think you mentioned this in screening too, you use the scans a lot of the time to send out to primary care practitioners, and I guess in this case, endocrinologists as well. The question is, do these other specialists understand what they're looking at if you actually send them reports?
Yeah, I mean, I don't usually send them images. What I will do is tell them that we have, that we have this. I tell them that we have an angiography image, which allows for, visualization of the retinal blood flow, and that it is identifying areas where the retina is not getting enough blood supply. So what I try to do is to really kind of spell out for them, instead of showing them what's going on. I might say that, we don't see anything clinically, because they might be really good at, picking up the direct ophthalmoscope and looking in the back and not seeing anything. So I think it's important to tell them that, even though you might not see anything clinically, we're able to visualize these changes at a, microscopic level, which is telling us that this patient actually has, stuff going on. So pictures, not so much, and it's a great question. No, they don't know what they're seeing. So that's usually, at least in my opinion, not the most helpful. I will tell you that when I send images to the retina specialist, they do know how to interpret these, and that is oftentimes very helpful, especially if they haven't done a fluorescein, or if fluorescein is contraindicated in a patient, then these scans are very helpful.
Right. Question here, again, this has to do with acquisition, I think, and how long it takes. You showed a scan earlier. It was like two of them stitched together, right? It was sort of like a wide view.
Montage.
Yeah, the montage. There we go. Got the word right. So with the montage image, did that take extra long to scan? How does that work?
So you have to acquire an optic nerve head scan, and you have to acquire a macula scan. So it's almost the same as doing, if you had a patient coming in for glaucoma, you would do a glaucoma OCT, meaning GCC RNFL, and then you would do, let's say you would do macula if you we're trying to visualize something else. So, I mean, it might take a little bit longer, but we're not talking about a long period of time, and the machine automatically will fuse it for you if you click the montage feature. So understand that once you get good at scan acquisition, which it's not difficult to acquire the scans, it's really not very much longer. I promise you that. The harder part with those angiographies is in the interpretation. The acquisition is the easy part. Learning to interpret, which is why we're doing these webinars, is sometimes the harder part, but once again becomes a lot easier as you begin to see the same type of entities over and over.
Right. And question here, additional resources. So someone who's just getting started out, obviously webinars like this, are a good way for people to get introduced to the subject. Mm-hmm. But what other additional resources would you recommend for people who want to look at a whole bunch of scans?
Right. Well, I will tell you that I know Visionics is working on this. We are in the process of uploading, stuff to the website. There's an academy. It's going to be Visionics Academy, where there's going to be lectures. As you mentioned at the beginning, Adam, I published a book on osteoangiography. It's all cases. I don't like to promote myself in these things, but if it is a wonderful, very introductory book using this technology, and shows all kinds of different diseases in there. And I'm also always available. I can give you my email. I'm always available to help with any questions that may come up. I don't know, Adam, if you share my email, but it's rjulie@nova.edu. Happy, Adam, if you want to share it at the end with anyone that's here. I'm always happy to answer any questions that anyone has. It's my pleasure. I love to see cases. I love to see what you guys are seeing, what you're scanning. So there's not a ton of really easy stuff on osteoangiography, so it's challenging when you go out there and try to start finding things. So those would be my best recommendations. But once again, any questions you can send my way.
Great. And again, in the discussion thread that's going to run beneath this archive, which is how the majority of people are probably going to see this over the next several years, the discussion thread beneath this video, we can list your email address there as well, or people can ask questions right on ODwire, and you'll be notified. So great. So question here, this may be beyond your pay grade. It has to do with cost. And how does that actually work? Now, I guess the angiography unit itself is sort of an add-on feature to a lot of OCT units, correct?
So the answer to that is no. It's not just a software update. So at least for OptiView, which is the company that I'm familiar with, the Avanti is the technology that could house the angiography. Not any of the other units can, because you need to have a certain amount of speed in acquisition. So you wouldn't be able to put it on the iView or the iFusion. It has to go on the Avanti. So that's the technology that houses this technology. I don't know any other way to say it, but it has to be on that unit. If that
Right.
answers the question. Now, as far as price goes, I'm not going to answer that. I don't know.
Right.
I don't want to mislead anybody. That would have to go to the reps.
Right, but it does sound like the devices that can do angiography can also handle all the other functions that a regular OCT can.
That's correct. It's like the Rolls Royce of OCT. And I will also mention, I know this is a fact, that this company has probably the most affordable OCTA out there. So, and I'm not just saying that because I'm on here. I know that as a fact. It is the most affordable, and the images are, in my opinion, some of the best ones that are available.
Great. All right. Well, it looks like we're running a little bit low on time here. I think we're actually ran a little bit over. But if people want to ask more questions, feel free to come back to ODwire again. This piece will be running on the site, and a discussion thread will be right beneath it. And we'll be standing by to answer all of your questions. So Julie, thanks again for coming here tonight, and thanks everybody for showing up. And I guess I'll see everybody online.
Thank you, Adam. Have a good night.
Okay, so that'll do it for the webinar. Let me push this out of the way and let me get everybody else back online here. Hopefully everybody had a good break. And let me turn everybody's mics back on again. How's it going, guys?
Good. We solved all the role problems while you were gone. A lot of people signing up and you having to credential this last hour even?
Yeah. There's been many more signups over the past hour, so it's been kind of fun working on stuff. And I think everybody's pretty okay. Just looking over the support issues we've been having. There was one glitch that people had where some data was being cached on the homepage where they couldn't see the latest lectures, and that's been fixed. So because it seems to work for everyone now.
And nobody's complaining about transcripts yet.
Nope. Seems to work okay. So everything seems to be.
I did get from a very important person who we won't say his name. He did get his transcript.
Oh, good.
I know who you mean.
What?
I know who you mean.
Yep. My mother.
So things seem to be rolling along here. Let me actually bring up the screen so people can see where we're at here as of right now. So you guys tell me, what time is it? It's 1:30.
It's 1:26.
Yeah. So
we're halfway through. Clark Chang talking about cataracts. And Steve, your class is over.
Another landmark lecture. I plan to do a remake of it, part 2, because things are changing so rapidly. And the unfortunate thing is I did my lecture, I probably taped it in December or November, and now it's not old, but I had to add a lot more information in the chat about things happening now, and I'll delay recording it for another 3 or 4 months because a lot more things might happen. But it's a fertile, and it's amazing how people really haven't taken to Vuity, Vuity, whatever you call the drug from. They're still delaying it, and some have good results, some bad results. I've had some polls, but it's a field that's going to be, I thought it'd be 2022, but it's going to be the next year or two where you get better products on the market, which I can't say in my lecture because you don't want to be biased in your lecture about what you think is better, but obviously.
Yes.
I am not authorized to perform this action, whatever the action was. Did I do something wrong?
Spoke earlier. Clark Chang is talking with Bill Tullo about keratoconus. And then we have Dr. Mai talking about myopia management. So I misspoke earlier. So these classes just started about 15 minutes ago.
And we have about 600 people in the lectures. So that's pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, the system seems to be holding up okay, which is great. No real huge problems. I've just been monitoring email. Again, the problems, they fall into a few buckets, but logging in is definitely one of them. So for instance, there was someone who needed help because they couldn't get into their account. So, I know now, right, having done this enough, that usually it's because they have more than one account on ODwire. I pulled this particular one up, and this person has 4 accounts, right?
Wow.
Wow.
Dating back, the first one was like to the year 2001 or something. But as they moved their email address to different addresses, they just kept signing up for new accounts. So
Yep.
that's what happened with them. So that's an unusual case, but it does seem to happen that people will, from time to time, generate a new account as opposed to just changing the email address on the old one.
I think you should not accept anybody who still has an AOL email account. I think that's just not
Well,
permitted at this.
you're
I'm
more
kidding.
ageist than I am, I guess.
Oh, I'm totally ageist. When I first started working with Ben Casella at Optometry Times, I flat out told him, dude, I am not publishing your email address with an AOL domain name. You need to get something else. And he will laugh at me sharing this. So he now has a Gmail address, which points to his AOL account.
Oh my God.
I'm like,
You
dude,
just can't let it go.
you are not that old. Now, I still have an AOL account, but I don't use it. I just don't want to get rid of it because it was the first email
Thanks.
address that I ever had.
Right.
So I've had that for what, almost 30 years now?
Yeah, I mean the real the real problem, and I don't want to be ageist, but I have to be a little bit, is that the support burden for certain email domains gets ratcheted up, right? The older ones, for sure, my support burden is higher, just in terms of the sheer amount of interaction that I have to have with the users from certain
Oh, yeah.
domains. So, you know, it becomes an issue of support, unfortunately, after a while. So, because
Yep.
you know the way the conference is set up and priced, right? I mean, you look at it, you look at the number of lectures we have here. You know, it's really designed for self-service more often than not. So if we have to start interacting with people, as much as I love doing it, it's just there's just not enough time. So that can be a challenge.
Art Epstein is going to be coming up at right after Clark Chang.
Yep.
So what, everything all set with Art? Are you going to be going to that, Steve?
Shannon might also, so we have it covered.
Yep. Not a problem. And yeah, I mean, most of the lectures this morning, just looking over what people have been taking and what's been going on, there haven't been too many actual issues. The only issue that we've had so far was, again, that one issue where the page didn't refresh for some people and they just have to hit refresh. So
Yeah, it was that 1 hour. Yeah.
yeah, so we'll figure that out in the off season. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet. The transcripts, by the way, are actually generating. I know, Steve, you mentioned it, and then the Audentio folks told me as well. They're generating, and actually there aren't significant delays, so it's pretty fast.
Yeah, very few complaints, and well, again, we probably have 80% of the people are probably past attendees, but still the 20% always have support issues. It's definitely, as the years go on and people get more used to us and we stay on the same platform, we could retire from the and just wait for and do interview people like Don Teague and LCT and people like that.
Yeah, I mean that would be great, sort of, to be able to offload some of the support stuff. But you know, that's really why we do it, is just to make sure that people are okay. So,
you know, we're gonna need to come up with some great topics here because we have only one more guest scheduled today, and that is in about 3.5 hours.
well,
so,
you know, we don't have to stick around here. I mean, I also have tons of alternate content, right? I have, you know, we just saw that one webinar with Julie Rodman. We have a second one here as well, and a third one webinar with Susan Gramacki and Sue Resnick about VKC.
I agree.
And then a fourth one, actually, that we did with Moshe Schwartz last week about specialty soft contact lenses, which happy to play that one back too if people are at all curious or interested, because that's something that we don't really talk about much these days.
Once you get through the first couple hours, as you well know, Gretchen, on the first day, really the support issues, which we always had, we were pulling our hair out with the other platform throughout the whole seminar. With locking up and no support, us having to do everything. Now it's better software and less need for it. So that's why the live stream, because very few people watching this live. You recorded, Adam, so you can play it back on ODwire, and I think that, you know, the Don Teague one and maybe some ones that we're going to do in the future. But it's funny how the the vendors didn't want to come on because they're doing their thing, and I don't know if we get any feedback from them. I have gone into the
Well,
virtual exhibit hall.
And I think a lot of the vendors are also tied up right now because, Vision Expo is starting really, really soon.
Right.
And for them, they actually have to get to Expo days before we do, right? A lot of the time to get everything
Yeah.
set up. So for them, this is actually a really sudden thing.
Well, the fact of
yeah.
the matter is, we never promised them the last lecture, last conference or two, so they're getting this for free. So anything they get is
Right.
is a bonus to them.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't supposed to do this. We just did it by popular demand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a question for you guys. Somebody put this actually on ODwire saying in Kentucky, there is a requirement that CE be presented by or in association with an accredited college of optometry or an association. How does
We have that.
that go?
Well,
Nova does that for us in terms of the quiz, at least.
well, sort of. So there are some of those states, and they'll remain nameless, very few, 2 or 3 like Kentucky, where they want to try to monopolize who can provide CE. And so if it's not actually done by a school or CECO for some reason, well, I mean, they're
Let me
not.
guess, are all of them southern states?
Yes, they are. So, this is really, they can say what they want about why those rules the way they are, but it's restraint of trade, which is what they're really doing. And since no one's here to hear me say that, that's, really what's happening. So,
So this guy in Kentucky is SOL.
yep. I mean, he could try to submit it, see what happens. That's the funny part about all the state boards, right? People will try to get away with whatever they can when they submit. And sometimes the way the legislation's written, it's not always clear as to what's really acceptable or what's not. In this particular case, they probably wouldn't get away with it. So there are a couple of states, I think Tennessee might be another one, where we just know, and the people who take CE from those states usually know themselves that they're going to be SOL if they try to go sort of away from the traditional CECOs or their own state. And it's the way it is.
The beauty of a legislated profession.
Yeah. But it's only a few states, right? You have the Kentuckys and Tennessees of the world. You have Florida, who just is hostile to the internet completely.
Is that shit crazy?
Yeah, so there's just those few states. Then you have ones like Illinois, where they just want to raise the hurdle a little bit higher by forcing you to pay $500 a year and go through a load of paperwork. Or Texas, where they just completely outsourced all of this. Again, it's probably designed to sort of throw up another hurdle to the small CE provider, but the rest of the states and provinces are pretty okay. So that's where we focus our energy.
Are they hostile to online or hostile to not keeping things in-house for economic reasons?
Who, Florida?
Yes.
Yeah, so the reason they don't want online is very clear, right? They want to keep CE for themselves. They want people showing up live. Like that conference they had, what was that one in, where was it, either Tampa or whatever? They forced people to show up during the middle of the pandemic. Like what?
And Florida's not a small state. To
Right.
get there, I'd have to. It's a 3.5 hour drive for me. I'm not even that far away.
So I disagree with the way they're actually running things, but they don't care what I think. So it doesn't matter. We just we do what we can. It's a big country. There's a lot of other places we can offer CE, and people seem to appreciate it. So, and actually Canada too, right? I mean, that's one of our biggest audiences are Canadian, right? I think like 10 or 15% of the conference are Canadian ODs.
We might not speak to Mike Olson, but his big contention is there's a gap. You have to measure what people are getting and how they're improving their education, and there's no good way of determining whether a live lecture versus what we're doing now versus on demand, which gets the best bang for the buck in terms of a person advancing their career. And hopefully one day it'll be proven that our method is, if not superior, at least equal to. Therefore, why go through the expense of hotels and airfare and Ubers and food, etc.
Yeah. And again, I think there are bigger problems than internet versus in person. The conflict of interest one with vendors, I think, to me is probably the biggest one in terms of education. Like that to me is one that's going to be almost impossible to resolve. I mean, I mention it, over and over again on this slide.
Go ahead, rant, Adam.
I mean, I can rant about it if you like. We got nothing else to do for a little while, but it's true. I mean, this is a problem that I think is intractable. I really don't think that if you have a conference that the majority of their revenue comes from sponsors, that they're going to be free of bias, no matter how much they claim they are.
Especially, I did have a conversation with somebody who, again, will be nameless, on chat while you were away, and they confirmed about the fact that if they have a seminar, a conference, CE lecture, and then directly afterwards they have a commercial that Arbor might not approve it. The state board still might. They can't be responsible for what the state board does or doesn't do. They could set the rules for Arbo, but it doesn't set the rules for optometry. So we're going to see what happens. Obviously, those people are going to be putting themselves at risk in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I mean, again, it all comes down to enforcement, which, we'll see. We'll see what Arbo does.
Well, why have a rule if you're not going to enforce it?
Well, I mean,
Kind of
Arbo's
like selling contact lenses in a gas station.
right. I mean, no, I agree. And I think most people at Arbo, the people who actually sat down and draft these rules, the ones who I went to that conference with, they would agree with you too. But the problem that they have is that they're a small organization and it's hard for them to do rule enforcement unless other people tell them that the rules are being violated. But the problem is, of course, is how can you rely on anybody to tell you the rules are being violated, because the people who would report you are the very ones who are benefiting from the rules being violated, right?
Or it's their competition that are reporting them for an ulterior motive. So
right,
each way.
So it's hard. It's a hard problem. I mean, I think what I told Arbo when I was at the conference, I'm like, look, you should just have an anonymous way to report these issues, so someone can make a legitimate, credible claim that
Yeah,
bad
but then
stuff
they'd
is
have
going
to
on.
take the time to look into each and every one, and they don't have the manpower to do that.
Sure. I mean, they need to have some mechanism though, or else nothing will ever get done. Just saying we're going to rely on the providers to report themselves, I think we're, at this point, people should realize that's not working.
Yeah, that's worked really well so far.
So
Not.
they need to just take a little stronger stand if they can, and maybe self-reporting, see how many reports they actually do get. Who knows? Maybe it wouldn't be overwhelming. I don't know. Because I do know that once the staff is made aware of problems, they're pretty responsive to take care of it and to try to do something. It's just a matter of having that mechanism. So.
But as you know, the actual events and the platforms, it's not an immediate response because they have to build software to correct it. Now, if it's just a question of moving an ad from a particular company into another part of their service, it's a little bit easier to do. But if you have to add a quiz or if you have to do some other criteria, it's a lot of IT work.
Tough tiddlywinks, I say. I mean, we built this thing, right, with Audentio. It took us I think we started working on it in earnest in August, and then it was finished for the initial rollout when we did the NORA conference in, what was that, October? So, it wasn't a minor thing, and it was expensive and painful. It was an ordeal trying to make sure that we were meeting the requirements, but it can be done if people take the rules seriously.
And this is a company that you deal with that is superior in its quality. What if people are just doing Zoom meetings and YouTube meetings and things like that? It's not going to be able to be doing these things.
Right. So, I mean, there's going to be investment involved on the part of people who are building this. They have to know what they're doing, or if they don't, typically they'll end up overpaying somebody who does. But, hey, if you can't do it, don't offer CE. It's real easy, right? I mean, I don't build cars in my garage because I can't do it, right? I just... There's some things I can do and some things I can't. And if you can't actually follow the rules that Arbo's throwing down, you really probably shouldn't be doing it.
Audentio rocks. Can we just say that?
Well, they do.
Yeah, they do a bang-up job for sure. Very responsive, always there. So
Who do we have today? Before we had Kyler.
So today, actually, it's funny. We have a few different people. We actually have watching everything is Sarah. So Sarah is like the grand overseer there. She watches and knows everything that's going on. And then when she sees something that goes wrong, she immediately hits up the right engineers. So today, I was able, I panicked a little bit. I said, hey, how come this stuff is being, cached while we're seeing old data? And she immediately, threw it over to whichever engineers were around who could answer the question. So,
the one problem the one problem I'm having is you can't find them on each lecture. used to be able to click on it, and now you just kind of get the amount of people. And I would see Clara there and other people there, be able to talk to them individually, but I can't do that. So they must have froze that app because they didn't want to change the software.
I can do it here. I can see everybody. So I don't know if it's a problem with your account. If you just click on the number of people in the room, I can see everybody.
I'm getting a blank screen then. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I think it's you. Maybe you were demoted. The software demoted you.
Because I also like to say hello to people, people I know. Let's see now. Oh, I did get it. Yeah, when I refreshed it. There you go.
Yep. So it's all there.
The power of the refresh.
And Bill Tool is in the room. That's good. Okay,
Yep. So everybody's there. So
It's always good.
So yeah.
Well, how's it going in those classes there?
Okay. It's really variable. My class had a lot of interaction. Clark Chang's did, and some people just don't say anything. I guess, like I said, it's a little bit the keratoconus one, the original one. Now Bill Tulo is getting hi, how you doing?
Well, how are the numbers?
Let me go. I can go out and get the numbers real quickly. Better by doing it together by upcoming talks, and tell you exactly. There's 389 and about 200. So again, about 600, pretty stable.
Oh wow,
Good.
yeah. So that the keratoconus guide one has about 400 people in it right now. Wow.
Yeah, 390. Yeah.
Hey, Adam, do you want to address the holes in the schedule? Because there are a lot more holes this time than there were previously.
Yeah. So what happened was, Arbo's rules state that people, the speakers have to be around to answer questions in real time via text chat. So every time we do one of these shows, it involves getting all the speakers back together, asking them if they can do it again, obviously paying them honorary to be here, and just arranging everything administratively. And sometimes people can't make it. So, conspicuous by her absence, you notice Sue Resnick isn't here. So there are just certain people who could not make it for whatever reason. And so we had to remove them from the schedule. Then once holes opened up in the schedule with people who couldn't make it, we were able to move other people around to accommodate them, like Melanie here. There were a couple of cases with the 2-hour-long classes where we couldn't accommodate people. I couldn't move their block because it was too big, because it was 2 hours. So they couldn't make it to this show. So that's the reason for fewer credits. What we tried to do, though, was make sure that there was at least one lecture running at all times over the 2 days. So you can see there's no gap with nothing running. There's always going to be something.
I'm glad you addressed that because I'm sure people were wondering why because before it was packed full.
I mean, if we wanted to skirt the rules, right, like so many other people do, we could have just said, screw it, who cares if the speakers don't come back? We'll run the lectures anyway and say they were interactive. And I guarantee you this has happened elsewhere. And it just flies under the radar because no one reports them. But we didn't want to do that. We wanted to be on the up and up and make sure that if we had speakers on the schedule that they would be here. And in fact, I screwed one of them up badly. This is like a huge oversight that I had. So this is embarrassing, actually. One of our lecturers wanted to move his lecture. And I said, sure, no problem. And I thought he just wanted to move times. But as it turned out, he wanted to move days as well. And so I scheduled him for the wrong day. And he just contacted me and said, well, even though it's the wrong day, I'll do my best to be there tomorrow. So.
Well, that's a stand-up person. If it's a guy, stand-up guy, that was nice that he was willing to try and make it work. I mean, there are a lot of moving pieces and it's easy to screw something up because you are chief cook and bottle washer here, Adam. I mean, you're doing it all.
Yeah, it was a challenge this time, and especially because we had a long layoff right at the whole summer. So just getting everybody back together and everything else, and this was totally my fault. This was Richard Whitland, by the way, who I was talking about. He's good to try to make it in tomorrow. So yeah.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
Yep. We've had people do it from the airports and whatever. Some are very, very conscientious.
He's in Spain.
Oh my God, that really is going the extra mile to be here.
Yep.
Wow.
And it's 5 hours in time also.
Yeah, so I felt really bad for screwing up like that. When I realized what I did today, I'm just kicking myself. But, it's the first time I've ever messed up that badly. So maybe it's time for me to quit. I don't know.
I have key man insurance on him, but he has to die, not quit.
Yeah, so Whitland's going to be tomorrow at 12:10, and I apologize for messing his up. But there it is.
And that's a good lecture in general, but a lot of states require oral medications, oral lectures specifically. My state does, and those are golden, those lectures.
Yep. So anyway, so I'm looking at our schedule here. It looks like we don't have anybody coming in to talk for a long while.
Yeah, not for another 3 hours.
So
Yeah,
what
I
I
can put some content
propose,
on.
what I propose is to put a webinar on for now, because the support stuff, I'm looking right now, it doesn't look like much is happening. What I'll do is stick by the computer, and if people need help, I'll obviously be here. I'll have it with me, and I'll keep working at it. But what I can do is put up another one of those webinars. I'm trying to decide which one, though, what might be interesting for people to watch first.
What was the last one? A person on specialty contact lenses, you said you did?
Yeah, specialty contacts. We did a webinar last week, and I think it might be a cool one to put up there. That's an hour and 20 minutes long.
Yeah.
And then maybe I could follow it up with VKC, which is also an hour. So maybe we can come back here
Right.
in like about 2 hours. And
I'll monitor the rooms. I'll try to support you as much as I can.
okay, cool. All right. Well, if any problems come up, you guys know where to find me. Just type in the chat. I'll be in the lobby, and we'll talk in a little bit.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for making it out tonight. Now, before we get started, some
2
ground
hours.
rules here. As we go on, if you have questions for the speaker, on the right side of your screen, you should see a box that says questions. Feel free to open that box up and type into it, and I'll take your questions, hold them aside, and at the very end, I can verbally ask the speaker your questions. The other housekeeping thing today, I know for today's show, we had a raffle going on, a $100 gift card for 5 winners. I'm going to actually draw those names after the presentation is over. And if you win, you'll get an email, hopefully within the next day or 2. So no ambiguity there. The numbers are actually drawn with a random number generator. I truly use one. I like to keep it on the up and up. And I of course, and the speaker are not eligible. So just to let you know. Anyway, so tonight is all about contact lenses. Something we haven't done in a little while, so I'm really glad to do this today. And it's sort of how to improve the patient's experience through soft specialty contact lenses. As we all know, standard contact lenses have made great strides over the past 30 to 40 years. But even today in 2022, there are a lot of clinical cases where the results that you have with them may be suboptimal. And the great thing is that there are a lot of specialty soft contact lenses that are out there right now that you can use. And tonight we're going to talk all about these specialty lenses, and we're going to actually speak with an expert. So tonight with us, we have Dr. Moshe Schwartz. He is one of the few and proud members in the contact lens and cornea section at the Academy. I think there's only got to be maybe 100 or 150 at this point. I don't remember from the last meeting, but sort of an exclusive crowd of contact lens fitters. He's been at this for many years. So he's a true expert in specialty lenses. And he's in private practice in Owings Mills, Maryland. And I can't think of a better person to sort of walk us through tonight to talk to us all about specialty lenses. And one sort of trivia fact that I learned from him the other day was when he was applying to optometry school way back when, my father, Paul, the founder of ODwire, who's probably listening tonight, actually interviewed him. And Moshe, I hope you've recovered from that all these years later, because I know it must have been a traumatic experience when it happened.
Yeah.
So with that said, I'm going to give you the keyboard and mouse, and why don't you take it away?
All right. Well, thanks for the kind words, Adam. And actually, it was a pretty interesting and humbling experience meeting your dad, who is by all means one of that always been in the forefront of contact lenses and optometry. So it was a very special moment for me, and he was very kind. But anyhow, moving forward, this talk really is. Even though it said specialty contact lenses, I think and I hope that as we walk through this presentation, you realize that to fit a specialty type of contact lens is not that difficult and special. And it's rather straightforward. And let's get rolling here. These are my financial disclosures, Specialized, True Form Optics, expert testimony, and National Football League. I can't reveal teams that I'm affiliated with just due to contractual obligations. So before we're going to talk about contact lenses, we're going to speak about refraction. This is a separate fee when a patient comes in and we do a refraction on them, well, if they choose to do a refraction. And we're going to look at the components or different variables when we prescribe glasses. So the obvious one is the sphere, the hyperope or myope. And then we're going to look into cylindrical correction or astigmatic correction. With that goes hand in hand the axis, which basically means the orientation of the astigmatic correction. And we specify between 0 to 180 using degrees. And of course, as you know, we always specify PD. We always measure distance between the pupils. I don't know why it's acting up. Okay, so for example, when you have a patient that comes in and you refract them, and that it's not unusual to have a prescription that will show -1, -150. As we said, that's the cylindrical correction. And of course, the orientation. And pretty much we specify on the degree, because when we have a patient that comes in for refraction, they expect to get an accurate and careful refraction that will give them the optimum vision through their prescription and the glasses. So we specify sphere, seal, and of course the axis. We never really say, well, if it's a 7, I'm going to give them axis 180, or if it's 7, I'm going to give them maybe axis 10. We specify axis 8. And the same goes with the seal. If it's 150, we specify 150. We don't say 1 1/4 or 175, because the patient expects us to deliver an accurate and specific refraction. So keeping that in mind, I'm going to jump back into it all the time. Let's talk about the different variables in a routine contact lens evaluation. And that basically means, what do we do when we have a patient in a chair that comes in for an evaluation? Well, the first thing that we do is a comprehensive medical and ocular history. Not unusual, we do with everybody. Second is refraction. Again, as we talked before, we carefully evaluate their refractive error, whether it's a myope, hyperope, astigmatism, and again, to the T. Basically, we want to find out exactly where their refractive error is. Third, we look at the keratometric reading or topography. And of course, we look at the HVID, the horizontal visible iris diameter, and pupil size. And then we take a look at the arterial segment evaluation. Now, when you look at these 6 different components that I just specified, we do it on every single contact lens patient that comes in and asks us to be evaluated for a contact lens. We look at their history, refraction, K reading, HVID, anterior seg, pupil size, and whatnot. Now, the kicker is, if we walk into a shelf and we pick up any random disposable type of contact lens, and it doesn't really matter which manufacturer, whether it's Alcon, Johnson & Johnson, Cooper, or B&L, it's irrelevant. You can already cross out line 3, because right off the bat, you're not really using K readings, you're using whatever you have on your shelf. So you're not looking at the base curve of the contact lens relative to the keratometric reading that your patient had, or vice versa if you use topography and whatnot. So you're really kind of limiting your approach to your patient management. So, which leads us to the next point of, how do we define a successful contact lens fit? Well, we always need to remember there's 2 parties when we do things. We have the patients and we have our own perspective as we come to deal with contact lens. The number one that we know that it can make you break you will be a comfort. Now, what do we know about a comfort of contact lens? The comfort of a contact lens has different variables that could lead to it. However, what we really know that truly, if you look at the base curve, if you look at your keratometric reading, that line 3 that we talked about earlier, if you're not going to address it, this is the one that really will determine the comfort level that your patients will have, because it's the back surface of the lens relatively to the tear film and your cornea, and how all 3 interact together. So if you pick up a random base curve, it could affect the comfort of your patients. Another thing that we have to address, and it's not as high as whenever we talk about contact lens dropouts, are the acuities. And that's something really interesting. And I find very interesting, especially with my interns that rotate through my clinic and even talking to fellow practitioners. How do we really look and define acuities? And what I'm trying to say by that, is there a difference between static and dynamic acuity? We all know, of course, the answer is yes. And I'm not talking about a wide receiver that is running like a million miles an hour to catch a ball. I'm talking about someone that goes up and about, or someone that reads extensively and he has a lot of microsaccadic movements. That's more dynamic than whether they sit in your exam chair and just you check their near acuities. Another thing that often tends to be overlooked is the stability of the vision. You need to ask yourself, how often when you check acuities of your patients, do you document the stability of the vision? And what I'm referring to that is when a patient can come and read you ONR, the 20/20 line easily, well, you know, the vision pretty stable and we're doing great. More than likely, follow-up visit, whether it's via phone call or in office, will be pretty darn good. But when you have the hesitation when they read the letters, you know that potentially and more than likely there's some issue of stability. So when we talk about stability, more specifically, we need, as soon as you get that reaction or the hesitation, the first thing you want to do is to look at the way that the lens interacts on the eye as far as movement. And of course, if it's a toric lens, you have to check for subtle rotation. And sometimes you'll find different rotation when they read versus distance. And that can be crucial, especially for people that do extensive near work, whether it's computer, reading, writing, and which most folks are doing it anyhow nowadays. So the question that we ask ourselves, okay, it sounds nice and dandy, but really, especially now with COVID, a lot of patients don't want to reintroduce the same contact lens to the eye. Do we really need to customize our patients? What's the point? Why not prescribe dailies, disposable contact lenses? Well, there's really, if you look by and large, there's nothing wrong with a daily lens. And again, it doesn't matter who is the manufacturer. However, they're not specific. So if you have a patient that has a -1, we're going to go back to our refraction. -1, -50, x is 10. Well, if you're going to give them their spherical equivalent, you're really not giving them the right prescription, do you? You're kind of fudging the seal, trying to overcome that small degree of astigmatism because, as you probably hear it often, oh, you know, you have such a small amount of astigmatism, I don't think you really need it in your contact lenses. Perhaps they don't, but if they do need it in their contact lenses, why would you write the script in glasses? If they don't need it, they don't need it. If they need it, prescribe it. So again, you know, the ease of prescribing dailies is great. You know, it's the ease of use, cleaning, we don't expose the eye to the same object over and over again. It makes it much easier for handling. And of course, if there's any issues with the management of the lenses. And again, is there a difference between half a diopter and 0.75 still? 1 diopter and 1 1/4? Of course there is, because we specify it every day, all of us, on our glasses scripts. Every time we specify, we're very specific because we want our patients to have the perfect vision, the vision that they deserve to have. So we specify. And that really boils down to, if we want to quantify the quality of the vision versus the quantity. And basically, it's very hard to determine what is the quality of the vision, but that's the patient's perception. How do they feel that their vision is? And a very good question that I like to ask patients, whether they're return patients or whether it's the first time in my office, and they wear the Air Doc, I've been wearing my same lenses for many years, I am doing terrific. I was like, great, good. I haven't changed my lenses one time. They're great. I said, okay, well, how would you describe your vision? Yeah, it's okay. I'm having some issues at night. Okay. Are you putting any drops during the day? Oh yeah, every hour I got to put a drop in. When I come home from work, I can't wait to take these lenses out. Because the kicker is you have a patient in your chair, happy as can be on paper, but not quite happy. However, they don't know any better. And our job as practitioners is to educate our patients and then allow them to make an education decision while they're sitting on your chair. So we all know the answer. It's every, a quarter seal can make a difference. 5 degrees, of course, can make a difference because that's why we specified every day, the whole day, when we write our glasses prescriptions. We never round it. So let's just jump right in and let's talk about a few cases. So a typical 31-year-old contact lens dropout due to poor vision and comfort. He really and truly wants to go back to wearing contact lenses. His unaided acuities are reduced. He's 2200 minus in the right and the left, and 2100 OU. His best corrected acuities, really nothing out of the ordinary, but what we see here, we have -2, -2.25, axis 25 in the right, and of course slightly reduced acuity in the left because of the high seal of 375 minus at axis 175. The keratometric reading definitely correlate with his astigmatism, which basically tells you we're in really good shape. Now, if you look at the 20/30 and you want to dive deeper into it, well, of course, there reduced acuity because the odds are more than likely for many years he hasn't been fully corrected in his contact lenses, and as a result, he manifests himself as amblyopic in the left eye. But wait, it gets better. Remember, part of the items that we look when we evaluate our patient is the HVID. The horizontal visible iris diameter is 12.31. Okay, so what does it actually tell us when we have HVID? It's basically described the sagittal height of the cornea. So you have to remember, the larger the cornea diameter, the steeper, the larger the sagittal height, basically the steeper the reading are, versus the smaller it is, the flatter it is. So what we actually seeing here is not truly the true keratometric reading that this patient has, number one. Number two, what it tells us, well, if he wears any type of disposable lens, which we're going to go through the whole gamut, which one will work? When you have such a larger diameter cornea, the odds of contact lens stability are slim to none just because of lens rotation, and consequently will affect vision, comfort, and the end result is that you have a patient that dropped out of contact lenses because they never really worked for him. They were not comfortable and they were not pleased with their acuity. So let's take a look at the corneal topography. Really and truly straightforward, all central, nothing that really jumps out of that tells something is irregular. All right, let's move forward. So let's go through the option list, okay? Remember, when you walk into Starbucks and you want to order a cup of coffee, you have over 87,000 options. Yet, when we have a patient coming to our office for toric lens, in this particular case, are we only going to limit them to 4? It doesn't make sense. So if we go and look at different monthly replacement modalities, so we have ultra for astigmatism, and I'm not here to discuss which lens is better, what the benefits. I'm here to discuss what does a patient need and how can we meet their visual demands. We're now going to break down advantages, disadvantage of ultra versus Cooper. That's not what this conversation is all about. This conversation is about patient care and enhancing their experience in contact lenses. So when we look at the ultra for astigmatism, again, axis. Do we go with 20 in a right eye? Do we go with 30? I mean, it's only 25. So, I mean, which way will work better for us. It's not quite scientific when you try to guesstimate the axis, while when you write the prescription in your refraction, you're very specific. You meaning us, we're all specific. Now, interesting enough, if you look at their left eye, you can only go up to minus 275. Again, the issue of axis. Do we go with 170 or do we go with 180? Well, we can always add half a diopter as spherical equivalent because our patient has minus 375 CL. But then again, will they be happy with this acuity that we're going to provide them with these contact lenses? Well, let's jump and let's look at the AcuView Oasis for astigmatism or Vita. Again, the same exact deal. You know what's really interesting too? One base curve and one diameter. You don't have the flexibility if you have a steeper cornea to play with a base curve. You don't have the luxury. Well, I have a large HVID. I need to increase the overall diameter for this patient. Everything is being dictated for us. One size fits everybody. And we know it can be the case because we can have the same exact refraction, the same exact topography on 11.5 HVID, and the lenses are now going to look at all identical when you compare both patients. So things got to be more specific for our patients to enjoy their experience. Well, let's look at bioaffinity toric. The same thing, okay? We're trying to guesstimate the axis, 20, 30, 170, or 180, again, spherical equivalent. However, definitely we can use the bioaffinity toric. Why is it going up? By Cooper vision. Good option, no doubt about it. However, we can definitely address the refractive error with a seal, no doubt. Axis, absolutely. However, what about the base curve? And what about the diameter? We are restricted. And that's a problem, especially with the larger HVID. And as the same goes with air optics for astigmatism, again, axis 20 or 30, we do spherical equivalence. So my patient was highly motivated, and I want to be able to provide them with the best care. So here's what I did. Oh, sorry about that. Base curve in the right eye was 8.2, diameter is 15.0. That was the prescription. Minus 2, axis 25. In the left eye, we did 8.3, 15.1. Minus 1.25, minus 350, axis 175. Acuities were 20/20 in the right, 20/25 plus in the left, and 20/20 plus 2 stable acuities. So one might say, wait a minute, left eye, you still didn't get him to 20/20. True, absolutely true. However, don't forget where we started. We started at 20/30. And this patient, if you would follow him up in about 6 to 8 weeks, don't be surprised that their acuity will improve to 20/20 without any vision therapy, without any occlusion therapy, without anything, just by allowing the eye to have a stimulation to see well. So this is a kind of a neat video that I found on YouTube, and hopefully it's going to work for me. And that's a blink of an eye. If you can please take a look at it. It's really, really interesting because it shows how the human eye actually blinks. So we see how it goes in, but look when it retracts. Whoops. Sometimes we tend to forget that the upper lid goes in. It's a scissor motion. So imagine that upper lid grabs that lens and starts to rotate it. If you have a toric lens that doesn't fit properly, well, guess what? These are the people that have that transient blur. These are the type of patients that come to you and they say, and they have their hands in their eyes because every so on they have to reposition the lens in their eye. and we don't want that. So let's look at another case. That was actually kind of interesting. Happened a couple of years ago after an incident on the field. One of the players was referred to my clinic for emergency visit. It was a head-to-head, helmet-to-helmet, and after he was hit, he was sitting there. He was dazed and confused. The concern was that, of course, concussion. They whisked him to the tent for concussion protocol, and he scored higher than preseason. And yet he's still sitting on the side, a little bit confused, blinking. Something doesn't add up. So ocular history, he wears a soft daily contact lenses, reduced acuity, and he was wearing soft daily, okay? 2600 in the right, 2600 in the left, and 2600 OU. Interesting enough, best corrected acuity, again, we want to give our patients the best, minus 575, minus 75 excess 14 in the right. In the left eye was minus 550, minus 50, excess 168. So far, so good, right? So we refract the right, perfect. Refract the left, great. We open both wells. All right, what's your acuities now? And you know that second when you open both wells and the patient head rests against the phoropter and they give you that hesitation and slight pullback, you know that something is going on as far as their binocularity. And he says, yeah, I'm seeing, but it's kind of moving on me and it's kind of double-ish. So lo and behold, he had a vertical deviation of 2 base down in the left eye. Consequently, when he, during the impact, he couldn't fuse and he was seeing 2. And he was trying to fuse, and that's why he appeared to be dazed and confused. Again, if you look at the coronal topography, pretty straightforward, nothing that will jump at you, nothing will tell you we have some major issues. So the question that we have to ask ourselves, well, you have your patient, this patient in your chair. What will you do? How will you address their visual demands and visual needs? How would you manage it? I mean, would you prescribe sports goggles? I mean, he has vertical deviation. What do you do? And then you ask yourself, which disposable contact lens will work? So maybe if we'll blur him up a little bit like he was before, he's not going to be as sensitive to the double or the deviation, because we all know that sometimes blur the double vision sometimes can mask itself with the blur vision. So once we get our patient to see very clearly, all of a sudden double vision arises. So maybe we'll blur him up again, but these patients want to see very well. So let's look again at the options. If we look at the monthly replacement modalities, well, again, he had excess 14 in the right eye. Well, do we give him 10? Do we give him 20? In the left eye, he had only half a diopters of astigmatism. So do we go with spherical equivalent? Do we jack it up by a quarter? Or maybe we over minus him by a quarter with our seal correction. Again, goes with the same with AccuView Oasis and AccuView Oasis for astigmatism. Again, we can prescribe what our patients need. We can guesstimate the axis, and we can guesstimate the power by using spherical equivalents, or we over minus them, which we don't want to do anyhow. And the same goes with bioaffinity or bioaffinity toric by Cooper. So let's say we did that, fine. They kind of like it, everybody's happy. What are you going to do about the prism base down? How would you address them? I mean, they need it, right? So you give them sports goggles over the contact lens. I mean, where do we go with that? And that's something that you need to think, because in this particular case, the patient was a player in the National Football League, but we have it with patients anyhow that have vertical deviations that do want to wear contact lenses. How do we help them? So I use a specialized toric, 59%, and it's very simple. 8,4, 14,2 minus 515 minus 75, and yes, X is 14. I specified to the degree because I can, and luckily for me, they can manufacture it for me with 1.5 base down for stability. And in the left eye, 8,2, 14,2 minus 5.25. And yes, I prescribe the half a diopter because I do prescribe it in my glasses prescription. And I will, of course, prescribe it in my contact lens prescription because I want my patients to be able to see clearly. And yes, with one on the axis of 168, however, using 2.5 diopter base down. Acuities were 2015 on the right, 2015 on the left. But more importantly, everybody wonders probably what was OU, and it was 2015 plus. To his particular position, we had a conversation, and he wanted a little bit tint to light yellow. I don't know if you guys you probably remember the McGuire tint. We did some modification to it in our clinic because it helps with the contrast. And these are really subtle tint because most of them don't want to walk around with red or orange lenses. And these are the anterior segment images. And I'm going to share with you here, hopefully you'll appreciate, we did anterior segment videography. And what hopefully you can see the stability of the lens on the eye. Lack of minimal movement on primary gaze, no rotation. And that's what we expect from every lens to interact on arterial film and cornea, because if there's minimal movement and rotation, you know that there's be good stability of vision. You know your patients will be very happy with the comfort end of vision. So moving forward to case number 3. A 40-year-old male present with reduced vision at near with the soft disposable contact lenses. His best corrected acuity is in the right eye -1/4, -2.25, axis 100. In the left eye -150, -150, axis 68 with a +1. So really nothing out of the ordinary, nothing special. But we're talking about astigmatism, we're talking about presbyopia, okay? And so we have a bunch of things that we have to be addressed here when we prescribe these contact lenses to our patients. So let's talk about the options. We can always try monthly replacement modalities. BNL ultra multifocal for astigmatism. They have the parameter in the right eye, but again, one base curve, one diameter. Basically, the K reading that you did are irrelevant because you can't really dictate the base curve. HVID, irrelevant because you can't dictate HVID. Left eye, again, do we do axis 60? We work with 70. Which one will work better for us? And here's where it becomes challenging for us as practitioner. If we guess the 60 or if we go with the 70, sometimes it's chair time because they're going to come back and, well, it's not quite clear. And their low ed is around 150. Interestingly enough, if you're trying to dive deeper into what is the add power when you look at as far as diameter, it will be very difficult for you to find because it's proprietary sheet, but we know it's around 2.2 to 2.4, depends on the manufacturer. Again, if you look at bioaffinity toric multifocals, same base curve, diameter, again, the same issue with the orientation of your astigmatic correction. The nice thing about bioaffinity toric, you can do play with a near center or distance sensor, which is very valuable for us as well. But what I did, I assumed that one size fits all, and I made this mistake. So historically, what worked for most of my presbyopic patients was using 2.2 near center. So what I did was I did specify, I was particular about the base curve and the diameter, and of course the seal and the orientation and the ad. However, I made a mistake and I said, well, you know what? He's young, 40, 2.2 works like a charm, okay? And he comes in, he comes in and his acuities are reduced, 20/20 -2 at distance and not quite stable. And the same in the left eye, but distance is okay. Interestingly enough, his near is anything but okay. Okay. So if we use a disposable contact lens, okay, any type of monthly toric presbyopic lens, and you had a patient that comes in and had these symptoms, the acuity is not stable at distance, the near is reduced. Well, the options that we have are we can change distance center to near center, or perhaps we should increase the ad power. Well, not quite. What I decided to do is I realized that I slacked and I jumped one step in my prescribing protocol. So I'm going to I changed the near and peripheral zone diameters, okay? So we went to 2.4 near center and 4.5 peripheral zone, okay? Acuities were great. Right, left, no problem. Both eyes, which we always check at the end, 20/25. So I'm saying, what can possibly cause the reduced acuity? Binocular. Again, if you had a disposable contact lens that you fitted this patient, what would be your options? How could you troubleshoot when one eye sees 20/20, the other eye sees 20/20, but both eyes are not seeing well? You're really limited in your troubleshooting. And sometimes, and we hear it all the time from patients that comes from different practices, well, guess what? It's pretty darn good, 20/20, but with all the tools that we have today, that's as good as it gets. But is it really? So I said to him, don't worry, let's run with it for about a week. Let me see you back in a week, because sometimes, it takes a minute for the lenses to settle on the patient eye, as we all know. So he comes back for follow-up. Doc, my eyes are not working well together and things are floating. And I said, oh goodness, where did I go wrong now? Well, when not working well, you have to really go back to your cover tests and 4 years and figure out what did we miss in the process. And a vertical deviation was determined using dissociated 4 years. So again, if you didn't have the ability to customize and add vertical prism in a contact lens, what would you do? Would you prescribe glasses maybe for night driving with a little bit of prism? Or what about when they're on the computer? What about all around their experience and sensation wearing these contact lenses? They will not be happy or impressed. So we increased in the right eye to 1.75 diopters based on prism, and lo and behold, it did the trick for us. And it worked very well. So I want to touch a little bit about presbyopia. We need to remember when we look at the real estate, when we look at the pupil, the near, intermediate, and distance power zones must reside within the space designated by the pupil. In either distance center lens or near center lens, the surrounding powers always have negative effect on the visual outcome, reducing contrast sensitivity. Hence why we always educate our patients about simultaneous vision, because simultaneously you're going to look through your near, distance, and intermediate powers at the same go, and that will affect your the quality of your vision or the way that one perceives their vision to be. So we have to remember, as the power of the surround increases, the effect is magnified. And here's the thing, if we don't know the pupil diameter and lens parameter, how can we trouble a patient? So if you have a patient, for example, that is 68 with a 2.5 tiny pupils, well, if you're going to try to fit them with a 2.4 near center, might as well fit them in monovision, because all the power goes right in front of them. They won't be able to see through, they won't have any benefit of intermediate or distance. So you have to remember, this is a crucial step that at times we tend to overlook, the size of the pupil. Because once you know the size of the pupil, based on that, you can address the prescription that you want to incorporate inside the pupil. So, for example, if a patient has a 4.0 pupil under photopic condition and the lens design incorporates 2.2 millimeter near center zone, so you know that you have 1.8 millimeter left for distance zone. So if you want to improve the near vision, the only alternative is to increase the space of the near zone to 2.5, leaving 1.5 for distance. So if this patient comes to you and tells you, hey doc, listen, I'm having issue with my reading. Well, if you're going to increase their near prescription, increase the ad, all you do is you reduce the working distance. You do not touch the quality of the vision. So you have to go back and look at the pupil diameter and to realize, can I increase, and to what extent can I increase the near zone to improve their near acuity? And vice versa is with distance. So patients with small pupils require smaller optical center zone size in order to incorporate the surrounding. And these patients tend to perform better with distance center optics. Using smaller center optic zones will minimize the visual deterioration from spherical aberration while improving extended depth of field. And this is really interesting because about a year ago, Dr. Rob Davis and myself did a survey to all the members that are in the cornea and contact lens section at the American Academy of Optometry. We were trying to kind of take a deeper look into multifocal and to see what are the trends and how everybody is doing. And we all know there was tremendous advancement in the design. However, interestingly enough, the success rate is still questionable, with only 62.7% of practitioners reporting that they have success rate of 70% transitioning patients from single vision to multifocal design. And that's quite interesting and alarming statistic, because we do have the capability to feed into the manufacturing process better data, and yet we fail to do it with our patients. So let's look at another case. So a 40-year-old present for contact lens evaluation with a chief complaint of reduced acuity and near. And their complaint was, I could never really and truly wear contact lenses. I always wanted, but they never really worked for me. And that's the prescription. In the right eye, plus 650 minus 1, excess 178. In the left, plus 6 minus 1 1/4, excess 163 with a 20/20, and a plus 1 1/4 add. Keratometric readings, very normal, perhaps a little more central astigmatism in the left and the right. HVID definitely within normal. So why will this patient have issues or difficulties wearing contact lenses? Well, let's look at the options. We can do the BNL ultra multifocal for astigmatism. Again, axis. Do we do 160? Do we do 170? Add in the left eye. And the low end is around 150 diopters. And the patient needs 1 1/4. Bioaffinity toric multifocal, the same thing. However, our patient has 1 1/4. So do we prescribe 1 or 150? Or do we do perhaps modify monovision? Is non-dominant, give him 150, dominant, give him 1. Again, now we're starting to fudge the results to fit, to use what we have on the shelf to match our patient prescription. And that's not quite right. That's not why our patients come to see us. They want a solution. They want you to find a lens that will meet their visual demands and match the corneal anatomy and physiology. So what we opted to do was in a right eye, 8/6/14/8. Again, we specified everything to 178 with 1 1/4 add in the right and the left. Acuities, great. But wait a minute, not everything is perfect. Near was J3 blurry and not stable. So you gotta wonder, well, where did I go wrong, right? I mean, obviously I made a mistake somewhere in the prescribing process, and because the patient is here for multifocal lens design, and yet I'm not meeting their near. But if you look at the specification of the lens, the near center in the right eye was 1.8 with intermediate zone 3.0. In the left, the near center is 1.8 with intermediate zone 3.0, okay? Now, the distance is great. We're only having difficulties with our near. I'm having difficulties with this moving. So how can we improve the near vision of a patient? Well, let's increase the add power, right? From 150, maybe to 150 or +2. But remember what we said earlier. If you increase the add power, all you're doing is playing with the working distance. You're not going to improve the quality of their vision. So we have to remember that we have to get out of the mindset, oh, the +1 didn't work, let's increase it to +150. We need to figure out why the +1 didn't work, because their prescription is +1, not +150 or not +2. So again, increasing add power will not improve near acuity, but reduce their working distance. So what I've done, I changed the near zone only. I increased it. And yes, if you look at what I've done, I did do a slight modify monovision. Guilty. But you know what? Sometimes we have to do it. So shifting the near center diameter from 1.8 to 2.0 in the right, shifting the near center in the left from 1.8 to 2.2. Again, if we're going to make a change, if we're going to make a modification, make it count. Don't go from 1.8 to 1.9. Make a nice jump. And doing that solved the problem for our patient. Now, these type of patients we get in our clinic every day, and you get in your clinic the same daily. And they want our help. They want a solution to the vision problems. So we have a 46-year-old female that has reduced acuity at distance and near with a soft disposable contact lenses. Beck's corrected acuities in the right, -1350, -75, axis 85 in the right, -13, -1, axis 100 in the left with a 175 ed. Everything else within normal. So what are the options? Okay, let's go through the gamut quickly. Well, the problem that when we look at monthly replacement modalities, when it comes to high myopia, that not all of them actually can help or address it. Cochlear multifocal toric by Cooper. Again, you have two options of base curve, which is helpful. However, you have only one diameter, okay? And again, you can't specify the axis. It's got an 80 or it's 90. This patient, if you really vertexes is between 11 and 11.5, and the edge power is 150 or is it 2? So it's not very specific. And the same goes, I apologize, I didn't mean to fly, with Air Optics Aqua multifocal. They can only go up to -10. Our patient is at -1350 before we vertexed it. So what we did was, and that's the nice thing about customizing things. You are the doctor, you are the prescriber. You determine and you dictate exactly every parameter for your patient, because that's why they come to us, because they want the doctor to prescribe. They don't want you to be forced to prescribe from your shelf. So in iritis -1137, -75, excess 83, with a near center of 2.0 in the right and the left. All right, but here we go. In iritis -20/20 minus, not stable. In the left eye, 20/20 not stable, and guess what? J3 and near, not stable. So the patient was excited to begin with. Yes, I'm getting something special, customized, made for me. But you set the bar high. There's, as we talked about, I think the first or second slide about patient expectation. And all of a sudden, we need to be able to deliver. However, we need to be able to set the expectations in a way that they have to realize it's not going to be perfect either, but close to it. So, take two. So when we talked about lens stability, there's a typo here with the power. All I did was I changed the diameter of the lens, increased it, okay? Because there was a little bit too much lens rotation. And consequently, only changing lens diameter solved acuities, distance, area. And that's something that we have to remember. If the lens moves, if the lens rotates, it will affect their vision. Now let's take another look at sports vision. 22-year-old professional football player has reduced acuity with his frequently replacement soft contact lens prescribed for hyperopia. He's currently wearing +450 disposable lenses that were never right. His visual acuity with his lenses, 20/50 on the right, 20/60 on the left. His refraction was +5 -75, excess 175 in the right, and +550 -1, excess 32 in the left. So looking at that, it's not a big deal. We can do very well with toric lenses, right? Maybe monthly, disposables. But here's the thing, HVID 12.2. So we have to remember when this patient blinks, and remember that video with the scissor motion, the lens will rotate on the eye. When the lens will rotate on the eye, especially when you wear a toric lens, you're going to have that transient blur. If you play in a certain position that you can't have that transient blur, this patient will say, well, I want my daily lenses, my spherical. I don't want anything fancy. So how would you approach it? Which contact lens will you use? So again, if we're going to run through all the gamut of lenses, one thing that will jump to you is again, we can't specify the orientation of their astigmatic correction. We have to guesstimate. But more importantly is the diameter of the lens. So if you have a 12.3 HVID, the rule of thumb is simple. You want to have 1.5 millimeter on each side of the cornea to achieve good lens stability. So it's a simple math. So if you have 12, diameter should be 15, because 12 plus 1.5 plus 1.5 is 15. And that's what you want to do. HVID plus 3, that should be your overall diameter of the lens. And the same goes with the rest of these lenses. Again, not saying that they're not a good lenses, but the problem that we have with these lenses, we can't dictate the diameter of the lens, and we can't dictate the orientation of the astigmatic correction. So we know right off the bat that none of these lens designs will work. None of them will allow the patient to see well. And the kicker is we need to know before we put the lens on the eye what to anticipate. So then you know, okay, I'll have overrefraction. So if you take a spherical lens and you put it on a lens that has half adopters of astigmatism, you know that your overrefraction will have some level of astigmatic correction. So addressing everything, that's the parameters, went to overall diameter, and that's the greatest thing. You know, I can prescribe anything I want. You can prescribe any parameter. You can dictate. You are the doctor. And acuity is 20/20, stable. I was a little disappointed I couldn't get to 20/15, but can't always get what you want. Lenses were tinted to enhance his vision in position with amber color. That's another thing, you know, he loved it. And that's a whole different topic. Each position requires, you know, has different visual demands and contrast and so on and so forth. So that these were his lenses. Okay. Adam, how am I doing on time? I'm not. Okay.
Getting to the end here. We probably only have about another 5 more minutes.
Okay. So I'm going. I'm going to fly through another couple of cases because I think you're going to enjoy it. I hope you will enjoy it anyhow. So that's another patient, 39-year-old with reduced acuities with her disposable contact lenses. Nothing truly out of the ordinary. HBID is fine. Best corrected acuities. We have 1 diopters of astigmatism in the right, 0.75 in the left. Again, you can guesstimate, and I hate to repeat myself when I say about guesstimate because things got to be specific for our patients. It can be 80 or 90, or maybe perhaps this or perhaps that. I'm going to go back to it in a second, but I figured out I'm going to touch this one because we all get at times in our office patients that are into shooting. And this particular gentleman was referred to me from the team, and he's a 60-year-old professional archer, reports poor vision while competing. He had previously worn a soft mass-produced contact lenses. And that's really interesting because that gets to the nitty-gritty of how do we approach patients like that. Folks that deal with archers or shooters, they know, you know, that they're very, very, very particular, as they should be, like all of us are extremely particular. And he has a half adopters of seal in the right, and no specialized won't be able to make you half adopter, but we can address it differently. And he has a half adopter of seal in the left. So when we have shooters, few challenges that we always we need to ask him is, A, do you shoot with one eye or do you shoot with both eyes open? Because that will dictate to you as far as the fitting guide, which eye will be more dominant. Is he a righty? Is he a lefty? Environment. Do they shoot indoors? Do they shoot outdoors? Do they hunt? Because most of the archers usually hunt, because that will help you to dictate certain tints that will enhance the contrast when they're out and about, especially if they're professional, which goes down to the level of illumination. So this particular gentleman was actually competes indoors and outdoors after different lighting conditions. So what would you do? Well, you can prescribe glasses with tints, contact lens. You can do daily, you can do biweekly, you can do GPs. Again, so if we're going to run quick through all the different type of disposable that are there for us, there's nothing specific for us because he has a half adapter of astigmatism in his left eye. So you don't want to over minus him. And not only that you don't want to over minus him, you don't want to guess which orientation the seal will be, whether it's going to be 60, whether it's going to be 70. Is it going to be high ed, or do we just give him a spherical equivalent? They're critical observer. They want to see very, very well. So the contact lens parameter that I ordered were -362 in the right and -3¼ -5066 in the left. The ad was +1 in near center design with a 2.4 central zone diameter and 3.7 intermediate zone diameter in his right eye, because that's the eye that he was shooting with, okay? Aiming with, pardon me. And what we did was we customized a soft lens tinted using a 3.5 central yellow tint to enhance contrast sensitivity for indoor shooting, and similar with amber for outdoor shooting. So this individual didn't want his fellow comparator to see that he has this fancy lenses, and best corrected acuities were 2015 on the right, and actually 2010 -2 OU. And I don't know if you can appreciate it. It's a really subtle yellow tint centrally over the pupil. And then he sends me this picture. Now, for those of you that understand archery, well, God bless you. I looked at it, I have no idea what he sent me, but he said, apparently it's pretty darn good. So, I mean, as of today, I don't quite sure what it means. So in essence, why do I enjoy to work with Specialized? I like the predicted turnaround, 3 to 5 working days. If it's something urgent, they can get it to you in a couple of days, because they want to build a relationship with us. And diagnostic and supply lenses are covered 100% by warranty against staring defects. So those of us, and I didn't touch it, and I do apologize. You know, I had a few cases for the management of myopia. You know, again, we are very limited using soft multifocal designs for the management of myopia. Here, you can really dictate the near center, distant center, how small, how big, how large, the seal correction, everything. And as we know, we want to make sure we have stability of vision, and you can control it with lens diameter and the base curve. And you can order the lenses anytime online, even after you finish your clinic hours. And one thing that is somewhat important, but not crucially important, you know, the 1-800s of the world become non-factors, because they can order it from your practices only. So when we have patients that, you know, do the fitting with us and they ask for a prescription, of course, we give them a prescription right away, but it's very specific for a specific lens because it's a customized lens. And they can't get it anywhere else unless they call our colleagues that work with Specialized, but they can't go to 1-800. And one of the nice things about it does create excitement in your patients. You have patients that dropped out of contact lenses because they couldn't wear lenses. And it's not that difficult to fit these lenses, because it's really all the parameters and all the measurements that you normally take for any type of lenses regardless. So why not use the data that you collected as a clinician and transfer it to a diagnostician? You diagnose your patient and you write what's in the best interest for the patient. Another great thing that I love about, sometimes I will have lens rotation. And even with Specialized, I don't have to, you know, I could never figure out that left add, right subtract. I mean, I figure out, but then you got to guesstimate to what extent, degrees, rotate the slit lamp. All you have to do here is you change the amount of prisms. You change the diameter. You improve. All of a sudden, the lens rotation is non-factor. Same goes with pupil size in multifocal. You know, if you have a patient with reduced acuity at near, if you use only disposable type of lenses, you're very limited in your troubleshooting ability, and which is quite frustrating. So incorporating a subspecialty division within our practice for sports vision opens the door to new opportunities and growth and add excitement. But you know what? You can fit these lenses with, and we have a lot of kids playing lacrosse in high school. We have baseball players in college. It doesn't necessarily has to be reserved for professional teams, because we have a lot of weekend warriors that want to be able to see better. and to enjoy the eyesight and the contact lens prescription and vision. And we're now in a position that we can really and truly give it to them. And I'm done. Adam?
All right. Well, Dr. Schwartz, thank you for that. Really great cases. And I know that we have a limited amount of time tonight for questions, but no matter what happens, we're going to have this archived on ODwire, and you can come back to there and ask questions and type them in, and we can have the conversation continue there. But if anybody has any questions right now, feel free to type them in the question box, and I'll just quickly ask you a couple of them before we log out for the night. So you showed us a bunch of good cases, and people have questions as we were going. The first question I think that people have is cost of the lens. Obviously, if you're in the NFL, it doesn't matter. But for a regular patient, sort of. So how do you actually talk to patients about that, about the cost and the benefit versus the cost?
I think that the cost to practitioner, I'm not quite sure. Maybe Corinne or Brianna will be able to answer that. But if I may, I'm going to give you a really poor analogy of coffee. Okay, you can go to the local diner, get a cup of coffee for 99 cents or maybe $1.50. And next door they have Starbucks. It sells you the same coffee, maybe with almond milk and whatever, for $5. And yet you have a line through the door to Starbucks. Why? Because they have the ability to customize. They give you more than 87,000 different options for how to make your coffee. So I'm not trying to be dismissive, and I apologize if I come across like that, because that's not my intention by all means. But when you explain to your patients his condition, which basically means their astigmatism, the orientation, and they have to understand one simple thing: one size can't fit all. Because if there's one size that fits everything, it's not going to be you're going to have one type of contact lens, and that's it. So when you create this excitement, all of a sudden, everything is about the care that we deliver to our patients. And I know it sounds very naive. It's not about fees, it's about the care. And once our patients understand and believe, and it's really and truly is about care, because we want to provide the best possible care to our patients, all of us. And when you tell them, you're here because I'm going to give you the best. Consequently, in many cases, and I can't even tell you in my case it's 100%, the fees become secondary. Now, I'm not trying to dance around the answer. If anybody from Specialized is
Yeah.
okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So our toric contact lenses, the most popular 54 and 59 torics are 33 a lens, and then the multifocal and multifocal torics are $49.50 a lens. So, and they are replaced on a quarterly basis. You're welcome to replace them more frequently if you choose to. The cost per lens right now is the same, and hopefully in the future we'll offer a monthly lens option for you as well. Yeah, absolutely. So, and we usually recommend 1.5 to 2 times the lens cost, but certainly we empower practitioners to set their pricing as they see fit based on the case and the complexity and your demographic.
So, so in a nutshell, if you compare the cost, okay, for a year's supply of one of the, I'm not going to mention them because I don't want anybody to think that I'm biased against one company or another, which is not the case. But if you compare the cost of a multifocal toric soft disposable lens versus a year's supply from Specialized, I think you'll find very close to be the same. And I could be wrong. Am I wrong, Corinne, or am I kind of close?
No, you're absolutely right. That's, that's part of how we want to empower the practitioners and really support the practice. Is we want to be able to keep those profits in your practice and, make it affordable for both you and for the patient. So absolutely, it's certainly a little bit of a cost difference, but not substantial to where the quality of customization features should be a barrier. I would agree with you.
And another interesting thing, and it happens to all of us, you have a patient, you get them all fired up, everybody's excited about going to customize, and they order it. They get the lens and the novelty wears off. And they say, oh, you know what? Yeah, I don't want it. Happens all the time. What I do appreciate about working with specialized, all we do is we come say, hey, listen, our patient changed their mind. They don't want it. You don't even have to send the lenses back and they just credit it, which I think it's insane, but we love it. And the same when we train patients, you know, sometimes they will tear a lens, especially with kids. And with pediatric patients, all you have to do, we call and they send a free replacement, which for me, it's extremely valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks so much for that, Dr. Schwartz. We really do try to form our policies around supporting the practitioners, making their life super easy. To Dr. Schwartz's point, yeah, all of our lenses come with a warranty for the full life of the lens for the trial and the supply. So if anything happens to the lens during that time, we'll take care of it for you. Simply just give us a call, let us know what happened, and we'll take care of you on our end.
And Corinne, actually, you know, you sort of brought it up, but I'll ask Dr. Schwartz as well. You know, you mentioned the trials. How many trials do you usually go through with a patient before you get it right?
Well, let's break it down to toric versus multifocal. We've been very lucky, but we tend to, you know, it's one of the things you measure twice and you cut once. It's all about collecting good data, which we all can do the same way. With the torics, really, on a rare occasion, we have redos on a single vision toric. Of course, as the cases here showed you, I'm far from being perfect, and some with multifocals, you can have a couple of redos, but that's it. I mean, maybe 2. At times 3, if it's a more advanced case, if you have to incorporate prisms and things like that. With, again, we lacked in our data collection, but normally not more than 2 follow-ups.
Yeah, absolutely. And our data points to that as well. You know, most of our toric contact lenses are successful in 1 to 2 lens fittings, and the majority of our multifocals are in 1 to 3. So that lines right up with what we've seen from a success data standpoint over the last few years.
Right. And we have time for one more question, but this is a good one, so I want to get it in here. The question is, do you ever typically start with standard soft lenses and then move into custom as needed? Do you have certain parameters that you think about where you might go straight to custom lenses and not even go with standard lenses?
That's a great question, and I appreciate it. In my practice, no, never. My approach is very simple. If I was sitting on the chair, if I was the patient, and it was the other way around, how would I like my doctor to try to approach the management of my vision? I'm very particular. I'm a critical observer. I want to see very well. I would want my doctor to give me the best. And if we develop this rapport with the patient, and in my clinical setting, you know, we have 2 different topographers that we use. We have screens that show the topography, and we sit down and we explain to the patients, you know, this is your eye, this is your fingerprint, only you have it. You know, you can't have a 6-foot guy and tell him that he has to wear a 31 waist. It could be 6-foot guy, 160 pounds. It can be a 6-foot guy weighing 400 pounds. One size can't fit everything, especially when it comes to toric correction, because we do have the lens rotation, and we talk about, and we say, hey, how often do you have to really reposition the lens in your eye? Oh, it happens all the time. So guess what? If it happened with company A, it will happen with company B, C, and D. If I go in to say, you know what, I have a good lens for new design, new material, blah, 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 let's try it. Well, guess what I just did? Wasted chair time. Because if nothing worked before, nothing like that will work again. And for us, all of us doctors, you know, chair time is crucial. So we have to be very mindful. And if they have the half adapter of astigmatism, believe you me, they would love it. Just like they love it in the glasses correction. You know, I dare any practitioner, instead of the -4, -50 XS2, to prescribe -4 1/4 for their glasses. Nobody will do that. So why go into it with contact lens? Because you know you're heading into redos, visits, and at the end, you're going to end up where you should have started with, approaching it from a customized point of view. Now, I can't tell you that every patient that I talk to say, okay, sure, doc, let's go with it. I have patients that say, no, I don't want to do it for whatever the reasons are, and I respect it. You know, my job as a doctor is to educate and empower my patient. Then once they make a decision, at least they know that they're not going to come and tell me, hey, I'm not seeing that great. And I say, oh, yeah, I know, because we're not correcting your astigmatism. We talked about it. I showed you. And I do like to demonstrate through the phoropter. You know, even the half diopter said, hey, that's your vision when you properly correct it. Let me show you what happened when I take the astigmatic correction out. That's how your vision will be. And that's only with that's just the glasses. Imagine how it will be with contact lenses. Vision is subjective. Once they get it and they appreciate it, the odds are that they will choose to go with your recommendation. But basically, to answer the question from the get-go, if I introduce the patient to the best solution that I believe and I know will meet their visual demands, and if I know that they have some seal that I'm not addressing, I know that they're not going to be happy with me. So yep. I go away and I present all options. I said, listen, we can do the disposable lenses, option one, but you're not going to correct your astigmatism. We can do the customized lens. It's a 3-month lens. Every quarter you replace it, but we can feed all the data, the size, the shape, diameter, everything into the manufacturing process. This lens is actually made 100% for you, not for you and millions of other people across the globe that have similar prescription like you, glasses prescription. And I said, whatever you want to do, you let me know, and I'm here for you. But if we don't present it to them, you will never know. And please, you know, if you have a patient that have 0.75 diopters of seal, you can't tell them it's too small. You want to appreciate it because you know they will. You would. I would. Yep. So I introduce it to everybody.
Right, and I think that's a good philosophy, and I think it's a good place to end here. So Dr. Schwartz, thank you so much for this today. These are really great cases, and we will have all of the stuff posted on ODwire for everyone to watch the archive again this week if you want. We'll review the cases one more time, and if you have any questions, post all of your questions up there, and we can go over it. So again, Dr. Schwartz, thank you. Corinne, thank you for being here as well, and thank you everyone for coming out tonight. And I look forward to seeing everybody online. So everybody have a good night.
Adam,
absolutely. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Adam, say hi to your dad, please. He probably won't remember me, but that's okay.
Oh, he remembers you, actually. I saw him a couple days ago, and I said, hey, guess who I spoke with?
Oh, no.
So he remembers all the people that he's tortured. So, yeah.
Well, regardless, please tell him I said hi.
All right. All right. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Very much, guys. And I really appreciate the time here, and hopefully you guys found it interesting.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much.
All right. Bye.
All right. Have a good night. Hey, everybody. It's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. So just diving into the topic tonight, it's all about vernal keratoconjunctivitis, or VKC. And as you probably know, it's a severe form of allergic inflammation that affects the ocular surface. It's relatively uncommon, but it can be vision threatening when it occurs. So that's why it's critical that everyone remains vigilant and on the lookout for it. And so that's why tonight's talk is so important. And fortunately for us, we have 2 experts on the subject tonight who are going to tackle this with us. So Dr. Susan Resnick is the president and managing partner of Drs. Farkas, Kessler, Resnick & Associates, contact lens and anterior segment specialty practice in New York. And I think if you've ever watched an ODwire webinar or attended CEwire, you've heard Dr. Resnick speak. So you're in for a real treat tonight if you've never heard her before. And also with us tonight is Dr. Susan Gramacki, who's the director of the contact lens service at First Sight Vision Care in Fulton, Maryland, which is sort of right in between Baltimore and DC. Dr. Gramacki is a well-known author and editor. She's
published hundreds of articles over the past 30 years. So she has decades of experience treating anterior segment disease and also with contact lenses. So I can't think of two better people to speak to us about VKC tonight. And Dr. Resnick is going to kick things off describing sort of the background of the disease, the epidemiology, pathophysiology, as well as some of the challenges of diagnosing and treating VKC. And then Dr. Gramacki is going to talk about a novel treatment option for VKC. And then at the very end, what we're going to do is take all your questions and have a little back and forth with both of the speakers. So guys, take it away.
Adam, thank you so much for having us. I want to thank Santan as well. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this. It's, you know, when it comes to something like VKC, it affects all of us in a certain way, even though the disease is very, very rare. So I'm going to start with, you know, we probably all learned about this in school, but because it's rare, we might not see it very much. And what's most important, though, is the research that's gone on in the last few years. So this is not going to just serve to refresh our memories, but to bring us all up to date on this. And I think once we are, we're going to realize that we probably are underdiagnosing it and under-recognizing it. So what is VKC? Well, it's a severe form of allergic conjunctivitis that we've been taught and we understand occurs predominantly in male children. But we're going to find out in a moment that adults are affected too. As with most allergic entities, it has both a seasonal and perennial variant. And the perennial one is seen more in countries with hot climates. And of course, the seasonal one will occur in the temperate climates when the weather gets warmer. So we obviously know that there is a climate or environmental component. What's most critical about VKC is that it can be sight-threatening in terms of its complications. And so obviously this is the kind of thing we want to recognize as early as possible. So as I just mentioned, adult VKC is now becoming more apparent to us. It was as recent as 2013 that it was described in the literature. A little bit different than the juvenile form in that we actually have two variants. So we can see one where it's the juvenile form that will persist beyond puberty with recurrences. And then you can also have one form that's actually starts in adulthood and arises de novo after puberty, which kind of goes against a little bit of what we were taught in that it was originally thought that VKC actually would kind of phase out after puberty. So it was always thought that there may be some hormonal components, which there probably are, but that's not the sole aspect. And we're going to see as we go into it more and more how multifactorial this disease is. The adult form resembles the childhood components, but the corneal involvement is more minor. But what is more major and more concerning is the surrounding inflammatory effects are much more severe. So we'll see more limbal stem cell deficiency, keratoconus. Obviously, we have to think about eye rubbing in these patients, traditional treatments using steroids, inducing cataracts and glaucoma. So again, the adult variant is more involved. I don't want to say more serious, but it extends more into the surrounding tissues, while the cornea may not be as involved. So how rare is VKC? Well, it's only about 0.1% or 0.5% of patients with all ocular diseases. And the key demographics show that the prevalence is roughly 100 times greater in Africa than other northern countries. And it's more prevalent in warmer, windy climates, and that would be like the Mediterranean, Central Africa, South America. But we do see it here in North America, China, Australia, and Europe. The prevalence here in the United States for children less than 18 years of age is just a little over 1 in 10,000. We know that it's more common in younger children. In particular, study in Italy showed a 16 times greater prevalence in children under 16. And again, perhaps most importantly, the regional differences in prevalence are thought to be due to genetics, environment, and the genetic and environmental interaction. So looking now at adult VKC, again, the data is more recent and it's more variable and not as robust, but we have a 2017 study or a model that shows an estimated prevalence here in the US of almost 16%. But then you look at India and Italy, and they're actually showing In a small study, a little less than 3%. And then you look at Africa and we see 56% of overall VKC patients had adult VKC. So again, it's very variable with a lot of questions and to be answered and gaps to be filled in terms of research. So the pathogenesis is what I find the most interesting. You know, we think about it as an allergy, but it's not just the traditional allergy that we've all been trained on, you know, looking at IgE-mediated responses. This is not purely a type 1 hypersensitivity. If you remember, the type 1 being humoral, being B-cell mediated with preform mediators such as histamine, cytokines, and lipids. We now know that there's a strong Th2 lymphocytic effect, and there is also some Th1. So this is a type 4, if you'll remember that, as a delayed hypersensitivity, where you're going to get eosinophils bringing in different interleukins and stirring up the cytokines, you know, more of these chemokines, lipid mediators. So it is, you know, much more involved than we originally kind of knew. And one of the researchers, Bonini, actually found that in 50% of patients with VKC, they could not even find evidence of IgE. It was purely eosinophilic, which suggests that it is Th2 lymphocyte driven. So we think more about these much more severe, involved, long-terming, non-remitting kinds of inflammatory responses causing vasodilation, inflammation, mucus secretion, tissue degradation, vascular permeability, all the things that make these poor kids and adults miserable. You may remember that we learned in school about, you know, morning symptoms being the worst. Morning misery, it was called. And so let's take a look at this now. We can actually break it down into, you know, an immediate response, which would conjure up those images of seasonal allergic or your standard, what I call non-severe, non-visually threatening allergies, which might occur in hours, and those might repeat. But when we look at VKC, we have reappearance of initial symptoms, which would be the itching, the redness, the swelling, the edema, occurring days to months later. But what happens? What happens is we have disruption of the ocular surface, and that's what characterizes or distinguishes VKC and makes it so much more concerning than standard, you know, hay fever, rose fever, the kinds of things we think about in, you know, regular mast cell stabilizing controlled allergies. We have disruption of the ocular surface and severe inflammation, which may have visual consequences. So, you know, that's what characterizes the differences. So when we think about the pathophysiology, while it's an isolated entity in most patients and greater than 50%, we actually see comorbid allergic conditions in over 40%, which was shown in one Italian study. And you can see here, VKC alone was close to 60%. VKC with other atopic diseases was about 42%. What I find interesting, or maybe not so surprising, is that it's more prevalent as comorbidities with asthma and rhinitis. And the way I think about it is the lungs and the nose are mucous membrane tissues, as are the eyes. So to me, the connection is there. When it comes to eczema, skin, and urticaria, you know, the anatomy, the molecular or cellular physiology of those tissues are different. So it doesn't surprise me that asthma and rhinitis would be more comorbid with VKC than some of the skin-related entities. So there are two basic kinds of appearances of VKC, and they are not mutually exclusive. You can have both of them in the same eye, in the same patient. The palpebral, as you might expect, has to do with the tarsal plate. And you will see, as you see here on the left, there'll be marked cobblestone papilla. And this is different from, you know, even your grade 3 GPC that we were seeing in the old days with certain kinds of contact lenses. I mean, you know, these papilla come out and shake their hands when the patient, you know, shakes your hand when the patient walks in the room. You can't mistake them. Similarly, if you see the limbal variant, it is rather concerning and not difficult to miss, or not easy to miss, I should say. And you'll see this gelatinous ring, very different from adult Arcus senilis. It's raised, it's gelatinous, and it affects the limbus. You will also see Horner's Trantis dots, which are these diffuse, and they can be intermittent white or yellowish little tiny dots. They will disappear or reappear. And those are actually collections of epithelial cell debris and degraded eosinophils. So these are essentially the two entities that are pathognomonic of GPC, of VKC, which is what makes it different from some of the other allergic conditions. So you can start to see these corneal changes. Later on, you may see corneal vascularization, epithelial microerosions, and I just mentioned the Horner-Trantis dots and the papillae. The symptoms are typically bilateral. They're rarely unilateral. The hyperemia is marked. And again, the symptoms can start like a mild seasonal allergic conjunctivitis, but it escalates very quickly. So, you know, it's very important on all allergy patients. If you leave with one thing tonight, it's flip those lids. I mean, 3 simple words, because those papilla will be the thing that kind of makes you scratch your head and say, okay, what really am I dealing with here? So the potential complications are the ones that we obviously worry about the most, but if we learn, and we're going to talk about how to control the disease and control patient behaviors early on. So, you know, we want to try not to see the keratitis. The shield ulcers are, again, another entity that's pathognomonic, and that has to do with those large cobblestone papilla being on the underside of the lid, scraping against that cornea. You may see plaque. You might get a permanent reduction in visual acuity. We're actually going to be talking tonight about how to prevent that. You know, microbial keratitis is probably a little rare, but again, in young children, a child that may develop it at 3-4 years old, you know, you can also worry about some amblyopia setting in. So again, it's important to diagnose it early and treat it early. So these statistics were based on an interesting study. It was a prospective observational case series, and they had a questionnaire completed by 30 children, again, males predominating because it does affect males to a greater degree with active VKC. And it looked at, well, what impact does it have on daily life? And when I think about a rare disease, as much as, you know, I'm empathetic, obviously, to all patients, when it comes to children, it tugs at the clinical heartstrings a little bit more when you think about what's happening to these kids. So we just talked about the fact that this disease is more prevalent in the warmer, harder climates. So what do these kids want to do? They want to go to the pool. They want to play sports. You know, it's affecting all the things that they would do, you know, seasonally or perennially in the warmer months. And so, you know, when something affects your child, it affects the parent probably 10 times greater. And so these are the things that we really want to prevent or control as much as we can. And the study also showed that when you look at quality of life outcomes, there was a greater reduction in quality of life in children with these more severe, I'll use the word inflammatory / allergic conditions such as VKC and AKC. So, you know, when we look at impact on daily life, you know, it's numerous. So even, you know, talking about getting these kids to school, they wake up in the morning and they're miserable. You know, then they get to school and let's say they have to go to the school nurse a number of times a day. They're missing classes. They're missing, you know, enjoyment with their friends. Many of them can't go outside for recess. You know, they come home and obviously the parents worry even more. So, you know, when it comes to being a parent or knowing a parent with a child, the first thing that comes to mind is, you know, did I miss something? Should I have gotten my kid diagnosed earlier? And the answer is, well, yeah, and that's our job. You know, they blame themselves first. We know it's not their fault. It is a hard disease to diagnose. It may start out slowly and, smolder a bit before it kind of escalates. We have we hope we're not going to give incongruous care. That's why we're speaking tonight. And, the information vacuum, I think we're getting there. Certainly we're learning more. And I think having a new treatment option, which Dr. Gramacki is going to go over in a few minutes, is certainly going to allow us to take this, and put it on the radar. So to summarize, VKC is a severe form of IgE and Th2 cell-mediated allergic conjunctivitis that occurs predominantly in male children less than 10 years of age. It does occur year-round, particularly in the tropics. The symptoms are everything that however the eye can respond in a negative sense, it will. Erythema, hyperemia, mucus discharge, tearing. I mean, if you've ever had a bad allergic day just being out on the golf course, multiply that 100 times. That's what these kids and adults go through. The complications can be severe. I worry most about keratoconus because of the eye rubbing. I worry most about corneal scarring. And it can have a negative impact on quality of life, just on the family dynamics and on social and educational outcomes. So we talked about the importance of us not being the weak link in diagnosing and treating these children. So how can we overcome that? Well, the first part is to understand again how different VKC is from the other allergic entities. And what you'll see here, unfortunately, is that there is a huge overlap in signs and symptoms. So we have on the left seasonal allergic, followed by perennial, and then we have our vernal and our atopic. And we have giant papillary conjunctivitis at the end and contact blepharoconjunctivitis right there in the middle. And you can see how the biggest overlap is with VKC and AKC. As a matter of fact, there's very little difference between the two when you think about it, other than VKC is obviously much more prevalent in the children. So the adults will be a little harder to diagnose. I think the one distinction there would be, probably there's more of a prevalence of eczema along with AKC. You will see more skin reactions. But note that all of these are atopic except for the contact sensitivity. Remember that atopy, by the way, means that you have tissue responses in other parts of the body that are not directly in contact with the allergen. So it makes sense that a contact-induced allergy would not be atopy. That's just a little refresher from our school days. So let's look closer now at the VKC-AKC difference because, they are very, very similar. So we know that the Horner-Trantas dots are much more common in VKC. If we were to have a patient go through eosinophilic scraping, it would be more prevalent in VKC. There's certainly more of a male predominance in VKC, and there's an age difference. There's a higher incidence, however, as we mentioned, of scarring in adults. And in AKC, that being more prevalent in adults. So there are very, very few distinctions, but if you keep those key things in mind, VKC younger, VKC boys, you will be more likely to make the early diagnosis. So when we look at diseases, the first thing we always do is we kind of always take a stepladder approach and we look at what are the modifiable factors. And, that's the first thing we want to look at. What's easy to do to relieve the patient of symptoms early on? We want to look at the environment. We want to look at basic personal practices. So, obviously you want to avoid the triggering factors. And it's really important once you make the diagnosis to educate the patients and caregivers early and to really tell them what to expect because, I always like to tell them, without scaring patients, you want to tell them that it's not unexpected for things to get worse, for the kid to feel miserable. Tell it like it is because knowing as a patient is is really being prepared. And it's so much easier mentally and emotionally to deal with illness when you know that, okay, this is the disease, here's what I need to do. So, keep them out of the dust, keep them away from pets if they have allergies there, washing hair before bed, using sunglasses, and certainly cold compresses, preservative-free tears. By the way, putting the preservative-free tears in the refrigerator has a great effect because you can reduce the hyperemia, constrict the vessels so that some of those preformed mediators are less likely to spill out. The other thing is keep your patients from rubbing. When you rub, you actually break the cell membranes of the mast cells. So it's important to explain that to patients so they understand why we're making the recommendation. So the management challenges have been interesting, and that's, obviously it says here that there's many therapeutic options. Well, there are many, but there are also few. I mean, the many may include these home-based measures that we talked about, but really, what have we had? The first-line treatments are only palliative. They're effective in mild cases, and really, we had to go, right to the big guns, which are steroids, and we all know the problems and long-term consequences of steroids. And again, when you're talking about a 10-year-old, you want to try to avoid steroids if you can. Look, you have to use them to prevent or to control that horrible cascade. Diagnose it early, get them on it, keep them on it, taper it down, but having an alternative measure is really the key. So let's just sum this all up in terms of practice pearls for management. Patient and parent awareness of the disease's long duration. You got to let them know this isn't the flu. It's going to be there. It may fizzle out when they hit puberty, but get it under control and we have a better chance of keeping everybody happy. There are going to be things that they have to do. It's not just putting drops in their eyes. You're going to get them in early, schedule them, way before whatever country you live in or whatever part of North America you may live in, when the temperatures change and the humidity goes down. And then it's really all about effective prevention and control, of inflammation. Sue, I'm going to just bring you in here because I know you're going to do the next section, but what do you do to diagnose it early? How do you zoom in?
Well, Susan, first of all, I want to say it's always a pleasure seeing you every year at the Academy at the CCLRT events. And so it's a special treat to actually see you in the summertime as well, and especially lecturing with you. So I can't wait to get going and to, shall we say, share the podium here and talk about VKC. As far as your question, you mentioned it, you hit the nail on the head. Evert the lids every single time, every single patient, especially in a patient complaining about itching, and especially that fits the profile that you so eloquently laid out. Age, symptoms, mucus discharge, you name it, male, children, but not just that profile. We can talk later about a patient that I saw this spring, a young woman, 22 years old, who I am convinced has VKC, and we can talk about that if we have a little bit of time in the end. But let's talk about how to treat it. Cyclosporin A has been studied as a treatment for VKC for a long time, since the 1980s. But the reason we're calling it novel is twofold. One is that different concentrations, as you can see, were studied over the years. And some were too weak and some were too strong, leading to tolerability issues. 0.1% here is really the sweet spot. And if you open up your Will's Eye Manual, which we're all doing in clinic, right? If we want to check something, we open the Will's. I looked at it, and as recently as the year 2000, cyclosporin was not even listed in the Will's Eye Manual as a treatment for VKC. Likely because, number one, it wasn't in this concentration, and it was not in the form that we're going to be talking about today. And of course, number two, it hadn't been FDA approved yet for this indication until now. And the reason is that by changing the vehicle, for example, a cationic preservative-free artificial tear, the medication becomes safer and more readily tolerated and can be used effectively in a concentration as low as 0.1%. So let's talk about the emulsion and what makes it special. Sontin developed 0.1% cyclosporin ophthalmic emulsion in order to increase the bioavailability of cyclosporin A at the ocular surface. Cyclosporin CE cationic emulsion 0.1% is a calcineurin inhibitor immunosuppressant approved for topical ophthalmic use. In the US, cyclosporin 0.1% is approved for the treatment of VKC in children and adults. Let's look on the right here. The CSA is lipophilic. So we coat it here with a surfactant, and then on the outside is a cationic agent. So by making it a cationic emulsion, there is now attraction to the negatively charged cell membranes here, increasing residence time at the ocular surface. So if we look at, for example, unpolarized eye drops, they will simply wash out. Middle picture would be an anionic emulsion. If that is used negative to negative, we're going to get some electrostatic repulsion. The cationic emulsion is the key, as you can see, because the positive charge will do very nicely with a negative charge of cell membranes. So what are the benefits then? You get rapid spread across the cornea. The contact surface is maximized. It stays longer on the cornea versus unpolarized eye drops. And as a result, CSA CE has increased ocular bioavailability compared to anionic CSA nanoemulsions. The CSA CE clinical development program included the supportive phase 2-3 novative study with 118 patients and the longer pivotal phase 3 Vectis study with 169 patients. I'm going to talk about the Vectis study in great detail. It was really well planned out. There are basically 3 groups that the patients were randomly placed into. One was 0.1% QID 4 times a day. The second group was 0.1% BID plus the vehicle twice a day. And lastly is just the vehicle itself, which is a pretty good vehicle, as I mentioned, QID. And then what it looked at, the primary endpoint, was a mean composite score that encompassed CFS score, and down below you'll see CFS is an abbreviation for corneal fluorescein staining, corneal ulceration, and steroid rescue medication use over 4 months. So if a patient was suffering so much that they had to grab a steroid to try and help out with the comfort, that is what we're referring to with rescue medication. So the Vectis study, there were 169 patients, was a multi-center randomized double-masked vehicle-controlled parallel arm phase 3 study that assessed the efficacy and safety of 2 cyclosporin A dosing regimens in pediatric patients with active severe VKC with severe keratitis. Years ago, when I was a first-year optometry student, I love talking about this because I was the only research assistant for the CLEX study. I was the only employee of the CLEX study. And as a young student, I learned so much from the principal investigators, Joe Barr, Carla Zadnik, Tim Edrington, and I learned about inclusion in studies. And it's very interesting because it's important to assure that the patients in the study actually have the diagnosis that you're studying. And as part of the CLEX study, for example, patients had to have a slit lamp sign of keratoconus. They had to have a Fleischer ring, Vogt stria, or a scar. In this case, the patients had to have severe keratitis. And I know Dr. Resnick showed a slide that keratitis is not necessarily present in all patients with VKC, but it's very important for the purpose of a study to make sure the patients have VKC. And one way to do it is to make sure that they have VKC and severe keratitis. And this ended up being an important marker that we were studying as well. Back to the VECTA study. The first patient was enrolled in 2013 and the study was completed in 2016. The duration of the study, as you can see, was 12 months and it was divided into two parts. One was a 4-month efficacy evaluation treatment period, and then next was an 8-month safety follow-up period. The primary endpoint of VECTIS was a composite efficacy score based on 1, keratitis assessed by the modified Oxford scale that goes from 0 to 5, 2, the need for rescue medication, which was a corticosteroid, and 3, the occurrence of corneal ulceration. Secondary endpoints, meanwhile, included assessment of 4 main VKC symptoms: photophobia, tearing, itching, and mucus discharge. These were subjectively assessed by patients utilizing something called a visual analog scale, where a patient basically has a 100-millimeter strip and they physically mark on that strip from 0 to 100 how severe are their symptoms: photophobia, tearing, itching, mucus discharge. So that is called a VAS. Also, a CFS was included, which is the corneal fluorescein staining. Also, use of rescue therapy at months 1 to 4. Also, CFS responder rate at month 4. That's a good thing, a responder. I'll define it in just a little bit in one of the next slides. They also looked at a quality of life assessment and lastly, slit lamp assessment. This slide shows the results for the 2 active treatment groups versus the vehicle in the 4-month randomized period. The difference in the least squares mean versus vehicle was 0.76, as you can see here, for the QID group and 0.67 for the BID group. Both differences were statistically significant, confirming superiority of the active treatment over the vehicle. Now, the treatment was the only factor with a significant effect on the comparison, P equals 0.006. Baseline CFS score and exposure to VKC season did not have a significant effect. P was greater than 0.05. To summarize the secondary endpoints for months 1 to 4, the benefit of the CSAC treatment were also evident on most secondary endpoints, particularly in the high dose QID treatment group. So for example, improvements in 4 main VKC symptoms, photophobia, tearing, itching, and mucus discharge, were observed in all treatment groups, with the greatest improvement seen in the CSA CE QID group. The CSA CE QID treatment was associated with significantly greater symptom improvement versus the vehicle at months 1, 2, and 4 for photophobia, at months 2 and 4 for tearing, and at all monthly time points for itching and mucus discharge. Next, the quality of life improved in all treatment groups. Improvements were significantly higher in the CSA CE QID group versus the vehicle at most time points. And lastly, there was less use of rescue medication in patients treated with cyclosporin than those treated with vehicle. The CSA CE QID was 32%, the BID 31.5%, and the vehicle was 53.4%. The mean number of rescue courses is depicted in the figure on the left. There was a much greater use of rescue medication, corticosteroid, among patients in the vehicle group compared to the cyclosporin groups. The percentage of patients with at least 1 use of rescue medication over the treatment period was pretty comparable, as you can see, in the QID and BID groups. Both rates were lower compared to the vehicle group. This slide shows the logistic regression analysis for CFS responders. So to define what a CFS responder is, per definition, they are patients with a CFS score at month 4 less than or equal to 50% of the baseline CFS, and those who did not withdraw from the study for a reason possibly due to treatment, and 3, they were free from occurrence of ulceration and use of rescue medication in the last 3 months of treatment. So as you can see, the highest response rate was actually found in the CSA-CE BID group with 61.1%, followed by the QID group, 57.1%. The response rate in the vehicle group was 34.5%. The comparisons of both cyclosporin dosage groups versus vehicle showed statistically significant differences favoring active treatment, P less than 0.05 for both comparisons. Data for the responder rates were later reanalyzed. This is actually not shown on this slide. The original analysis that you see on the slide actually took into account months 2, 3, and 4. The reanalysis included month 1. And in this reanalysis, the responder rates were actually 31 out of 56, 55.4% for the QID, and a little bit less, as I might expect, for the BID, so 50% for the BID and 27.6% for the vehicle. Safety assessments revealed that the incidence of treatment emergent adverse events, or TEAE, were similar across treatment groups. And the majority, as you can see, were mild or moderate in severity. The only exception was installation site pain, which occurred at a higher rate, as you might expect, in the high dose group. The most common treatment-related events were installation site pain, pruritus or itching, and erythema. Laboratory data, vital signs, and other safety-related observations, including slit limp exam, best corrected distance acuity, and IOP, raised no additional concerns. Now let's talk about the US FDA specific analyses. Regarding keratitis scores, all 3 treatment groups started, as you can see, with an almost identical amount of keratitis, just over 4 on a 5-point scale. After 4 months, the vehicle had reduced the staining score, just the vehicle itself on average, by about 1.2 points. The BID administration, far right over here, decreased it by about 1.9, and as expected, the QID decreased it by 2.3. So on the right, you can see that there is a 95% confidence interval in the QID dosage, reducing keratitis more than the vehicle. The same goes for itching. The QID dosage reduces the patient's subjective itching score of about 78 out of 100 initially by about 44 points. The BID dosage by about 35, and the vehicle by about 25. And lastly, there were a few reported adverse reactions to note, but also note that these are consistent with the known safety profile of any topically applied cyclosporin A. And with that, I would like to open up the floor for questions.
Well, thank you, Susan, and thank you, Susan. Why don't we turn on our cameras here too so people can see us, so we can prove that we're real human beings. Try to flip those on here. So howdy, everybody. So let me pull up the questions here. So again, if anybody wants to ask a question, feel free. Right on the screen on the right side, there's a box where you can ask questions.
feel free to put a question in there and we will try to answer them. So you can give that a shot. And first question here, and again, Susan and Susan, if you guys want to jump in after we ask it. So Dr. Resnick mentioned in the beginning that cobblestoning, right? The papillae that were just gigantic, almost were pathognomonic for the disease. Question here is, do you tend to see that later in the disease progression, or can that come right from the very beginning?
I'll answer that while she's unmuting herself. I tend to see it at the beginning because I've seen it. And, Dr. Resnick hit the nail on the head. This isn't something we see every day. However, it's not rare if it's in your chair. And I know we both have seen it plenty of times in our careers, although I couldn't say I see it once a week or once a month, or sometimes I'll go a whole year without seeing it and then I'll see, a whole bunch of them. So it's interesting, but most of the ones that I've seen have had the papilla from their initial presentation with me. I don't know about Dr. Resnick.
Yeah, so I echo that. So what's interesting is, over the years, and a lot of people may have seen this, is sometimes a parent will come in and they bring the kid in because they say that, oh, I think he has a little tick or he's blinking funny and they want to check it out. And so again, the first thing you're going to do in a case like that, at least I do, is flip the lids, because what do you think? You think foreign body sensation. And once you do that, especially if you see it bilaterally, your, VKC radar has to, antenna have to go up, because they can appear before the symptoms of itching or hyperemia, or maybe the kid has been itchy or you haven't noticed them rubbing their eyes. So I do see this as an early sign. Absolutely.
Interesting question here. Do you have any sense of how long a person goes from the time they have their first symptoms until they're definitively diagnosed? Is there a pretty long gap where people are maybe just being treated for plain old allergy incorrectly for a long time?
Yeah.
I think it varies, with the patient and how vigilant their parent is too in getting them in. I have to be honest, a lot of these kids may not see us first. Some may not. Some may see their pediatrician first, but I have seen a lot of them that have come in to see me first. So it kind of runs the gamut.
It's opposite for me, being in a larger city, because what happens first is they see the pediatrician. They're complaining maybe about itchy, redness, watering. So they treat them with, your usual suspects of mast cell stabilizers, antihistamines. And then the pediatrician will send them to the allergist and then the pediatric ophthalmologist. So, and a lot of them will end up in tertiary. Once they make the diagnosis, they end up in tertiary care centers because it's considered a serious disease. So that's part of why some of these patients don't filter down into our everyday practices. But I'm going to make one comment now. With the advent of pediatrics coming into our practice through other avenues now, through our focus on myopia management, many of us are seeing an influx of kids into our practices. So I do believe, through maybe the good fortune of bringing kids in for something else, we're going to be, we will be in the pipeline to be the primary care providers and first diagnosticians of this disease. I think we're going to see an increased prevalence in our offices.
Oh, interesting question here. Could cyclosporin affect stem cells in children?
Wow, that's a good one.
In what way? I'm trying to think of what the mechanism would be.
Right.
It doesn't affect, so stem cells are not, so it's a calcineurin inhibitor. It only affects T cells, which is part of the inflammatory pathway. Stem cells are, essentially progenitor cells of normal progenitor tissue. It should have no effect. As a matter of fact, one would think it would be protective versus it being any adverse effects.
Interesting question here. Dr. Resnick you mentioned the allergist just before, and you also mentioned though that you can sort of moderate some of these risk factors of making things worse, right, with avoiding dust and other triggers. Is it possible that, and this is the question, that you would send a kid to an allergist even though you made the diagnosis to try to figure out what might be triggering this?
Oh, absolutely. You want to look at any possible allergy to be controlled. And if they're going to benefit from desensitization from allergy shots, absolutely. It's a form of atopy. So we have to understand that the eyes are being affected, even though that may not be the actual trigger. It may not be an ocular allergy, it may not be pollen flying in their eyes. It may be something else that's invoking the inflammatory system, affecting, as I said, the mucous membranes, the eyes, the nose, the lungs. So absolutely, I send a lot of patients to allergists when I see kind of weird eye allergic changes that I can't figure out. And over the years, I've come up with patients allergic to polyethylene glycol, things that are in contact lenses and solutions. And yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing. They do check for all that.
Question here, how long should one use cyclosporin, particularly in the difficult recurrent cases?
It may need to be used for several months. So we need to keep that in mind, that we should see some improvement. The Vectis trial certainly showed improvement at 1 month, but sometimes 4 months, we're still using it, 4, 6 months. We just have to be very patient with it.
Yeah, I would even suggest to you that it might need to be used for years. But that's what makes it different from a steroid. You want to not have steroids being used, but a cyclosporin to be on a year or two. And again, interestingly, Sue, you did an amazing job with those statistics. But what struck me was that in some of the measures you discussed, there wasn't a huge difference between the BID and the QID. So remember that we're going to hit them hard with QID in the beginning, but likely we're going to be titrating it down to BID. And what makes me feel happy about the fact that the BID was very effective, although not quite in some of the, if you look at the global endpoints, is that think about compliance. How many patients do you know that actually use drops 4 times a day, especially a kid?
Right.
In school, and sometimes these schools refuse to administer it. It's a whole thing. So I love the fact that it's very effective at BID. Obviously, you want them to use a QID. The weekends, the parents are in more control. The summer, the warmer months when they're out of school. So that's all good. But I would suggest to you that kids are going to be on these for a couple of years. If you diagnose somebody at 10, probably they'll hit puberty by about 12 when it might start to modulate on its own. So I'm thinking anywhere from a month to 2 years would be adequate.
Sue, you made a great point about compliance. We all know our patients are notoriously non-compliant. Perhaps some of us are non-compliant ourselves with our medical treatment and care. That BID being quite effective really gives us a safety net, although the QID is really what we as the doctors need to promote.
And interesting question here. In the studies that you went over, the vehicle actually showed to have a modest effect on its own. And I guess the question is, what is it about the vehicle that actually seems to help in those cases?
The vehicle, as I mentioned at the beginning, is very special. So that is a good thing, that the vehicle showed some good effects on the VKC, the keratitis, the symptoms, etc. So that's, to me, a positive, not a negative. So what's special about the vehicle? I have a list of everything in the vehicle here, and I can read it off to you because I knew I was going to get this question, so I was fully prepared. So there's an oily phase, medium chain triglyceride, acetylsodium chloride, which is a cationic agent. I was talking about cationic agent. Don't confuse that with BAK. BAK has much more negative effects for sure, especially on this type of thing, where we really want to heal the keratitis rather than cause some keratitis. Tylopaxol, which is a surfactant. I mentioned that there was a really good graphic on the right-hand side of one of my slides that showed the surfactant that kind of encapsulates cyclosporin. Then there's an aqueous phase, poloxamer 188, that's a surfactant. Glycerol, which is a fantastic wetting agent, as we all know, that's an osmotic agent. NaOH, a pH adjuster, and lastly, a little bit of water. So that is what's in it. That's all the ingredients. And it's really the cationic element of it that makes it special, that enhances its ability to stay on the surface and to be used in that 0.1% rather than the 1% or the 2%, which have also been studied. And the 0.5, we're familiar with lots of cyclosporins that have 0.5 in them. We've prescribed them for other things, and that is just not quite as effective in some of the studies as the 0.1. But the cationic emulsion really, really makes this thing.
And a question here, do you agree that it would be useful to use a low osmolarity, low viscosity natural tear as prophylaxis?
Low osmolarity, low. I don't know that I could comment on why that would be better than any other artificial tear that is preservative free. That would be my choice. And again, refrigerating it would even be better. But low viscosity would be less likely to blur a child. So to that degree, yes. But I think any good eye drop that feels comfortable going in, that the child agrees to put in or have you put in, would be advisable.
Right. And question here more about the practical issues of prescribing the cyclosporin. How does that actually work? Where can you get it? Is this something that you can just easily write? And, obviously you guys are in sort of large urban areas, easy to get. Is this fairly easy to get for everyone around the country?
Well, it's FDA approved now, which it wasn't actually a few months ago when that patient I was referring to came in. So that was kind of a tricky thing. I knew that cyclosporin was going to be the treatment that she needed because she wasn't improving at all on steroids. So I thought it was something like VKC, and she wasn't a contact lens wearer anyway. But the large papilla, some Horner-Trantis dots, it was pretty obviously VKC. And now I know that we can get it, although that may be a better question for your local sales rep. I think they would have some real specifics on that.
Yes, so I understand it is definitely available, obviously. It is by delivery now, so the pharmacies order it in. And that right now, that's the way it's going. But yes, it is certainly available.
Excellent. All right. Well, I think we are just about at the end of our hour. If there are more questions, and I'm sure there will be more, we'll obviously have this posted at ODwire. The archive will be up, and people can sort of continue the conversation there. So Susan, thank you so much for coming tonight. I think we all learned a lot. And thank you, everyone, for coming as well.
Good night. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
All righty. So that was VKC, and let's see if Steve and the gang are back. Possibly, possibly not. And in the meantime, since everybody else I think is still out on our break, welcome back, everyone. And let me walk us through the schedule right now. It's now 4 p.m. Eastern Time, and we can take a quick look here to see where we're at. And we're actually, pull up Saturday here. And it looks like finishing up a couple classes here too, in tracks 1 and 2. And then Millie Brujic will be on at 4:30 or 1:30 for anterior segment as a window to systemic
Can you hear me,
conditions.
Paul?
Oh, hey, Steve. Steve,
Paul?
Steve,
Can you hear me?
Steve, can you hear us? Hey, Dad, how's it going?
Excellent. Can you hear me?
Yep, just fine.
Good.
Can you hear me, Paul?
Steve, we can hear you. Is your headset not working?
No, I didn't know whether I had the my sound on. It's okay. Now I have it on.
Oh, good.
Good. My headset was on, but the my speaker was okay. Great. I thought I'd get a little optometric for 5 minutes. I don't know if you can see me.
Yeah. Oh my. Yes, we can see you. You're. Are we coming through in 3D for you?
No.
Not quite, huh?
Now, from the moon, there's no atmosphere, so that doesn't mean anything. But I figured I'd say something.
So it looks like in the break when we were gone, everything's been sort of going smoothly here. I guess we took a nice little 2-hour break because there's, it's funny, there wasn't that much to do during the break. I was helping a couple people with a couple of issues, but for the most part, I mean, it's been pretty straightforward.
Yeah. When you get a few people complaining and there's 200 people in the room, it can't be that bad. It must be their computer. And some people say that their husband's computer is working and theirs not. So there's got to be some issue with their browser or whatever platform they're on. Maybe they're on mobile.
Right. Yeah. So it looks like, you know, things are pretty straightforward here. Let me take a quick look and see what the current issues are. If I pull up, and by the way, I pulled up the schedule before. We have another lecture starting. Interesting, Millie Brujic's going to be coming on at 4:30 Eastern Time, and he's going to be running unopposed, which is one of the very few times that we have unopposed content here. So it's possible if people have taken his lecture before, they might come into the lobby just to hang out with us. So I guess we'll find out in about a half hour.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
So far, Jamie is getting a lot of questions, Dr. Falco, on nutraceutical supplements for dry eye. Very active, and I guess it's a hot field. People want to know doses and companies, etc. Where you don't really get that from journals that much.
Right. Cool. Excellent. Well, I'm just looking ahead here just to see what's going on. We have an interview coming up, actually, with, speaking of supplements, MacuHealth, and that's going to be in a little bit. But before then, I guess, you know, we could just review sort of what's been going on here. I'm just sort of pulling up different things. By the way, the fires here, in case people are curious and they didn't see before, it's backyard, and that stuff up there is smoke, not clouds.
Really?
So, you know, it's there are fires around the area. We're doing fine here, though, but the air quality is definitely getting worse. You can hear it in my voice.
You're not spraying the trees with water or anything?
No, they don't really do that here. So, you know,
79 degrees though. We're supposed to go up to the 90s, so
yeah, that's what they say.
that's the good news.
Yep. So we'll see if we survive this. I think we'll probably be okay, but it's just the air quality. That's the worst part about it. You know, the air starts to get really bad, and you don't feel like you don't want to go outside because your throat gets all itchy and stuff. But
Okay.
yep, but so far so good. So yeah, so not much going on otherwise. You know, I was pulling up the chat to see what was happening here, and if I pull up a few more, you know, problems here, just to bring them up. People are asking about the transcript and what they do, and how come they don't see their credits there. So let me actually just remind everyone how to get their transcript, and I'll pull it up here. So let me find the right page for you guys so you can see. So on CEwire2022.com, I'll put it to the top of the screen so everyone can see it. There's a thing up here that says certificates in green, right? And if you click on that, it goes to this, whoops, I'm not logged in. That would actually help. So there we go. So on this, it goes to a page called Virtual Event Certificates and Transcripts. And the idea is that each person has their own page. I'm logged in as me right now, obviously. And depending on what event you went to, you just click on it, and it'll bring up everything that you've done at each event. So if I click on CEwire2022, these are the ones that I've gotten credit for at the event. And then you can click on the individual certificates and just print them out if you know you need to report them to your board or whatever that way, or you can just view the entire list, you know, the traditional way like this, where it just, you know, shows you everything at once.
Does that populate about the same time as the actual conference site?
That's correct. Yeah. So this will do it, and it's a little bit of a delay of 10 or 15 minutes or whatever, but then it shows up over here. And frequently, when people ask me, you know, how come I haven't gotten credits yet, I'll draw the data off of this page and just send them to it so they can see it in a much, you know, clearer fashion what each one of these classes was. So yeah. So that's probably yeah, that's the biggest question. We should probably stress it even more. I thought I did in my little intro videos that it takes a little bit of time for that data to populate.
Maybe if Adenso can change that 15 minutes on the actual conference site to 30, people would
right.
you know, promise less and deliver more rather than promise what you're delivering.
That's probably a good idea. And actually, the reality is people shouldn't actually look at that until the day is done. Because, you know, why would you, right? Because it's not like, you know, when people say, oh, I haven't seen my credits yet, and they email me, I can pounce on it immediately. But from what I've seen, the only problems that we've had with the system haven't been with the system at all. Of the multiple requests that I got where people said it didn't show up in my transcript, these people had actually passed the class before and didn't realize it. So
Wow.
had they looked back, for instance, had I taken, let's say, the Retinal Grand Rounds, today, I wouldn't get credit for it because I already did it in March. So that's the problem that people are running into. They're taking a class twice and not realizing it. So that was one of the big issues. Again, the only other issue was that they didn't wait long enough for the class to populate in their transcript. And I guess the final issue that people had, we had one person who their connection kept dropping. So the computer gets confused, right? It doesn't really understand that you're there. It keeps, in our logs, it shows that they keep trying to reconnect. But it didn't actually add up to the proper amount of time, and so that was an issue. So in those cases, when people contact me legitimately, I can flip a switch and give them credit for the class because I can see that they're there. I have a log of it, so and that's fine. So that's been
It's amazing. It's amazing people don't realize they took a class again. They must be taking this class and saying, "Gee, I really know this stuff. I shouldn't take it."
Right? Yeah. I mean, I've actually. Have you ever had that experience where you're reading a book or something and you read the same page over?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The movie, I'm halfway through the movie, and I said, "I think I saw
I've
this."
seen this before. Yeah.
but it takes 45 minutes.
Right.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, I was watching an episode of one of the Marvel shows, and I literally got 20 minutes through it, and I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen this episode before, and then I realized I was 5 episodes behind. I'm like, whoops. Thank you, Disney Plus, for starting me way back when. So.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the kind of stuff that's going on here. What's good about it though is I haven't seen any actual errors today where the system just frankly outright denied someone credits. So there's always been sort of a process issue, and that's just going to require better explanation on our part. So happy about that. And I will say again that this is all due to the fact that we actually try to comply with Arbo's rules, right? None of this would be an issue if we just threw caution to the wind and said, you know what? If you signed up for CEwire, we're just going to give you 60 credits.
Right. Don't come. Don't show up.
Don't do anything. So.
I don't know how you do it when you can only have 16. No, you can. You get 60 if you take it all 4 times.
Yep. So anyway, that's that. Those are the big support issues. The other one, Steve, you just mentioned that some people had issues with video that was freezing in one of the rooms. I'm not sure what that was about. I contacted Identio about it. I don't think it was our software. I think it may be. So the problem may have been between where the video is being served from and those people's computers. So there might have been a problem with the internet along that path for those people, right? Sometimes you've seen that, right, where service providers will have an issue, particularly video service providers, with bandwidth on a certain path to certain regions or certain ISPs temporarily, and things will stop. I've even had it with Netflix occasionally. So I think that's what was going on there, because our software itself was still working, but the video for those people stopped, and then it started again, and it's fine. I just logged into it. So
one thing I tell them is to go out of the room, come back in the room, refresh, and then if that fails, log out and log into the conference.
So that's a good thing. That is a good thing to do, especially for something like video freezing too, because even if our platform is working, if you start the stream again from the video provider where the stream is coming from, they'll reinitialize your stream and get it to you. So I think that's a good strategy. If things aren't working, just refresh the page. It seems like a generic answer, but it works for a lot of problems.
Are we going to ask if people have their computers plugged in, or are we going to ask? I'm being facetious because telling people to refresh their page is one of those ridiculous pieces of advice that you get from IT help desks. Is your computer turned on?
Right.
Is it plugged in?
But in this case, unfortunately or fortunately, it's the thing to do. And I talked to Identio about it. We're going to just debrief after this and try to figure out for those that's small number of cases, why is that happening? Because again, when you have thousands of people using the thing and you're getting a handful of these cases, you always wonder why. So we do want to find the answer. We're not just going to let it sit for 2023. I remember, in the beginning, the first time we did this, when we ran the software out back end, last October, it was a much bigger problem, and slowly but surely we've chipped away at it to figure out why certain browsers do that and others don't. So far,
please don't ask Gretchen, press 1 for English.
As you pointed out earlier, Steve, it may not be a bug, but a feature to ensure that people aren't just sitting in the room, entering a room and sitting there all day. if you are forced to refresh, that way you know that somebody is an active or somewhat
That's
active.
correct.
Yep.
I think Arbo likes that. I did explain that to that principal.
Well, Arbo may like it, but all that does is give you guys extra credit when you're already getting an A+ in the 500 level course.
Mhm.
There are others who are, let's say, at the 100 level course and don't even show up to class.
Yeah. It's going to be a thorny problem going forward, you know, how these other companies comply with these rules. And frankly, I'm really excited to learn what the new rules are going to be next year, right? Because nobody's told me yet. So I guess that's something I need to know. Since
I did ask today about quizzes for 2023, and the answer was, we know time is of the essence.
okay, so they don't know yet. That's good.
What does that mean? It means that they
So
haven't determined
they
yet.
haven't decided yet. So whether it's quizzes or something else, there's probably going to be some kind of mechanism built in instead of just this watch and get credit for it doing nothing, right? Because even if you have a minor mechanism, even if it's not a full-blown quiz, you are just ensuring that the person has a pulse, right? So I think that's what it's going to be. But again, we have to know, because if we have to change the software, we need to know about it. So
Well, I've seen some sites which it's quite good, but then we have to change even the lectures where during the lecture, they'll ask a very simple question about what just happened, and there'll be a poll, and you'll press 1 through 4 or something like that. You don't even have to get it right, but you have to answer the poll.
yeah.
And therefore, we have to insert all those things into the lectures. That would be challenging.
So I think the way it would probably work in our case is that we would program the software so that the poll would appear and stay up for a certain number of minutes, right? So you'd have an opportunity over a period of, let's say, 5 minutes to answer a poll question, and we just leave it there. And if you fail to answer it within that 5-minute window, the system would note that you didn't answer this poll question. And maybe have a few of them throughout, depending on what the rules finally are for Arbo, because we could program that in, right? It's a matter of programming. For other platforms, though, that would be like a that would be a
Very
challenge,
difficult,
right?
yeah.
Because unless the speaker was there live and could stop what they were doing and put a poll up or whatever, it's not something that they could do as we could with this sort of mass automation that we have. That's hard. We can do it because we own our own platform, but other people might have a challenge with it. So,
It's another layer of things that we ask the speakers to do, to create poll questions 3 or 4 times, but
and
it's
that's easy,
not
right?
difficult.
Yeah, for them that would be easy. So that that if they're not going to go for quizzes, full-blown quizzes, I think that would be a reasonable thing to do, and just monitor, have the system post facto note whether or not the person actually answered these questions. And if they
Well,
didn't,
and then do what with that info, though?
if they didn't answer it, then they don't get credit because you weren't there, right? If you're sitting there and we have a survey up for 5 or 10 minutes, and it says, like, on the survey itself, answer this or else, and you don't have to get it right, just answer it, and you don't do it, it means you weren't there. And so
Well,
the
what if you're
system-
Paul and you were in the restroom for 10 minutes? He mentioned
Okay,
it earlier. I'm not throwing him under the bus.
I get it. I get what you're saying, but you know what? You got to show up. Like, that's the thing. And if
I'm
and
just
I-
being devil's advocate.
I
Paul
get what
could
you're
watch
saying.
it on his phone during that time, go to the
Oh,
bathroom.
There you go. Yeah, do it.
What if I don't have a smartphone?
Oh,
So Gretchen, you've heard of things called corner cases, right? This would be one, right? You're talking about this tiny population of people who would have all of these excuses coming together. I would probably have a button that says, if you didn't get credit, contact us, and then we could go over what actually happened there. But for the most part, if there's an expectation that people will know, hey, every 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is, I know I have to be there to answer this question, I think they'll stick around to do it. But I don't know. I guess the question is, would they rather have real quizzes or would they rather have that? I know
Well,
think
you
they'd
don't ask
rather-
the people what they want. That's we've
They'd
learned
want that, yeah.
Yep.
Ben
Jamie
Shutter
Fa-
coming?
What's that?
Is Ben Shutter, he was on the schedule.
Tomorrow, I think.
That was yesterday's schedule. He moved.
Ah,
You didn't print it out, did you?
I printed it out.
Of
here.
course. What does that guy say on the commercial? You're becoming your parents. We don't need to print. We don't need to print the internet.
That's right. I love those commercials.
Yes, that was good.
This morning, I wanted to get a list of the advertisers, and I went and I said, okay, I'll try to print the last page. And in my ignorance, it didn't work that way, so I had 60 pages. pages of the program came out.
We have
Um,
45 minutes until our guest.
Yes.
well,
You want to talk about the advertisers before we all fall asleep?
you mean the sponsors? Yes.
Sponsors, yes.
Sure, I can bring that up again. Let me find
We
it.
haven't really
Yes,
said
What's the
we-
anything
score,
about
Steve?
them other than thank you.
Excuse me?
What's the score?
The Yankees won 10-3. Their first 7 batters got hit, so it was a very stress-free game.
They got hit or they got hits?
They got hit 7 straight
Okay,
singles.
there-
First
there-
time
there-
since
there's a big difference between a batter getting hits or hit.
if 7 people got hit in a row, then the game was not going on because there's been a fist fight.
Yeah, there would be a
Yes,
huge brawl.
it isn't going well.
Okay, let me doop. So again, thank you to the sponsors. So don't forget to visit them. And by the way, I got an email from one of our sponsors, and we'll start with them first, I guess. So Visionics. So they were telling me, they finally emailed me that they're coming up with discounts and they're going to send them over to me. But what they did tell me was that 0% deal unfortunately went away. Because obviously interest rates have been rising, so that to them would have been a killer if they had to keep offering it. So the 0% financing went away. There is something else, but I just don't have it yet. And again, they're going to email it to me, and eventually we can talk about it tomorrow, and then I'll e-blast everyone, letting them know.
Well, to be fair, it does say ends March 31st, you know?
Yep, and lucky them for ending it then. So, so we'll find out more about them. I'm going to be visiting them too at Expo. So my plan at Expo, and sponsors, if you're listening, my plan at Expo literally is just to go and wander around, visit a bunch of different vendor booths, and take a lot of movies, and just show people what's going on at Expo. Is it like the Expo that we remember? So Gretchen, you're not going to be there, but I will start
Nope.
taking movies from the time I cross those double doors to get in, so you can actually get a sense of what it's like crowd-wise, so you can compare and contrast as we know it used to be, right? So you remember that room, right before the exhibit hall, how it's always jam-packed in that first 5 minutes? Everyone's
Right.
trying to rush to get in. I'm going to go, and I just want to see like what the difference is from prior
You need
years.
to wander downstairs too, where all the classrooms are,
Yep.
and be there at a time when classes are ending and then about to begin, and see how trafficked those hallways are.
Good idea.
Yep, I'll do it, and I'll take movies of it, so you don't have to believe me. You can believe your own eyes, so it'll be interesting.
Even the long walkway, which is usually populated with Starbucks and various other places, it's
Yep.
always crowded. The
Yep,
very
right there
beginning.
at the Venetian into the Sands. And also the big one is how long of a wait at the Grand Lux Cafe
Right.
for breakfast.
Yep. Or how about that Starbucks?
Yes, the one right. That's
Yeah.
a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Well,
was my office, several Vision Expos.
Right.
And can you find a seat? If you can find a seat in the Starbucks, then
You're screwed.
ain't nobody there.
So I took a picture actually at the AOA meeting, right? So I went to the ARBO meeting, which happens right before AOA, and things were decidedly not normal. I should pull up the picture actually tomorrow so you can see it. And the way I figured that out was the first morning of the ARBO meeting, I went downstairs, and this is, major hotel, right? In Chicago, one of the conference hotels. Literally, there were 2 people online at the Starbucks. 2. And I'm like, whoa, okay, so conferences really aren't back yet, because this would normally be overflowing, right? People like literally line out the building. There was no one there. It was like a ghost town. So I'm not expecting Vegas to be like that, but we'll see.
If you recall my pictures from Vision Expo East at Javits, which I'm at now, as you can see, it was just the same. It was about, I'd say, a third full, and everything was easy to get. When you got to a booth or a vendor, you could speak to them right away, no waiting, guitars and everything. And that was now only 4 months ago, so it's not that big a deal.
Yep. So I'm going to, try to help our vendors out by visiting them and showing off what they're doing, since most people aren't going to make it to the show. But my real purpose for being there is just to go back, right? It's been 3 years since I've been to Expo West. I'm really curious to see, is it the end, right? Is this something different now? So.
And being such, with the population getting less and they won't know, maybe we'll get more sponsorships here, because they realize that the shows are just too expensive, and this is a better, more bang for the buck platform.
Well, I mean, certainly bang for the
Okay.
buck, right? You can reach people so cheaply here because we don't charge a lot. Again, we went over how we
No.
don't actually need these sponsors to survive. We love having them, but it's not, it's not critical to us. So we're in a very different position than other vendors because we could offer these sponsorships relatively cheap to them. So,
Mhm.
so we'll see.
In fact, it would be to our benefit if they eliminated sponsorship entirely, because then
Well,
all those free ones have to go away. Who's going
well,
to
yeah,
fund it?
that's true. But I take the marketer side in a lot of these situations. I understand how difficult their job is, right? I mean, think about how stressful this must be for them. This is one of the they have very few ways of actually reaching people to market their products, and the pandemic has just been a nightmare for them because their ability to reach people has just fallen off a cliff.
Right. And print advertising, you could comment this more than myself, Gretchen, with Optometry Times. Yeah, it's a nice little hook, but it's a hook to see the stuff, not to or to ask about it. It's not going to be the end all of buying something.
Yep.
It
So
really depends. Print advertising is declining some, but print will never go away because a lot of doctors still value print. So I think it's being used in different ways, and a lot of advertisers are now interested in content marketing, which are things like webinars, advertorials, where you're giving the user or reader additional information besides just either come visit booth 352 or look at this pretty picture of equipment or contact lenses or medication in a publication.
Right.
yep. So yeah. So anyway, we'll do our best to try to help out our sponsors, and I'll be at Expo. Hopefully, I'll see some people there. It's going to be weird not having you there, Gretchen. I don't know. This is.
Yeah, it's gonna feel weird. I mean, it was weird not having you at AOA, so
Yeah.
turnabout is fair play.
It's so screwed up. I don't know if there's any going back at this point. I just don't know what these conferences are going to do. They're so expensive to run, and if the vendors start feeling like they're not making enough sales, what does that really mean for them?
I
Look
think
at
it's too
the-
soon to
the
start making
cost of that.
pronouncements. I mean, we are still in the throes of a pandemic, and perhaps by next year at this time, when we settle in to COVID being endemic and we're getting a yearly vaccine for it and we come to terms with it like we do with flu. And honestly, at some point, and I hate to sound cold and callous, but what collateral damage can we as a society live with? I
Mhm.
mean, we've dealt with that with flu, where it targets the very old, the very young, and the very ill. COVID isn't necessarily following all of those guidelines, but the number of cases, I mean, not that we can trust numbers anymore because the reporting is not where it was before. So it's very hard to gauge. But, at some point, we're going to just live with it. And then I think things will shake out. So it's too soon to say. Attendance might continue to be down for a while. And then for all we know, people will rush back because they've missed it. Or they will be more strategic about which meetings they attend, perhaps only local, perhaps a major only if they have some need or wish to purchase equipment or insert whatever need here.
Right.
So
Mhm.
there's no doubt that things are going to change, but I think it's too soon to proclaim the death of major national meetings.
But from a vendor's point of view, look what they have to put up with. They've got to go to Vision Expo West, followed by which is first, the American Academy of Optometry?
I think ophthalmology.
Expo West next week, Academy of Ophthalmology the end of September, and then mid-October is Academy of Optometry.
So it's 3 places where they have to set up and pay for space.
And hotel rooms, etc., for the staff. It's a big expense.
Yeah.
But it's not any different than it was previously. I mean, everything in life is now more expensive. Look at your grocery bill. Look at the price at the pump. And it all depends on where you're willing to spend money. And people's opinions fluctuate over time where they're willing to spend money. Right now, they might not be willing to spend money to go to Vegas because we've heard that numbers are down. However, next year, Who
Mhm.
knows what the economy will look like? Maybe people will be more willing. Maybe people will have new staff who need to be trained. I'm not disagreeing that things are expensive and people don't want to haul their cookies somewhere and set up and tear down. But you know what? They've been doing that every couple of weeks for how many years? So
Well,
it's not like this is new.
we were talking about this way before the pandemic. I would think Adam and Paul agree. Perhaps you were part of the discussions that there were too many conferences, too close
Yep.
together, and
Yep.
some of them, the attendance was already suffering, nothing to do with COVID. CECO being one that I could recall. And so we do need them, perhaps. We don't need as many and as many close together for sure.
Well, a lot
So
of newer meetings that are popping up, a lot of them are specialty.
Mhm.
So you might go to a dry eye boot camp, for example, or something focused on glaucoma, like the Optometric Glaucoma Society meeting. So that might be it. And on the other hand, too, everybody and their mother wants a meeting, and that's because there's money in it.
Mhm.
I mean, you wouldn't have investment in technology, you wouldn't have investment in in-person meetings and conferences if there wasn't money to be made, because people aren't doing this for free.
Well, so that's going to be the big question, though, because something like Expo, Read Exposition makes their money on the vendors, and if attendance continues to trend down, there's no way they're going to be able to get those kind of rents from the vendors. They just won't do it. And I mean, I know, and I'm happy to speak out loud. The scuttlebutt was for years at the AOA meeting that vendors absolutely hated being there. Many of them resented being there. They felt browbeaten actually to go. They felt like they had to be there, not that they would ever get a positive ROI from the experience. And that was before the pandemic, right? Years before. People would complain that the exhibit hall was like a ghost town. So I almost wonder, will they contract the meeting, put it together with the academy or something?
Well, that's a much bigger question. And I've long thought that the Academy and AOA should join forces, because if you look at ophthalmology, they have one major group, which is their academy. Now, ASCRS is a very fast coming up second, but every ophthalmologist is a member of Academy of Ophthalmology. I mean, it's what you do.
Right.
And that's why organized ophthalmology is always so successful against organized optometry, because optometrists cannot organize their way out of a paper bag. I mean, it's part of it's a challenge to the profession. Ophthalmologists, they are in lockstep, and that is one of their strengths. So I think a great move would be for them to consolidate. And I once talked to somebody who was a past president of the academy. I don't think this person was a president at the time, but I mentioned this many years ago, and I was told that, this conversation comes around every 10, 15 years. However, the challenge is that there are power structures within both groups that once you start on one of those rungs to move up into the leadership, I mean, that's 10, 15, 20 years that you are devoting to the leadership structure of that group. How do you reconcile that if they merge?
Right.
So a lot of it is power, a lot of it is ego, a lot of it is strategic. I think short-term pain for long-term gain for the profession would be helpful. So then you would have both arms of the regulatory and the legislative, all of that with the AOA coming together with the academic and scientific. And I'm sweeping with a broad brush here. Those are the stereotypes of attending both of those meetings, but you get all of that coming together. And then if the expos really wanted to, they could combine.
They should.
They could go every other year. They could be Javits one year. They could be Sands in Vegas the next.
Yep. That's that.
Or if you remember, there was a meeting in Chicago in May. What was that called? Midway. There was a meeting in May in Chicago. So, but that went away many, many years ago. So you could just meet in the middle. There are things to do in order to have fewer meetings. And I think one way around it, and this is a much bigger ask, but is to get rid of all of these individual requirements for licensure, because I mean, some states have I'm not saying get rid of requirements, but make it easier to be able to get your credits somewhere and not have 50 different scopes of practice, because some states have 4 meetings a year, 2 meetings a year.
So that's
then
probably never happening, but
Oh yeah, I don't think it is either.
but you know, they talked about it actually at the ARBO meeting, the one that you missed, because that's something that they're starting to try to push too. This idea of much more uniform, because from their perspective, the idea of having license portability makes sense, right? Like medicine does. So they're working on the problem, but it's just thorny with you know 50 different states and all the provinces having their own laws.
Well, and think of all of these state meetings that state associations go to the same well every time. The big companies, the Alcons, the J&Js, the BNL, the Zeisses, they're all the Allergans. They are asked, not only will you support these major meetings, but will you support this regional meeting like GWECO or CECO or East West? And then will you support this state meeting? And not only do we have state meetings, but then we have city optometric organizations. I know that there's one in San Diego, and I know that there are others in many other cities. So you have these huge national levels, and then you funnel down, and these big companies are getting the ask to support all of these meetings.
Yeah, and it's a problem too. Actually, the regional ones are a huge problem for. They're not as productive in a lot of ways. So, for instance, GWECO, the Great Western, it's in our backyard here, right? Actually, I think the GWECO executive lives a few blocks away from here, and that meeting's held in Portland usually. Again, not far from here, right? It's a 20-minute drive. I never go, and the reason I never go is because the people who attend, the executives from the companies never go. They always send lower level people, and why do they do that? Because they have to. Right? Because if you had the senior execs going out to every meeting, they would never be home. So these other meetings, they're just not as productive in a lot of ways as the sort of the bigger meetings.
One thing I would say, though, if we had this discussion 20 or 30 years ago, there was such diversity in the states as far as what laws are and what optometrists could do. But now it's becoming let's say, for example, I think Massachusetts was the last one to allow therapeutics and glaucoma, et cetera. Once we get to that point that we can treat anterior segment, we can treat glaucoma, we can pretty much do all the, let's call it basic pathology. Then if I move to Kentucky or Oklahoma, I could practice. And if I want to do laser treatment, I have to take a course in that state and a test, et cetera, whatever else, anyway, everybody else had to do. So I think portability is doable now with respect to 5 years ago or 10 years ago, because pretty much the whole country is almost on an even playing field. And the states that are ahead, like Oklahoma and Kentucky, if you want to do certain things in that state, you have to prove competency. So it's not that hard. And then the CE follows, since it's all the same CE, because it's all the same requirements, except for the slight individual differences. So
you know what?
It should be done.
We should browbeat Olson to come on tomorrow, because this is, again, a lot of what he was talking about at the ARBO meeting, because we sat there and listened very, very intently, and Mike had some ideas there too. And Ken, who's around here too, actually is sort of one of the people behind it as well. So I'd love to, get their perspective. And I know Mike, he's a blabbermouth. He'd love to come on and talk. So
Ken wants to just observe. He, I think, would politically, I don't think he could say things.
No, that's the great part about Mike. He actually has no official position whatsoever with anyone anywhere. So he can just come on and blah. Just spew
but he
it all
did,
out.
and he knew the inside track, so he can tell us things that we would never know. And Ken could do that in 5 years.
So hopefully he can come on, because he's always fun to talk to you about this stuff. So,
but you know what, Steve, your interesting point about how the states are much more aligned in terms of scope of practice is a very good one. But then you take that same problem I just mentioned with merging Academy and AOA, and you multiply that by 50 in a way, because do you really need all of these different state boards? Do you really need all of these people putting all of it together?
There are state medical boards in every state. They police the state versus the national level. So they just have different responsibilities or reduced responsibilities. So it's not a big pecking order. If you're the treasurer of the state board and the state board president resigns or gets kicked out or its term is over, then he moves up the pecking order just like he would have in the past.
That's a good point. Yeah. So maybe I was thinking
Yeah.
about it on a much grander scope.
Yeah, and
So
maybe
reduce is probably what you're.
But imagine merging those two pecking orders of the Academy and AOA together so that I don't know how that would work. It'd be hard and very politically difficult. But
that means that that leaders would have to start compromising.
So I never realized,
Adam was saying,
Adam, you're saying that the perception of people who attend the AOA meeting is not to buy equipment, not to maybe get credits, but more likely political and legislative with respect to a Vision Expo where it's more buying things and meeting people, etc. Am I correct?
Well, that is true. That's why the exhibit hall is so dead at that particular event, because people aren't there to buy stuff, right? They're there to have meetings with other people.
Okay.
But basically, I think the economy will take care of things. If there are more private equity ownership of optometric practices, the individual optometrist is not going to be making this decision what to purchase. So it's going to be just a couple of high-end managers that are going to get the equipment for possibly hundreds of practices. So they don't necessarily have to go to meetings to get this equipment. And I'm wondering, with the American Academy of Ophthalmology, do they allow the office managers into the exhibit hall?
Well, they're higher up than optometrists.
Don't allow optometrists.
So I'm trying to remember from my time there.
Decisions of what to purchase.
I don't actually recall seeing any office folks there. Now that I think about it, not that I was looking.
No, there are, and there's a separate. Usually, there's a separate but concurrent meeting.
Exactly. Yeah.
Resorn.
That was it. Yep. Yeah. There's a separate thing, but like on the floor of the show itself, I just remember hanging out with a lot of MDs, actually attending these.
Yeah, but unless you read everybody's badge, you wouldn't know. And that was an odd one.
There are very few private ophthalmology practices left. Everything is run by groups, and most of them have some very high-powered executives running each particular practice. And these are the decision makers, together with the possible senior owners of these ophthalmology practices. So I expect that the mode of practice and mode of marketing to them is going to be quite different in the years to come.
Well, you know what though? I think it's going to depend on what happens, in the near term, as we've seen with interest rates rising and with private equity slowing down their acquisitions. You might see sort of a stabilization, right, where the private practices are going to stay there for a while. For the past, maybe 5 years, everyone's been gobbled up. But I think the gobbling is slowing down. Ben will obviously come on and tell us, but that's my perception anyway. That because of the higher interest rates that are out there, and since a lot of these practices are financed by debt when someone gets acquired, that's just not happening as fast as it used to. So.
Well, and if it is happening, it is at a lower price point than it was in the past.
Yeah. So interesting time. So anyway, we got off topic, didn't we? So
that's okay.
On that
got
note,
derailed, but sponsors.
So sponsors. So I will be visiting them. They have discounts, and they'll let me know what they are tonight, and I'll program it in here and show everybody tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to seeing them again, because I always like playing with their equipment because it's amusing. So anytime you can go to a booth and be amused, that's the fun thing. So MacuHealth, Jim Stringham will be here momentarily, I guess in about 20 minutes, to talk to us a little bit about what's going on with MacuHealth. Remember they had that new product for floaters that we were talking about last time?
Yes.
I'm curious as to how that's actually doing, and if the supply is robust at this point. I know they were just getting started last time we
One thing, maybe hook them up with Don Teague with their MacuHealth for athletes, performance, etc.
Vision Edge, right? So it's that product that's in the middle there. So Vision Edge, that's the one that is. I mean, the formulation is actually the same as the regular MacuHealth, just the bottle's different. So you got to be honest with the audience, right? But you're marketing it because no young person wants to be associated with this, right? That's for the olds. This is for the youngs. So it's a different kind of thing. Okay, and again, they have discounts too. I've got to actually print out the sheet. I haven't done it yet, but we'll talk to them about it. So Oculus, obviously makers of many different pieces of equipment that folks love to use, including the keratograph and the Pentacam. And who was I talking to the other day? Was it Charlie McBride, who they actually sent him over to Germany to work. This is how dedicated Oculus is. So they have some power users like Charlie who uses his Pentacam to make sclerals, and they take the feedback of the docs who use their devices seriously, so much so that they send him over to Germany to talk to him about his opinions about the device and how it can be enhanced, specifically the software. So pretty cool stuff.
And he's a single practitioner, correct?
So he's got a partner now. He's got a junior partner, but yeah, he's got his own little private office in downtown Beaverton.
So listen to the small guy. That's great.
Yep. So it's funny, his practice isn't that big, but he does a lot of scleral lenses, particularly for an office of his size. So I guess he's gotten the reputation in our local area, I suppose, as being the scleral guy. Okay, and so Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs and other items, and you can see on the screen right now they have specials. And again, I'm going to be emailing everybody the show specials as well. So fear not. I'll have this all set up better tomorrow. I couldn't. I just ran out of time last night. I couldn't do it. And then this morning, I didn't tell you about my trauma this morning, did I? But besides the COVID problem and having to wake up at 4:30 in the morning, I get into my office, right? I'm dragging. It's just before I got my coffee, right? I'm just setting everything up before I go out to get my Starbucks. And I turn on one of the studio lights in here, and on top of the light on the wall is honestly the biggest spider I have ever seen in my life.
Ooh.
Did you get out the flamethrower and burn your house down?
I was about to, like literally. So like I'm thinking now I'm stuck, right? Because it's 4:30 in the morning. I don't know what to do. I'm not going to just leave the room and then come back later only to find that it has disappeared, right? That's not going to happen.
Because then God knows where it is.
Exactly. So that would be like a horror movie. So I'm not going to do that. At the same time, it's 4:30 in the morning. It's high up on the wall, right? Like, you know, near the ceiling. And I'm like, what do I do? Like normally the protocol would be I'd get out the vacuum, right? And just reach for it and do away with it. Although this one I was afraid it wouldn't even fit.
Yeah, but then you'd be killed if you ran the vacuum.
So, okay, so what do I do, right? Like, I fear for my safety because Meredith will assassinate me. I fear for my safety because the spider is going to get me. So I decide that the spider is scarier than Meredith. I close every door that I possibly can. I grab the vacuum and I get rid of the thing. And I suck it up. Fortunately, nobody heard me do it. But I knew that I couldn't come back here into the studio if that thing had escaped. So that was my trauma this morning before my coffee.
That is very much trauma at that hour of the morning without coffee, and you powered through, and we thank you for it.
You got to make yourself a pre-cup of coffee with regular coffee, Adam, just so you can get to Starbucks to get your Starbucks coffee.
See, that
pre-coffee.
That almost sounds rational at that hour. But yeah, I mean, the whole reason I'm going out to Starbucks, of course, is I don't want to make any noise. That's why I can't make coffee here. So it's a whole thing.
Well, that's because your house is an echo chamber.
Yeah, it's really difficult. So I don't know what to do. But anyway, the spider was my big trauma today, and I'm actually now really, I keep looking up and to the left here, worried that like.
But wait, what did you actually do to it?
I sucked it up with a vacuum.
So you did turn on the vacuum?
Oh yeah, I turned it on. I let it go for a good 30 seconds, and I did it, and Meredith didn't hear anything. Thank God. Thank God. Reed's room is actually above me, and he's a teenager now, so he could sleep through fire alarm. So
it wasn't too fast. It was a slow spider.
It started moving as I was approaching it, which made it even worse. I'm just like, this thing has to go. So yeah.
Too bad you didn't take a picture of it because it can't be a single spider living there.
I know. I realize that's.
Oh, that was helpful, Paul.
That is. It's like I'm looking around here, just waiting for the next one because this thing was huge. So.
You think they're getting in your house because they smelled the smoke and fire, or it just was random?
So that in this time of year, this is when the spiders try to get inside because it's getting the seasons are changing. Like Halloween is where we get the really big ones.
You weren't going to say it's starting to get cooler, are you? Because it's still hot.
Right. So
yes.
Well, it's funny. At night here, it does actually get cooler. It's just when the sun comes back up, then it gets much hotter. But now at night, it gets down into the 40s here.
Wow.
So yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, I take that back.
Yeah, it can get down in the 40s or 50s at night, and then it's just been super hot these past few days, but it's going to cool down again. So anyway, so yeah, that was my trauma. I don't know why I had to bring that up, but I keep looking at that light, just waiting for it to pop back out again.
I think you should speak to people that live in New York City. And you want to worry about the insects and roaches and the feared water bug. You've never
Paul,
seen a water bug, have you?
I could agree, but Paul, I grew up in the Bronx where we had little tiny roaches. It was nice. We moved to Queens, no roaches. Now I moved to Florida 6 months of the year, and the
Water
roaches are the size. No, are they water bugs? They're the size of small dogs. These things are big in Florida. So
Yeah,
and
they're on steroids.
yeah, are those roaches or water bugs? I have no idea. But
They're very big, little water bugs.
my job is to crunch them and put them in my breakfast.
Yeah.
Extra protein.
Do you ever see the what was it? The shows where they hawk crickets for food as good protein?
Yeah.
Supposedly
I know about it because my daughter was a bio and environmental studies major. So I think she even has a T-shirt that says "Eat bugs." So
yeah. Shark Tank, I think, had a company that was trying to sell them and etc. But I don't know if they made it. But I didn't buy.
Well, they sell crickets actually at the Mariners games here. It's one of the foods on the menu at the concession stands, and it's as nasty as it sounds. So
did you try one?
I absolutely refuse.
I think you need to try one on camera just for
next time I'm at a Mariners game. So next year.
You can also buy them at pet stores because you feed them to what, rodents or snakes or some kind of pet that can eat crickets.
We
I don't
might
have that pet, obviously.
I just realized that we might meet in the playoffs this year, Seattle and New York.
Yeah, it's true. That could very well happen. We'll see. I mean, Seattle deserves it because they haven't been in the playoffs since like 20 something years or something. So these poor people.
That was 2000 and what year was it? Where you set the record for wins in the season, and then you lost in the first round.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll see how it goes. But meanwhile, the specials I completely forgot. So I keep going off track here. So anyway, Lac Rivera, I'll send out the specials to everyone via email. Vision Equipment Inc. This is Leo Hadley's company. He also has a bunch of specials on equipment. Again, I'm going to email everybody, and I'll make the page up tonight so you can see it here as well, because I have forgotten. So Leo has got a bunch of stuff. By the way, the classifieds on ODwire, I'm sure the only person who's noticed, right, has been Paul, but that's actually not true. So ODwire itself has a classified section, or it had a classified section. It went down at the end of last September when it had to roll out the new software for CEwire, because as you know, ODwire had a major upgrade to accommodate the integration of CEwire. As a consequence, our classifieds went away because the software was incompatible, which means rewriting it from scratch.
Did anybody complain?
Paul complains bitterly every day, but
there are people that are advertising their practices.
I realize, because the classifieds are gone. People do want to use them, and I will announce that I am working on a replacement, and Leo is going to be the first guinea pig to actually start posting stuff there when it goes up.
Thanks for taking one for the team, Leo.
Yep, so he's volunteered to do it, and I'm happy to have him do it because he's always got interesting equipment. So that's coming soon. It was, again, one of these things where I had a real decision to make, right? Because ODwire is made up of so many different parts, but it had to be upgraded to accommodate CEwire. So I had to sacrifice the classifieds to make it happen. So
I have no idea.
Seller with the number of people that are on our mailing list.
Yep.
So.
I'd love to hear what they're charging now in terms of interest rates for equipment compared to zero interest or very low over the last 7, 8, 9 years. It's been nothing. And optometrists have not gotten an increase in pay from the various vision care plans or third-party insurance, et cetera. So it's going to be less affordable, especially the big items that are $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000.
Yep. Yeah, so that'll be curious. I'd love to know as well, and we'll see. We'll see what Leo can do for people. So yeah, so hopefully he'll be in touch, and you guys will get to see the new classifieds relatively soon. It's been kind of a grind actually with getting CEwire running and then running it over and over again. There just hasn't been that much time to do software development on ODwire itself in the past year. It was all about making sure the CEwire worked properly. So we'll be getting back to our roots a little bit over the next several months with ODwire and
Yeah.
fixing up the deficiencies there.
Yeah, this will be much more stable, a lot less work.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you probably know more than I, but there'll be a lot more features in 2023 that we didn't want to put in here for hoping that it would work. But the audience should have a better experience next year.
Yeah, so the CEwire software, Audentio has been doing a lot of work behind the scenes on the platform as well, creating all kinds of new features, but we froze this version of CEwire as it was back in May so that it would perform identically today. We didn't want to make any further changes that could be destabilizing or confuse people, so that's why it looks exactly the same way it did in May. But the next version of CEwire it'll look similar, but it'll have many more features, so we're looking forward to that too.
So there's not going to be any 3D holographic avatars. No, not yet.
Nothing like that. But hopefully it'll be even easier for people to use, and with more features, they'll like it. So we'll see how that goes. And then CCOP, a buying group based out of Florida. So they are really focused on the private practice and giving you all kinds of discounts. So definitely check them out. They had a deal running about 1% off purchase if you sign up with them. There's no obligation to sign up with them. You can just go to their website and sign up, and they won't charge you anything, and they just want you to run your orders through them. So definitely check them out and the deals that they're offering. And Innova Systems, makers of color vision systems, right? So they can detect defects in color vision, which can portend very bad things. So it's kind of an interesting instrument. This is very new technology. So definitely check them out. And they were running specials as well at the conference. They're also going to send me updated specials very soon. And Arctic Medical, they make a genetic test for AMD for you to decide, it'll help you decide whether or not supplements would be useful for a particular person and what kind of supplements would work best for them, zinc or no zinc. So check them out. And that's about it. And then there was just my blabbing about CE. So those are the sponsors. And Jim Stringham should be here in about 5 or 10 minutes. And
interesting, everybody that's attending the lectures are in one lecture, because there is only one lecture, and he's well attended today.
Yep. So
What are the numbers looking like there?
About 440, because people drop in. We've had more earlier in the day. So we had up to 1,000 at that point. So definitely a little bit less now than in previous. That's because a lot of people have gotten their credits, and all the newbies are coming on.
Yep.
But still, it's still amazing the amount of people on any given time, all day.
Yeah, it definitely goes in waves. I mean, here it's only 2 p.m. So for people on the West Coast, this is a convenient time. I'm sure on the East Coast, people are finally like, I've had enough. I can't take it anymore.
It's 5 o'clock to taking showers, going out to dinner,
right.
That sort of stuff.
Yep. So that's the challenge, I guess, when you have a conference that runs for this many hours a day. Who do you put where, and what lectures will people want to watch? So
imagine at one point in time, Gretchen, we were thinking about going international and having Europe in this convention. Imagine the challenges with the speakers and timing and things like that.
I think you're fabulous. I think you should do it. And yeah, then that might force Adam to get somebody to help him.
Let's see if it starts at 10 in the morning my time. No, actually, you have to start at 5 my time. Adam has to get up at 12.
He just won't go to bed.
Oh,
yep, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I've done it before, right? I've done a virtual conference, a non-CE one for Asia, right? I was up at it started at 11 p.m. and went all night, so.
I think Australia is exactly 12 hours different, so it's not that bad. 8 is 8, 7 is 7. It's just a different time of day.
Yeah. So anyway, so here are the remaining classes today. So we have sort of stacked some of the 2-hour ones towards the end. As you can see here, this is actually, the glaucoma ones are they go together. So it's almost like having 2 hours here as well. So if you watch one, you're probably going to watch the other.
And a little bit of a plug for next time. People have asked for more glaucoma lectures, so I plan to have more. We'll still have the narcotics, because a lot of states want it, and a few other things that individual states want, orals, etc. So please tell us what you want, and we'll try to deliver. Yeah,
in fact, I have to create a final exit survey for everybody that they can fill out, and that's where they're going to tell me precisely, what did you like, what did you hate, and what do you want more of? And then at that point, and I'm going to actually do that after this weekend is done, I'm probably going to actually send it out to people right when I'm on my way to Expo, and then I can start collecting the results at Expo. And so we can get a very real sense of what people want to see next time around. So got to give the people what they want. So
Well, I said earlier, you don't want to ask people what they want because they don't know what they want, according to Don Draper and Peggy Olson.
I mean, that's true about some things. However, with like the courses that they need to actually re-up their license.
Oh, I'm just being a pain.
Yeah.
Well, no, I agree with that. Some people don't know what they want, or they think they want something and they don't really want it, because when they finally get it, they realize how terrible it is, like 3D
Wasn't that
avatars.
Or they want more of all of us.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't really mean that, Adam.
No, I know. I mean, but you're seeing this stuff with the metaverse and all that other nonsense, right?
Yeah.
And like, you think, oh, this is going to be so cool, Minority Report, and then you actually try to use some of that garbage, and it's like, whoa, this is awful. Like, it just, in reality, it just does not work well.
But there are some companies with virtual reality that are doing well in optometry and ophthalmology. But I actually was considering doing a lecture on it this year, but there's just not enough content, and it would wind up being an infomercial for 2 or 3 companies.
Right. So the only VR things that are really useful right now, and I can actually show it up because we have it on ODwire itself, right? The perimeters, right?
Yes. From
So-
Hero, is that?
So there's actually 6 or 7 different ones now. That particular one was made by M&S that Karpecki did a webinar for with us, and it's it's good because it's compact, and you don't need the giant perimeter taking up a corner of your room or whatever, and it's people seem to like it, but VR is sort of limited right now into what it's actually useful for, but that seems to be a good use of it, at least if you're judging by the investment dollars that the different manufacturers are putting in. That's where most of the VR efforts are going.
I could see like 10 years from now, there'll be a lot more VR in the optometric office in terms of all the equipment. It's all compatible with it, refractions, etc.
Right. Yep. So right now that's kind of where it's going. So we'll see. Who knows what's going to be.
I don't see Square Lens fitting going VR.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. I get ended.
And I'm just checking out the lobby here. Nothing's really happening. My emails slowed down, which is fantastic.
Take the win, Adam.
I know. I'm knock on wood. Very nice. One thing that I'm hoping for too is that more people use the forums. I saw people started posting in the thread-specific forums for each lecture. So people started posting in those, very specific questions. And hopefully they'll continue this conversation inside, talking about.
Yeah, I know that's your goal, but yeah, that doesn't seem to be a lot of traction, which is unfortunate.
I think what it's going to take is some world-class nagging if it's going to succeed. It's going to take Paul Farkas level nagging. Like, it's going to, I'm serious. It's going to take like a concerted effort to get people to do it, to remind people that it exists, to get them to keep posting there. I'd have to get on the speaker's case to go in there and get the conversations going. So, some speakers might do it, many probably wouldn't. But I think it could be very helpful and useful because that whoever is reading that thread has an intense interest in what that thread's about, right? Because they've sat through the class. They've clicked through the link in the class to actually get to this thread. So everyone who's there is on the same wavelength. And so it would just be great if people started posting here, and it wouldn't devolve into mudslinging, right? This is an actual educational thing. So I just wish more people would use it.
I think the speakers love it because they worked on their lecture and they don't mind going there for a few minutes and interacting on a more casual basis.
Yep. So I think
they just need to do it and make it part of their routine. That's the challenge with some of this is making it part of your routine.
Yeah, so there's an education effort on my part that for the next go around where I'll explain to the speakers that this is sort of an expectation. It doesn't take very much time just to interact that way, to make people feel like they're heard. Because I know from me, if I were taking one of these classes, I would think this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Because I wouldn't have to put myself out there in real time and look like a fool. I could think about what I'm saying and then post it up here later and look like a fool. Or if I didn't want to look like a fool at all in public, I could just click on the person's name and just send them a private message, right?
Right.
I could send Jamie Falco a message saying, hey, what's going on? And people are doing it that way, by the way. So, you know, obviously you guys can't see who's sending private messages to who. I have, you know, broad strokes and access to all the data. So people do use the private messaging system a lot when because they just don't want to put themselves out there. In fact, they use it too much. Sometimes I see, you know, that there are these gigantic running private message chains with like 20 people in them. And I'm like, God, why aren't you guys actually, you know, sharing it with everyone else? What is it that you're saying in there that's so top secret that the rest of us can't see it? Or maybe I don't want to know.
I don't think you want to know.
And by the way, Gretchen, I did get your email. What I meant was that was actually something that came out talking to Don Teague, and it was like
Right.
coincidental that I got that email today.
Oh, okay. All right. Got
And
it.
I think Jim is here. I think he's finally made it. I think.
Hey,
Hi,
hey
Jim.
guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
How's it going, Jim?
Excellent. All right, great. I've got all you guys, a couple of Farkases. Is that Farkai? Pluralized?
It
Yes.
is.
That's a language, I think.
Yeah,
Farsi.
it might be. Yeah,
Farsi.
Farsi. I'm sorry. Yes, yes, Farsi. So,
Oh my gosh. So how's it going, Jim?
it's going great. How are you guys doing?
We're good.
Good, good.
We're hanging in
Long
there.
day. You're closing the
Good.
show today.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'll try to do my best to keep it entertaining or something.
Yeah, well, you know, we were actually talking a bit about MacuHealth just before. We were talking about that floaters, actually. And I was actually going back and forth with Emily because I wanted to know how's everything been going with that. And I hadn't heard much, so I was curious. Maybe you could fill us all in.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we, released the product roughly 6 months ago, and this corresponds to the study length that it's a double-blind, placebo-controlled study where we looked at nutritional intervention for floaters. You study the nutritional profile of a healthy young vitreous, and it's quite a bit different than someone who's in their 40s and 50s even. And as you get to about 50 years old, you start to see a lot of these key nutrients really slip down. And, so if you're able to, restore sort of this healthy profile of nutrients, that was the idea behind vitreous health anyway, and the study. If you're able to restore that, then the idea is that, well, you can reduce oxidative stress, glycation caused by, oxidative stress and sugar in the vitreous humor. And that, would presumably reduce floaters, this, the word just the clumping of collagen, the glycation of collagen. So 6 months ago, this product came out, and we're starting to receive, real world data now, and this vitreous health. And so it looks like, it's very positive. I mean, there are patients that are noticing changes within about 4 weeks. Remember, these are primarily water-soluble nutrients, and so they can act a lot faster than lipid-soluble nutrients typically do. And so we're seeing fast. We're seeing, a lot of folks saying, yeah, after a few months of taking it, I've noticed differences. Quantifying it is a little different. It's tricky with patients. We don't have technologies in clinic, to measure the size of floaters. You can see them, of course, in the eye, with examination. But the way we measured in the study with this wide field lens, Heidelberg OCT, and specialized software, that took 18 months to develop. But we're able to capture the floater area, and then before and then 6 months later show that the area shrinks. The same floaters have shrunk. In the placebo group, we actually saw an overall 20% increase in size. So if you're wondering what happens if I just leave floaters alone, classically it's watchful waiting. You just sort of wait, hope that they reabsorb or whatever. Oftentimes in patients with floater complaints, they will get bigger. And overall, we saw about a 22% decrease in size in the vitreous health group.
Right.
So it's very exciting.
But I have a question. So I'm putting up the ingredient list right on the screen right now so people can see it. So these are things that people have been taking for a long time, right? So what is it? Is it the combination of these things together, or is one ingredient more important than the other, or haven't you sort of fleshed that out?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think it is sort of a combination. It's a mix of ingredients, the right ingredients together. And again, this is all based on roughly 10 years of work, 600 patients, and you look at healthy vitreous, you find this nutrient profile. These are the sort of heavy hitters, the ones that, you know, were most well represented in healthy vitreous in these ratios. And so, and when you look at that list, you think, well, yeah, okay, I've probably get that. I probably get that. I probably, you know, there's stuff that we eat, we get from all the foods that we eat. And, you know, I think a lot of people would look at that list and say, yeah, I don't know if I really need this stuff. And, you know, the fact is, I think that it's a couple of things, the ratio and also the consistency of getting these nutrients. And we see this with other nutrients like the carotenoids in MacuHealth, you know, lutein, zeaxanthin, mesozeaxanthin. Consistency in the lab, you know, compliance every day, taking it. And then you start to see after a while, you know, the body recognizes it, starts to put it in areas it needs to go, like the retina, in this case, the vitreous. And I think that consistency is really the key here, along with, of course, the right nutrients.
You can't actually measure the nutrients in the vitreous, though. You can't measure what you have before and after. So it's just, you're measuring the effect, which is the floaters going away. Could you do animal studies perhaps to measure that? Because you're not going to take vitreous out of a human being.
Yeah,
alive.
no, it's most of the nutrient profile. You're absolutely right, Steve. You know, you have to do postmortem on humans, or vitrectomy. You can get it from vitrectomy, which is interesting. But again, you wouldn't be able to measure before or after.
It's very few you're going to get, yeah.
Right. But there's been a ton of work. I mean, I, of course, as you might expect, dug into this big time. I wasn't a part of the study, but, you know, I'm very familiar with it. And now I am very familiar with the research that goes back 40, 50 years on the vitreous. You know, one of these studies, it's pretty fascinating. You can take oral vitamin C and see a change in the vitreous humor. And again, this is in an animal model. Within 4 minutes, you see change in vitreous, in vitamin C. So, you know, again, that's the basis for, you know, this nutrient intervention, is the fact, that, you know, the vitreous humor is not a closed system. You know, it's not just solid, nothing coming in and going out. It's open. You know, there's stuff flowing generally from the front to the back. It gets rid of products. There are phagocytes in the vitreous, and they can actually gobble up disordered collagen. That's one mechanism. You know, so you can make a change. But yes, animal models are probably the best we can do at this point. You know, unless you've got somebody that's, you know, planning on getting a vitrectomy or something like that, and you could, you know, kind of go before and after and get a sort of an idea of what's happening. But, you know, it's an assumption at this point.
But you have a lot more data on, let's say, the amount of mesozeaxanthin and lutein in the retina from John Nolan and very many other studies, because it's been studied for so many years. That you do have the data from. So maybe you can make the assumption that it's passing the eye blood barrier in the vitreous versus the retina.
Yeah, based on the animal models, I mean, it's pretty clear that this, you can get nutrients in, and the ones that we're talking about here, like, you know, the proanthocyanidins, the, you know, bioflavonoids, vitamin C, certainly L-lysine, those things are absorbed into the vitreous. And once they're there, then you look at the, you know, the sort of biological, physiological properties of these nutrients, what they do. And it's kind of like the carotenoids. You look at them, they're exceptional antioxidants, anti-inflammatory. Of course, they're probably going to have benefits to the tissues they're embedded in. It's the same argument here, where you put in, you know, strong antioxidants, you know, anti-glycative nutrients, and we're talking about glycation. These nutrients, we know with age in human beings, go down, significantly down. And again, especially after about the age of 50, they just sort of fall off the cliff. And so if you can restore this nutrition, it's about, you know, sort of holding off aging, and it's about, you know, restoring order in these collagen fibers.
Yep. And so I guess the big question that people have, you know, I know when this first came out, I guess it was 6 months ago or so, supply was limited, right? Because you were just starting to ramp up. What's been going on sort of in that time frame?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm the science guy, and it was very popular in the beginning. You know, ODs were understandably very excited. You know, my patients are complaining about these things all the time. I want to give them something, you know, that might help. And so the demand was very high. we frankly, came close to running out. July 22nd, there was a new wave, and so we now can meet demand, and so that's supply wise, we're good. I mentioned earlier, we're getting a lot of positive reports back. We're also developing a way to get real-time feedback from patients on, basically a website that sort of says, here's how long I've been taking it, answering a few questions about, floaters, how much they're, bothering them, daily life. Do they interrupt, reading, driving, daily activities, those kinds of things, quality of life. So we're going to, start getting some data there. Maybe for some people, they say, doesn't work. I didn't do anything for me. I think that, I get a lot of questions, PVD is the main one, will it help with the Weiss ring with PVD? Any collagen-based floater, it looks like we have a chance at treating. And those are, the classical floaters. Asteroid hyalosis, these are calcium soaps. And so there's less of a chance that it's going to help with anything like that. These are set up to deal with collagen-based floaters, the clumping, the glycation part.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a few situations where, I wouldn't, in good conscience, recommend Vitreous Health. But for primary, collagen-based floaters, including some that even are there from birth. I mean, that's another thing, embryonic remnants. Some of those aren't collagen-based, and so I might not expect those to, be diminished with Vitreous Health. But, just in all honesty, but for most floaters, which are collagen-based, we can see, benefits.
Great. And so I'll put it up again so people can see it on the screen. So, I know, Steve, in your practice, I know you used the other MacuHealth formulas. Obviously, you retired before this came out.
But this still using the same thing, and it's aggressively prescribed. We have great results with it. For I'd say 8-9 years. We were doing it when IDOC was presenting it at their national convention, and I've seen drusen disappear. I've seen macular degeneration slow down, and it's how you present it. And once you present it in a aggressive professional way and you show them some results, it flies out of the office. We're buying it in cases, still are, in fact.
Right.
And people often get a whole year's supply at that visit rather than coming back and getting 3 months. Those are it's a win-win-win. It's win for you, it's win for the patient, and win for the practice also.
Right, but I mean, floaters in particular, right? You have nothing really that you can do in your office, right? So it's...
No, I mean, you could send them to cowboy ophthalmologist to do laser treatment, but it's not at the forefront of treatments at this point. No, there's nothing you could do.
Yeah.
You could do a vitrectomy, but that's heroic, and nobody's going to do that.
Right. So this would be one of the few alternatives where you could legitimately tell someone, like, look, here's what I can do for you. Give it a shot. Whereas before, there's just not that much.
Mm-hmm. But the science of your other products, which is your mainstream, is well defined, and you have whole institutes that talk about carotenoids and the benefits not only for macula but for visual performance, which is what you repackaged the second product for.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's the core of everything we do is the science, and that frankly is why I joined MacuHealth. I mean, they paid attention to my science. I was in academia for about 20 years before I came on board here, and did all the work. University of Georgia, Air Force, Duke Eye Center, and so yeah, it's painstaking and it's expensive and it's time consuming, but if you do the science right, you get it right, and then you can put products out there that work. And you're seeing it, Dr. Silverberg. I mean, I appreciate that, across the board. So, we're treating Vitreous Health just like this. We're going to continue to do science on it. And, if we can refine it, make it better, figure out exactly the mechanism that, is working here, we'll let you know. So, I'm curious about all of these things. So we'll figure it out.
Absolutely. Yeah. So this is going to be an exciting couple of years, I think, where we try to sort of define what's actually happening here. So very cool stuff.
Yeah.
I'm impressed that you said it took 18 months to get the formulation. That's pretty fast.
Well, 18 months to, and Gretchen, and I'm glad you mentioned that, 18 months to develop the optical technique to measure the floaters physically.
Okay, so maybe I misheard.
Yeah, the formulation was kind of developed over about 10 years. So we had to, look at excised vitreous from, healthy young individuals, figure out that profile, see the consistencies, and then, that kind of got put into place, tested, and, here we are. So the actual 18 months was to figure out the OCT, the software, how to grab those floaters and outline them and calculate the area, all of that. So that was
Gotcha.
tricky. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. And that certainly is a labor of love, all of that time, 10 years to develop the formula, figure all of that out, and then 18 months just to figure out how to measure it. Wow.
I
Impressive.
know. Yeah, so we take as much time as it takes, and trying to do it right, and we're not just going to throw anything out there. So yeah,
Cool.
yeah, I'm excited about it.
As technology gets better, your measurements get better also over time, so you can be more precise.
That's a really good point, Steve.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely.
Are you going to be at the? We're talking here about who's going to be present at all these various meetings, whether it be Vision Expo or CECO or AOA. Are you going to be present in all those, or
We'll
the big
we'll
ones?
be at Vision Expo. I'll be there. Expo West, there in Las Vegas. I've got a lot of small meetings that I go to, state run meetings. So some of the bigger ones I'll be there as well. But some of it's kind of flying by the seat of my pants. They tell me where to go, and I go. But much to the chagrin of my wife, I've got to try and be home a little bit. But yeah.
You gonna be at Therapy by the Sea in Atlantic City?
Oh, well, that sounds like fun. Well, I
That's
have
the
not heard
end of
about.
September. It's all of New Jersey, and you get a little bit of Pennsylvania, but you get about 200 docs, but it's well attended. It's not Vision Expo, but I thought maybe you go there. You said regional.
Yeah, no, I'll be in Portland toward the end of September. So
Well,
yeah, I think. Well, Adam's in. Are you in Washington State? Is that right?
No,
he's in
no.
close to Portland. Yeah.
Right out of Portland.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, fantastic. Yeah, so I'll be there. With the ASCO, the American Association for Schools of Optometry. We're sort of lecturing, teaching them about this stuff too, and so yeah, that's part of that.
very
So
cool.
I'll be out at Pacific University and doing that stuff
Very
too.
cool. Well, I'm sure I'll see you before though, because I'll be at Expo as well. So I'm sure we're going to run across each other in Vegas.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, sounds good, Adam.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Jim. And I guess I will see you next week.
Yeah. All right.
Nice talking to you,
Thanks so much,
Jim.
guys.
Thanks for joining
All right.
us.
Bye-bye.
Have a good. It's always a pleasure. Take care.
Bye.
All right.
What a nice guy, and
Yeah.
how willing to discuss the science behind his products and what he does.
Yep. So there's Mackie Health, and yeah, such an interesting product though, right? It's so unusual because before, not much you could really do for these people.
But if you do research Mackie Health, and there's a plethora of literature now. I mean, tons and tons of studies about the benefits of it. It certainly is well defined in the industry, even though it's a supplement, not a drug.
Yeah, it's interesting. So a lot of zinc, a lot of vitamin C.
Yeah. This is a tough one if if it works 28% of the time and you prescribe it and people come back. But there is always a placebo effect, and people are going to, first of all, these are good things to take just in general for your health. And a lot of people don't get some of it. So it's not bad in that respect. And if it helps some people, great.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, considering there's no other actual treatment and this doesn't look like it can do much harm other than maybe giving an upset stomach with the zinc. Yeah.
And that is
Or if
no
you have-
joke.
So, and a lot of vitamin C. So, cool. All right. Well, I think we've reached the end for today because there's not much else going on. I'm trying to see if there's any support problems. Let's knock on some wood here. Yep. So a question, I only made it for the last third of a particular lecture. So yeah, that's not, the system won't actually
That's not
count
going to
that.
apply.
Yeah, so system won't count that.
What are
You
you
got
gonna
it.
put on?
So what can I put on? So I have multiple webinars
You
here.
can repeat. If you want to repeat this morning's meeting, it was a good one.
Oh, well, no. So what I have to do is actually, I got to carve everything up. So of the stuff that we just shot, I'm going to, cleave it into small segments and then have it playing on ODwire. So, I mean, because otherwise I have these webinars here that can run. I have another one with Dr. Rodman, another OCT one. that she did, because she did a whole series of them. So those are always interesting. I can keep that running. And what time is it? It's 2. And then maybe one more. I can probably pick another. Actually, I have another OCT webinar, or I could even do the webinar that Paul Karpecki did about VR fields if people are curious. Because that was kind of
throw that one on.
It's new, yeah.
That was kind
It's
of
new.
a fun one, and he rarely does our webinars, so it's always fun having him come in.
And pimp the hell out of it.
All right, so we'll do that one after the. I'll do another
OCT.
Rodman OCT one, and then we'll do that one, and that'll call it a day, I guess. So tomorrow we'll be back here again doing the same stuff. We'll have more people to talk to tomorrow, I think.
We got a speaker starting at 7 in the morning.
Oh my God. Okay.
and get extra coffee because it's LCT.
Oh my God. Okay. So actually, I don't need any coffee. I can just sit there and say, "Hey, Craig, how you doing?" And then I can just leave the room and. Yeah.
You could actually set it up and then go get your coffee while he's talking.
Yep.
Just put up a picture of yourself so he thinks you're there.
That's so funny. Yeah, so we have a whole bunch of people tomorrow, so this will be fun. All right, guys. Well, thank you for doing this today, and thanks to everyone for showing up. I'm going to continue to be online here answering questions. If you guys want to do that as well, feel free.
I'll be in support also.
Okay.
Go into the rooms.
Otherwise, it's all looking good. So thanks again, and we will see you tomorrow.
Break out the wine.
Woohoo!
See you later, guys.
All right.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. And tonight's show is all about OCT angiography. And, we did a show, I guess, just a couple of weeks ago about OCT, sort of the first one in this series, and it was incredibly well attended and people really enjoyed it. And I was even looking more forward to this one because OCT angiography to me seems almost like magic. I know that, from the time I was a student way back when, angiography was always a very sort of invasive procedure, difficult, patients hated it, and so forth. It wasn't something you'd want to try to do routinely, but OCTA has really changed that completely. We now have access to a diagnostic test that was really quite limited before, but now you can basically use universally. So it's an incredible technology, and I'm really happy tonight to participate in this webinar because it's all about OCTA and specifically in the context of diabetes. So I guess strap in and enjoy tonight. We have Dr. Julie Rodman with us. And if you weren't at Julie's first talk, you missed something, you should definitely go back to ODwire and watch it again because it was fantastic. So I think just about everyone here knows Julie from her work at CEwire if you've taken that course. But Julie's the Chief of Staff at the Broward Eye Care Institute in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And she's actually published over 30 publications with an emphasis on retinal disease and a lot on OCT. And in fact, she published a book, an OCT Atlas, which is a book of case studies. And as I believe it was the first one ever written by an OD. So I couldn't think of a better person to actually walk us through tonight how OCTA works. So with that said, Julie, I think you can take control of the system, and why don't we get it underway?
Thank you, Adam, and thank you all so much for coming tonight. So I'm extremely excited about tonight's webinar in particular because, as Adam said, my biggest passion thus far in my career has been OCT and OCT angiography in particular. We were one of the first adopters of OCT angiography at Nova, and I feel pretty clinically adept at using the technology at this point. So I'm excited to share what I know with you and hope that I can make this technology a little bit more user-friendly and not as frightening to everyone this evening. So as Adam mentioned, tonight we're going to particularly emphasize diabetes. There's a lot to OCT angiography, and we will do a future webinar on more of the outer retinal portion of the eye, but tonight is going to be particularly on diabetes. So let's jump right into it. So what I'd like to kind of start off with is a simple question that I get asked really every time I talk about OCT angiography. And that question is, Dr. Rodman, why in the world do we need OCT angiography? We've been using OCT for X number of years. We've been taking, such good care of our patients. Why do we need this technology? And what I would say is that this is a profession that is changing all the time for the better. So we don't want to stick with the status quo. We want to always improve upon our technology, which in turn will allow us to take better care of our patients. So in the early 2000s, which probably a lot of you on here don't even remember, we used something called time domain OCT. And when this was introduced, I remember it was so huge for everybody because it was really the first time that optometrists or even ophthalmologists were actually able to get a non-invasive visualization of the retinal anatomy. And this provided us with obviously information that was critical to our patient care. The problem with time domain OCT is that, as you can see in the image, there's a lot of questions on what you're what you're seeing. Is this an artifact? Is it a true abnormality? So the company said, well, we got to do something about this. So a couple years later, spectral domain OCT came out. And what you can appreciate there is that the quality of the image is obviously much more dramatic and clear than the time domain OCT. And now most of us are using spectral domain OCT. We get more scans per second, allowing for a higher resolution image. But the thing to remember is that these technologies are really exclusive to structure. So when you're looking at these, it's giving us information about what's happening, again, anatomically, but it's really not giving us information about what's happening at the vascular level. So that was the piece that was missing from these amazing technologies. And so a couple of years later, again, the company said, we got to do something, we got to do better. And so that's when OCTA was introduced. And OCTA essentially is the optometrist or the retinal specialist or the general ophthalmologist's way of doing an angiography without doing anything invasive. And so what you're visualizing on the right-hand side of the screen there is what the angiogram essentially is going to look like. And it looks different than the OCT-B scan because you're visualizing vasculature. Okay, so the frightening part about OCT angiography is obviously looking at this image and saying, I don't know what I'm looking at. And that's fair, right? Because it's a completely different image than what we're accustomed to seeing with an OCT-B scan. Pardon me, went too fast there. So when someone asks me or someone that's very passionate about OCT angiography, why do I need this technology? I would answer that it allows us to take the best care of our patients. We're going to visualize disease faster and before sometimes it's even visibly clinically. It's going to allow us to keep more patients in our practice because before the advent of this, anytime we suspected something, we had to send it out for fluorescein. So now we're able to do this on our own. And really, I would say for the new generation of optometrists, they like to have the latest and greatest tricks on the street, and this is it. So if you're one of those people that loves new technology, this is the technology that you want to get. So just to emphasize one more time, the pros of OCT is it allows a phenomenal visualization of retinal anatomy, retinal architecture. It's non-invasive and very easy to perform. The problem, once again, is that we cannot visualize vasculature. So when you begin to do OCT angiography, what you're going to appreciate is that you never look at an OCT angiography image or an angiogram alone. You always want to look at the angiogram alongside the B scan. When someone sends me just this image on top here, it's very difficult for me to tell them what's going on. I need to see it alongside the corresponding B scan. The reason is, remember that one of them is going to provide us with that structural view, and the other part of it is the other image, the angiogram, is going to tell us what's happening at the vascular level. Regular OCTs are stationary images. What I mean by that is if I were to image myself right now in 10 minutes, in 15 minutes, my OCT-B scan is going to look identical, essentially, if I'm imaging the same area. But OCT angiography actually images movement. It looks at the movement of red blood cells within the retina. So because there's movement going on, anytime you take an angiogram of a patient, essentially there are going to be differences in the images because there's movement involved. It's the same idea if you were to take a picture of a waterfall. If you were to take one now, 10 minutes and 15 minutes later, those pictures are going to look very different. So these are two very different technologies that really you have to kind of look at together and in sequence to understand. And we'll go into more detail in just a minute with what that means. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see on the top the angiogram, and once again, the corresponding B scan on the bottom. So here's really the summary of what I've been saying for the last few minutes is that OCT is phenomenal for any elevations or depressions in tissue, things like drusen, things like fluid, any overall elevation or depression. OCTA is going to be better at visualizing either too much blood, or not enough blood. So if we're suspecting that a patient may have a choroidal neovascular membrane, we may visualize that structurally, but really to determine if there's actually an active net going on, we really would need OCT angiography. Same with diabetes or vascular occlusive disease. Looking at these conditions and understanding, is the patient getting good perfusion? Regular OCT is not going to tell us that. This technology, OCT angiography, is going to allow us to kind of delve into or in depth into the vascular supply. When you look at OCTA next to fluorescein, there's a couple of things to keep in mind. They are not the same technology, and each of them have their perks and their downsides. So I'm not going to tell you that OCTA is better than FA, and I'm not going to tell you that FA is better than OCTA. Honestly, each of them have a purpose, and there are still very many times when I do need to send patients out for an FA, and these are some of the reasons here. So fluorescein angiography will allow for a very wide field image. One of the limitations of OCTA, which we're working on, is getting a larger field of view. So OCTA gives us a beautiful image of the posterior pole, but doesn't do such a good job at imaging mid-periphery and periphery. Now, there are technologies that are out there, and there are more being created that are going to allow us a wide field view, or let's say of the mid-periphery. And that's actually super important because some of these vascular diseases actually affect the mid-peripheral retina in a negative way. The other thing too we know is that fluorescein requires a dye where OCTA doesn't, so that's obviously a perk of OCTA. The OCTA actually provides better resolution than FA, and I'm going to show you that in just a few when we start going through examples. You can see things on OCTA that you can't see on fluorescein because you do not get any leakage on OCTA, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. OCTA is very affected by movement because remember I told you that this technology is based on the movement of red blood cells within the eye. So if any time the patient moves, the machine might think that that's actually a red blood cell moving. So movement in a patient that has difficulty sitting still is not the best candidate for OCTA. OCTA allows us for a three-dimensional segmentation that the fluorescein really doesn't. In fact, with the advent of OCTA, we've determined, or we've learned more about what we call the deep retinal flow or the deep retinal tissue that we did not know about before in the fluorescein angiography images. So that's actually very interesting. And really what I would kind of summarize on the last thing here is that OCT angiography is very, very fast, whereas FA takes time. Patients have side effects from the dye. So it's a little bit of, you have to be more careful when you recommend a patient have FA versus OCTA. I mean, you can do OCTA 10 times in a row and there's really no negative effect except maybe for a dry eye on the patient. So how does this technology work? So essentially you sit the patient down same way behind the machine, and you're going to capture two sequential OCTA B-scan images, which is what you see on the left-hand side here. So you're going to click once, you're going to click twice. These two images are what we call our parent images. From these images, there's about 10 or 11 sister images that are created. The machine takes those sister images and looks for any differences in signal or in reflectivity between those images. If you think about it, the only thing that should differ is something that's moving, okay? And we're not gonna see that on the OCT scan. However, the machine has an algorithm or a way of assessing and looking for those differences. So we take those images and then we get what's this middle picture called the OCTA B-scan with flow overlay. Anywhere that you see red on that flow overlay image is an area where the algorithm or the machine said, you know what, there was a difference in the reflectivity between my different scans. So because, once again, because anytime there's a difference, it's going to be thought to be motion, those are going to be areas where there is suspected blood. Now, it makes sense that you would have red dots up in the inner retina because this is where our vascular source, our capillary network lies. It would also make sense that you would have heavy red down in the choroid because we know that the choroid is made up of all blood. With OCT angiography, the interpretation piece comes in looking at areas where you shouldn't have any blood. For example, the retinal pigment epithelium. That is an avascular tissue. So looking at the RPE and noticing little red pieces like this in the RPE, you have to start asking yourself, is that artifact, or is there actually an abnormality on the OCT B scan? So this image is quite important and actually a very integral part when you're learning to interpret osteoangiography. From this B scan, the machine then takes what we call en-face or coronal cuts through the B scan. Those coronal cuts create angiograms that are going to correlate with different levels of the retina. So this angiogram, which you can see on the bottom here, this white line is pretty high up. That means we're probably cutting through somewhere up in the inner retina. As you go further down, this line is going to move further down, and this angiogram is going to look different in appearance. I'm going to show you what I mean right now. So if you look at this kind of schematic of the retina, these are the different layers. We have the inner retina on top, we have our retinal pigment epithelium, we have our choriocapillaris. So when you start to take en-face cuts in the same manner, like this, coronally across the retinal anatomy, you're going to create different looking angiograms. So here's an example of what I'm talking about. If you look on the left, you'll see the top angiogram is called the superficial plexus. That superficial plexus is the blood supply feeding the most superficial part of the retina. So what you're noticing here are capillaries. This is the fovea avascular zone. That is why it's black. So on angiography, anywhere that you see black is an indication that there's no perfusion there, okay, or no blood supply, I should say. So this appearance is what the superficial capillary bed looks like. And what this is telling us is that's essentially, give or take some microns, the inner limiting membrane to, let's say, the inner plexiform layer. As you move more posterior through the retina, this next area is fed by what we call the deep capillary plexus. The deep plexus looks a little bit different. You can see that the capillaries look more truncated, they're shorter, they're more stout. And we still have the foveal avascular zone here. So this is the layer that fluorescein angiography actually does not pick up upon. So this is extremely, we've learned so much about disease processes that originate in the deep plexus, for example, macular telangiectasia, because fluorescein doesn't allow us very good visualization of that plexus. As you continue to move more posterior, you're going to hit the retinal pigment epithelium and the area surrounding it. That area, as I mentioned before, is an avascular area, so that is why this slab is completely black. Remember, black means no flow, no blood vessels. When you see a white area within the avascular slab, you need to ask yourself once again, is that an artifact or is that actually an anomalous area? And then the most posterior area is going to be the choriocapillaris. And the choriocapillaris slab should be white like this, like a sponge, because remember that the choriocapillaris is a blood-filled tissue. So understanding and remembering or recognizing these four slabs, or depending on the technology, might be give or take a couple of slabs, but understanding what these slabs look like is really essential in understanding osteoangiography. So when you sit the patient down behind the machine, you're going to have choices, right? You're going to decide, what do I want to image? When you're imaging the retina, we have three choices. We have a 3x3 scan, a 6x6, or an 8x8. What that essentially means is that a 3x3 is 3 millimeters horizontal, 3 millimeters vertical. 6x6 again is the same, 8x8 is bigger. So the automatic question you're probably wondering is, well, why wouldn't I just do an 8x8 on every patient? And the simple answer is that the bigger the scan, the less resolution. So a 3x3 scan is going to give us much better resolution than a 6x6 scan. So and then an 8x8. So what I like to do is I like to start off usually with a 6x6, which is a really nice kind of middle of the road scan. And if there's something that I need to see in more detail, then I will run a 3x3. An example of that is on the right-hand side of the screen. This scan over here is a 6x6. You can see the foveal avascular zone right here. And what I'm noticing is that, and I'm going to talk about this in just a little bit, is there are some anomalous vessels around the FAZ or foveal avascular zone. So what I then do is I do a 3x3, which will blow up this foveal avascular zone in a lot of detail, allowing me to visualize these anomalous vessels in a much more distinct way. When you're doing the disc, we have the same idea, 3x3, 4.5 by 4.5, or 6x6. And really, this just summarizes what I just said. The smaller scan sizes are going to give you a lot more detail, but a smaller field of view. Something that OptiView, or now Visionics, has in their technology is the availability of this montage image. The montage image will allow you to merge together the optic nerve head and the macula. So you can see that here. You'll scan the optic nerve, you'll scan the macula, and automatically the machine will merge those images together, allowing for about a 10x6mm image. This is kind of the way that we get around that limited field of view that I talked about before. So there are some solutions to kind of getting a little bit further out than just doing a scan all by itself, meaning a retina scan or an optic nerve head scan. Okay, so the fun part of this is what we're going to do now. This is taking this information and applying it to the clinical setting, which is really what we all care about. So when we're talking about OCT angiography, it's very important to understand what layer of the retina the disease affects. So for purposes of today's conversation, we're doing diabetes. So diabetes is a disease that affects the neurosensory retina. The neurosensory retina is essentially the area kind of above the RPE, above the ELM. So we're looking really up here at this area. If you recall from my slide before on anatomy, the angiograms that correlate with the inner retina are going to be the superficial plexus on the left and the deep plexus on the right. You can again notice on the bottom, the white line is pretty high up, indicating how high up we are in the retina. And the purple one is kind of in the middle, indicating we're moving a little bit further down into the retina. So for the purposes of diabetes, the slabs of interest are going to be the superficial and deep capillary plexi. There is literature now, and we'll talk about it in just a minute, on some of the other slabs, but for purposes, really for most cases, these are going to be the slabs that you want to focus on. So on the top of this slide, I have what I call the control. I always tell my students that if you don't know what normal looks like, you're never going to appreciate abnormal. So I put that up there so that you'll be able to compare the diabetic eye versus the control eye. So some common findings, and there are more, in diabetes include, number one, just retinal capillary non-perfusion. So I told you before that retinal capillary non-perfusion is going to be black. So if you see areas, and I put the red arrows there, if you see areas that are black, those are areas that are not getting enough vascular supply. So if you look up at the control, you'll notice that around the foveal avascular zone, you're not going to see those big black pouches. The second thing are microaneurysms, which are capillary outpouchings. So something to keep in mind is that a microaneurysm is, again, the blood is still within the blood vessel. It is an outpouching of the blood vessel. Think about a hemorrhage. In a hemorrhage, the blood has left the blood vessel. Remember that OCT angiography can only image blood within the blood vessel. Remember, red blood cells within the blood vessel. So microaneurysms will image most of the time on OCT angiography, but hemorrhages will not, because hemorrhages are leaking out of the blood vessel. So one of the reasons that we get such beautiful visualization on OCT angiography is we don't have the noise from the leakage. So those little white spots that I circled with the red circle there are little microaneurysms. The other thing you might see is general enlargement of the foveal avascular zone. So you can see that more black means less perfusion results in larger size of the FAZ. So let's look at an example. This is a 45-year-old African-American female who comes in so proud of herself. She says, Dr. Rodman, my blood sugar is excellent. I don't know the number, but my A1C is 7, and I'm really, really proud of myself. And you guys probably remember that the A1C that we want is 4 to 6. So she's a little bit elevated, but in my clinical setting, an A1C of 7 is actually pretty good. So I'm okay. I'm like, okay, this is going to be a fabulous exam. I take a look at her retina. You can see the picture here, and pretty unimpressive, right? It looks good. She may have, you know, one little microaneurysm there, and her OCTB scan looks uneventful except for some vitreomacular adhesion. So at this point, before the advent of OCTA, I would have told my patient that you're right, you are doing amazingly well. I'm going to send a note to your primary care physician, letting them know how well you're doing. But you know what's coming, because this lecture is on OCT angiography and taking the best care of your patient. So we do OCT angiography on our patient, and this is what we see. And you'll recall from what I just told you before that some of the warning signs of positive diabetes would be things like large pockets of capillary non-perfusion, microaneurysm formation, and general enlargement of the FAZ. And so the question that always comes up, you know, at this point, whenever I give this lecture is, okay, so what? What would you do differently? Well, I think the answer here is really the education piece, because 2 minutes ago, I just said I would have told this patient to continue to do what she was doing, whether that means going home and eating a brownie or, excuse me, sitting on the couch and watching TV with the remote in her hand. But now, with this information, my education to this young lady is going to be very different, right? We need to take a different approach because we see these early changes that we did not see from the structural standpoint. So understanding also that the primary care physician may have thought that whatever this patient was on, it was adequate, when really it's not adequate. So to me, that is the most important part. If my doctor tells me to keep doing what I'm doing, I'm going to keep doing it. Whereas if I were to know that what I was doing was not working and that bad things were on the horizon for me, I would change my behavior. Here's a proposition. You know, the top is what I just showed you. What if a year later, this is what happened? Okay, so this is just something to think about. Changes build upon each other. If changes are not made, good changes, and if good changes are not made, the problems are going to get worse. And you'll notice on the bottom picture there that that is just a mess, right? We can't even really visualize in the deep capillary plexus here. You can't even visualize the border of the FAZ because there is so much capillary non-perfusion. And so this is an example of something that could happen potentially to a patient that we don't kind of make changes to at that early stage. This is a 45-year-old glaucoma suspect. You can see the optic nerve obviously is quite glaucomatous, diabetic for 5 years. And he candidly reports to me that, you know, Dr. Rodman, my blood sugar is not the best. Every medication that my doctor puts me on, I've had trouble with, and I'm sure that this sounds very familiar to all of you. These are really real problems that these patients have, and he's trying, but he's not doing the best job, and he recognizes it. And, you know, you look at his picture here, and it's not really that impressive. You know, he's got some vascular changes. He probably has high blood pressure as well. But don't see anything blatantly obvious, at least from the diabetic standpoint. So here's that picture again. And there's what's going on his OCTA. And guess what? He's got a lot of problems. Okay, so he's got this, again, pardon me, really generalized enlargement of the FAZ. He's got anomalous vasculature here that is kind of going into the FAZ. So just a lot of capillary looping, we call it. So not really the best image in a patient that really did not look that impressive without OCT angiography. And there I blew up the macular area just to show you that from the clinical standpoint, there's really nothing there. Okay, so this is something that we all would be very easy, you know, and all of us would miss it, you know, without getting this angiogram. This once again would be a patient that you would say, you know what, don't worry about it. Even though you're having trouble with your medication, your eyes look phenomenal. And guess what? They really, really don't. So this would be a beautiful way of explaining to the patient that something needs to be done. This is a really nice picture of what I was telling you before, how OCTA gives you much better resolution than fluorescein angiography. So on the left is the fluorescein, on the right is the OCTA. And I always like to kind of point to this little area here, this anomalous vessel, and how it almost kind of just blends into the background, and you can really appreciate it on the OCTA. So this is because, once again, there's no leakage. So these hot spots here are all hemorrhages, which are going to leak on FA, but you're not going to see them on OCTA. So yes, there are definitely downsides to not being able to visualize leakage. But what I would say is that when you're trying to identify anomalous vasculature, not having leakage is definitely a plus. Let me give you another example. These are all going to be examples, which I think are going to be helpful to all of you. So this is a 55-year-old African-American male. He's got no diabetic retinopathy on the fundus exam. I don't have the fundus image here, but there was no retinopathy. But this was the issue. He was 20/50. And the problem is that he's only 55. So the first thing that comes to mind is always, oh, it's got to be lenticular changes. The patient's got to have a cataract. But guess what? No cataract. He's only 55. So, you know, you're thinking to yourself, without osteangiography, you're looking at him and you're scratching your head. And really, if you didn't have this modality, you're almost forced to send it out, because you have to sign off on your chart and you have to explain why the patient is 20/50. We luckily had osteangiography, so we got it. And you can see here once again this very anomalous FAZ. You can see a huge microaneurysm. You can see tons of capillary non-perfusion. So this technology has given or shed more light on a term called macular ischemia. And what macular ischemia essentially means is, clinically, we're not seeing anything, but at that vascular level, there is a high level of ischemia going on, resulting in decreased vision. So really the definition of this term is, from a clinical standpoint, we really don't see anything, but there's a functional deficit. There's a functional deficit that we can't account for. And having the angiography image explains that functional deficit. So I'll emphasize here that without this technology, legally, you would need to explain why this patient's vision was down, and that would be very challenging without this. I'll also lend a little clinical pearl. Macular ischemia is not that easy to treat. So if you saw this and you said, Mr. Jones, I'm going to send you over to retina for an anti-VEGF injection, you're going to do really, really well. That would probably be a misleading line. The reason is that anti-VEGF targets anomalous vasculature. Obviously, it will try to target areas of ischemia as well, but it's not as effective as in a patient that has, let's say, neovascularization. So we want to be careful what we tell patients that have macular ischemia. It's, again, not going to have the same visual prognosis as a patient that has macular edema. This is a patient here that had a history of panretinal photocoagulation, and he reports with reduced vision bilaterally. Once again, the patient doesn't have lenticular changes. And looking at the fundus images, you can certainly see that the patient had extensive PRP. But the maculas actually looked like the best part of the image, right? They're not not the clearest, but you can certainly see that there's no laser scars directly in the macular area. So once again, you ask yourself, in the absence of any optic disc pallor, in the absence of any blatant macular issues, why is the patient's vision reduced? And here you can see the 4 slabs on top that we talked about before. I have the red box focusing on the slabs of interest, and you can appreciate, wow, the really anomalous FAZ, this very anomalous kind of, again, capillary loop here, lots of microaneurysm formation, just a lot of blunted vessels that are just kind of stopping midair, and in the deep plexus as well. So this patient, even though they've been treated and we don't see any, quote, active disease, proliferative or non-proliferative, there's certainly a lot of indication there has been a deep-seated ischemic process in this eye. And this is the other eye, very similar to the right eye, the same thing, just a very anomalous appearance to the fovea, the area surrounding the fovea, lots of capillary looping and telangiectatic anomalous vessels. Here's another patient. This is a 50-year-old diabetic female. She's been diabetic for 10 years. Her A1C is 5.9 and her vision is normal. We know that the longer the patient has had diabetes, the more prone they are to developing retinopathy. And 10 years is a good amount of time. But her A1C is really good. Her vision is good. Okay, so these are, her pictures. And once again, aside from being a glaucoma suspect, which almost all of my patients are glaucoma suspects as well, I wasn't majorly impressed. And I'm going to kind of humble myself for a minute and just give a shout out here to this camera. This is a center view in the DRS Plus. And the reason I'm giving a shout out is because when I looked at this patient, I did not see anything. I'm going to be 100% honest. I looked on 90. I thought the patient looked fantastic. And then I took some images. And when I took the images, I was like, oh my goodness, look what I missed. And so let me kind of blow these up to show you. It's much more prominent on the left eye than on the right eye, but hopefully you can appreciate this anomalous vasculature here. And it's funny because when I was in the room, I'm like, yes, this patient looks excellent. And then I took the pictures and the student and I looked at each other and we were like, how did we miss that? So phenomenal camera, phenomenal images. Regardless, this patient had this anomalous vasculature, but yet they were 20/20. So what's coming next is I did angiography. So this is the superficial plexus. You'll see on the right-hand side of the screen here. This is kind of the view where you can pick any slab and get a larger visualization of that slab. So this is the superficial plexus here, and these are those anomalous vessels. And what essentially you're seeing here are probably some microaneurysms, once again, capillary looping, lots of areas of capillary non-perfusion kind of all over the place, big chunks of capillary non-perfusion. This is that en face cut where you can visualize some of these vessels. But the really cool thing is that the B scan really showed nothing, right? The B scan is showing a completely normal retina. So let's say you saw this patient and you were suspecting, is that neo? Is it Irma? I mean, what could it be? It would be very rare to have a neovascular response just in the macula, but it certainly looked that way. But this is really identifying that these changes look like, again, anomalous vasculature with some microaneurysm formation. And let me just go back here. This is the deep plexus here of the right eye. You can see that these vessels go all the way through to the deep plexus. And here's the left eye, the eye that was much more visible clinically. Once again, a lot of anomalous vessels, a lot of areas of capillary non-perfusion, and the deep plexus. So I will just kind of, the recap of this is that if I didn't have good technology, whether it be the camera, whether it be the OCT angiography, I probably would have dismissed this patient and said, okay, you're doing really well, A1C is great, we'll see you in a year. The problem is that this is going to lead to what I showed you at the beginning of this presentation is 1 year later, what if? You ask yourself, what if? Having this amount of capillary outpouch, remember that microaneurysms are the first sign of damage in the eye. Having this amount of damage is going to lead to progression of changes fairly rapidly. So understanding that this exists and really calling attention to it, and you can see here that it's not proliferative, it was extremely helpful to us. This also highlights, which I'll talk about a little later on as well, the availability of this multi-scan view. So what I did, just because I thought this patient was so interesting, is I had seen her in March of 2022 recently. I asked her if she would come back about a month and a half later. I wanted to see what these vessels were doing. I was really curious. And so this technology allows for outstanding kind of a trend analysis multi-scan view, where it lines up for you the images identically. So you don't have to worry about it. You can look at any slab you want, and the machine will automatically line up the images, and you can look at every single area and see what's going on. And not that I was expecting to see any change, but guess what, guys? Look at this area here. This is only a month and a half later. Look at this large area of capillary non-perfusion. This was only, what, a month and a half before. And remember, this is lined up identically. So it's kind of just a really nice visualization of the changes that are happening at this subclinical level. And this is the left eye, same idea. Multi-scan view, same idea of the visualization from one visit to the next. This here is a 62-year-old Indian male, diabetic for 20 years. So we're expecting there to be retinopathy after 20 years. He says he has high blood sugar levels, and he also reported a recent decline in his vision greater in the right eye than in the left. And you're probably looking at these and you're like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm not really sure what to look at first. So what I wanted to do here is I wanted to kind of break down the images with the angiography so you can see how useful this technology is. So here's my right eye. What a mess, right? You look at it and you can see there looks like there is some type of fibrous proliferation here. There looks to be anomalous vasculature here, anomalous vasculature here. There looks to be some more fibrous stuff going on here. You're probably looking at this and you're thinking, okay, you know, hopefully everybody would send this out. Okay, hopefully everybody would look at this slide and say, or this image and say, there's definitely proliferative disease here because of all of this fibrous area of tissue. But I really wanted to break this down just to show you how cool the angiography is in really identifying images of areas of proliferation. So two really, let me actually go back here. Two very succinct areas for me were this area here, and maybe up here, there was also some anomalous stuff. So when you look at the angiogram, what you're going to appreciate here, and I always kind of look at the fovea because that helps me to localize where I am. What you're going to notice is this big frond here of anomalous vessels. This is all neovascularization, this whole area. So embedded within this fibrous proliferation is the neovascularization, which would make sense, right? And neovascularization leads to this fibrous proliferation, which eventually can lead to a retinal detachment. And the other area of interest was up here. I said that it looked a little bit anomalous to me, and it certainly is anomalous. Here is the anomalous vasculature. So kind of, you know, neat that you can actually identify very specific areas. And I'm going to show you how you could tell that this is not IRMA, which we'll go into in another case in more detail. But on the OCT-B scan, you can see this area up here living in the vitreoretinal space. Remember that neovascularization, new blood vessel growth, lives in the vitreoretinal space. So the fact that it's living up above the retina is an indication that it's not IRMA, because IRMA is intraretinal. So this is definitely proliferation corresponding with this area over here. The other eye was the quote unquote better looking eye. However, you'll notice that there are also a lot of anomalous areas. You can see over here, there looks to be a lot of anomalous vasculature. And I would say, you know, this area here is the highlight of at least what I'm looking at. There's a lot of exudation in the retina as well. But as far as looking for a proliferative response, this is where my attention would be. So once again, find your fovea, kind of look at where the blood vessels cross. And down here, you can appreciate this neovascular area. You will also appreciate here that what I mentioned before, the field of view is limited. Okay, so that's one of the limitations that we're working on, you know, trying to come up with a way to get farther out. But you can definitely appreciate this neovascular frond. But what's even cooler here is that looking at this image, I wasn't impressed that there was any other area on here that was consistent with proliferative disease. And there definitely was. There's a huge area up here, which is probably embedded somewhere within here that we just can't see. And there's another one over here. So somewhere near the optic disc. So this technology is just, it's incredible because not only does it pick up the obvious ones like this, but it also identified areas that were not as obvious to me. And you can see down here as well on this structural B scan, this area over here, which is once again living in that vitreoretinal space, indicative of a neovascular response. And yet another, at fast glance, doesn't look too bad, but does it? Once again, you look at this, and if you're just looking at it quickly, it doesn't look too bad. There's vitreous debris kind of floating around. There might be some microaneurysms down here, but there is a problem, and that red arrow is pointing to this big problem. And you would never guess, I mean, this is crazy, but if you move your lines, your segmentation lines up to the vitreoretinal interface, look at this neovascularization. I was so impressed by this. It was just such a phenomenal image. So understanding, you know, God, this is weird. I didn't think patients would get a neovascular response with very limited retinopathy, but this is a very ischemic eye. And maybe this would have been missed without looking at the angiography and understanding how to move the lines and kind of really hone in on this anomalous area. This is a fantastic capability of the AngioView. It allows us to use colors to localize lesions. So what this scale on the side is showing us is that these different colors correlate with the level of the retina that you're at. So if you click on color overlay over here, that will take you to this kind of mapping. And anything that's living in the vitreoretinal interface, meaning neovascularization, is going to be green. And that's what that means, vitreous green. So looking at this image, and I blew it up for you, this whole area down here was this area here. So it shows you that that area is living in the vitreoretinal interface. And you can really see it here, how nicely it highlights. You can also appreciate these little prickly, little spiking pieces here, which once again are living above the surface of the retina in the vitreoretinal interface. This is a patient that had proliferative disease, so a 67-year-old Hispanic male, 14 years diabetic. The vision of my left eye is weird, times 2 months. He's missed his last 3 annual exams, and you can see very obvious neovascularization of the disc. I would say that some cases don't need OCT angiography as much as other cases. This is one where it was very obvious that he had neovascularization of the disc. But this is just another example of that color overlay feature. You can brilliantly image or brilliantly visualize the green vasculature here, indicating that we are up in that vitreoretinal space. And you can also visualize on the flow overlay image this piece extending anteriorly into the vitreoretinal space. The red within that little kind of strand is an indication that there's actually an active blood source in there, and that would be consistent with there being a neovascular response. This shows you here that if you weren't sure that this was actually neovascularization, you can position your line, which I showed you on a few slides before, but you can position your line at the vitreoretinal interface, and that will show you whether or not this whether there is neovascular response above the level of the retina. If this was intraretinal, this slab would be black. So this is just showing you what you can do by moving those lines. This is another classic case of, you know, does this patient have IRMA? Do they have neovascularization? And you can see here that there are anomalous vessels everywhere here, okay? Just tons and tons of anomalous vessels. So I'm going to show you here how to use the slabs, or customizing the slabs, as I said before. Here's a nice big magnified view of those anomalous vessels. So what you can see on the bottom here is, you know, a B scan. There's some vitreous debris up here, but you say to yourself, what is this? Is this neo? What is it? Is it just vitreous? Very difficult to tell, especially in the presence of all of this anomalous vasculature. So what you would do is you would take your lines that you can see here, and you would move them directly to the vitreoretinal interface. If this was vitreous, this slab would be black. If it was neovascularization, you would actually see an anomalous vessel here. So again, understanding how to manipulate the technology, understand how to move your lines into a custom slab so that you can appreciate and make the most of the technology. So this is what neovascularization would look like. The slab would be completely black if this was just a vitreous strand. This shows you, as I showed you before, the difference in the technologies between fluorescein and OCTA in a proliferative case. Pardon me. So remember that neovascularization is going to leak. So on the FA, you can see all of this leakage, but look how brilliantly you can visualize the anomalous vasculature on OCTA, because these vessels are not going to leak. It's the anomalous vasculature. The blood is still within the blood vessel. Okay, so for the last part of this, I want to talk about something that's exclusive to OptiView called angioanalytics. Angioanalytics has made a major change in the way that I view OCTA. The reason is that we never understood how patients compared to each other. So we would do a scan and we would say, yeah, we see that the FAZ looks like it may be enlarged, but how do we know, right? How do we really know if that FAZ is enlarged, or is it just large for that patient, right? So this technology, and only OptiView has this. So here's an example, right? You have a patient here that on the left, that's a normal eye. And what this does for you is it measures, you can see the yellow line here, it's an automatic quantification technique of the size of the foveally vascular zone, and the yellow around it is a measurement of the perimeter. Studies are telling us that not only is the size of the FAZ important in predicting progression, but so is the size of the perimeter. So here are the measurements. The FAZ is being measured as 0.172, perimeter as 1.806. So the machine automatically tells you this is what this patient's FAZ is measuring at. Looking at the diabetic eye, you'll see it looks quite different. The diabetic eye has a larger FAZ, larger perimeter area, or larger areas of capillary non-perfusion. And those numbers get even bigger in the more advanced diabetic eye. Now, I will tell you that patients vary in the size of their FAZ. So what might be normal for one patient might not be normal for another patient. So the best thing to do is use the patient as a measure of progression. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So here's an example. Here's a patient that we saw in 2015. The FAZ was measured as 0.171. So that we're going to consider the baseline FAZ size. This is a diabetic patient. We bring the patient back a year later for their diabetic eye exam, and we're trying to determine, is the patient stable or not? And once again, we use this automated FAZ quantitative assessment, and the machine is now measuring the FAZ as 0.241. Remember that bigger FAZ equals less perfusion, less capillaries. So this patient is worsening. And then we see them back in 2017, and now the FAZ is 0.305. So what's happening to this patient is we have a way of actually quantifying the size of the FAZ and the size of the change in perfusion. Whereas if you didn't have this technology and all you were doing was looking at images, it might be easy to see that this one and this one look different, but what about this one and this one? And what about moving forward? So this actually provides us with data, with numerical data on how the patient's doing. Here's another example. Kind of, again, don't stress on the numbers. I don't really want to emphasize the numbers, but what I want you to appreciate once again is looking at how the measurements differ, how the capillaries differ between scans, and how this machine automatically provides that information for you, depending on, once again, the level of retinopathy. There's also another part of this angioanalytic piece called non-flow area. So this gives you the ability to take your mouse and just click on any area that looks dark, and the machine will automatically calculate how much no flow there is based on where you click. So let's say you were interested in looking at this particular area over time. You just take your mouse, you click it, it's going to turn yellow, and up here it's going to automatically summate the amount of no flow in the designated areas. Once again, this is another way of assessing or tracking progression over time in a pre-designated area. You also can use color. Color will help us with vessel density. So warmer colors, more perfusion. So you can see here that in case of mild NPDR, lots of nice warm colors surrounding the FAZ. as we progress through the stages of diabetes, you can see how the scans are getting cooler and cooler. And you may wonder, well, can I get a percent saturation? Meaning, can somebody measure for me how dense each area is? And the answer is yes. The software will even give you a percent to tell you this area is 14% saturated. This area is 25% saturated. So every part, and that's what these squares are showing, every part or every piece of the technology is quantifiable and trackable. And here's an example of that exact thing that I just said. Here you can see how every quadrant has a number. So here's a patient that we saw in 2015. The FAZ was measured as a percentage density of 30, this area 46, this area 44, and so on and so forth. And you can see over time how each of these areas is changing on a percent density scale. I mentioned before, just, this is really kind of a topic that needs a lot more research, but looking at the choriocapillaris and assessing it, really assessing it for change. The choriocapillaris is not one of the segmentation pieces that we look at, or the angiograms that we really put a lot of emphasis on in diabetes. But you can see here that these are choriocapillaris slabs, should be nice and dense like this one in a healthy eye. And what you'll appreciate in a diabetic eye is that you can see more and more darkness. These are just color coded, but it would be the same in black and white. When we get to the proliferative angiogram, there's so much black, indicating that this diabetic eye may actually have disease in the choriocapillaris or ischemia in the choriocapillaris as well. Once again, this is something that needs a lot more research. And this is just an example on black and white. Control eye, choriocapillaris, nice, homogeneous, spongy appearance. This is a diabetic patient, and you can see the choriocapillaris slab has these dark areas that we're suspecting are correlating with capillary non-perfusion. And that's just kind of a blown up appearance of this and what it looks on the on-FOS. So Adam, that is the end of my part. Happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, Julie. And let me open up the questions box here. So remember, if anybody has a question, feel free to pop open that box that says questions and type right in there, and we will get to them. So let's see. Clinical question here. So are there similar vasculopathic changes in patients with hypertension or dyslipidemia?
Yes, hypertension may show areas of capillary non-perfusion. We don't necessarily look at the foveally vascular zone as much as we do in diabetes, but you may see overall capillary non-perfusion really in any microvascular disease, because hypertension also affects the inner retina. It's a disease of the neurosensory retina. So same idea, we're looking at small blood vessel disease. So anytime the capillaries are affected, you can essentially get a change in that density or the homogeneity of the vessels. So the answer is yes.
Right. Practice management question here. So right off the bat. So, we had a webinar actually on screening a few weeks ago where you can do OCT on a wide variety of patients. What about with OCTA? What kind of patients do you actually do this scan on? This isn't something that you screen everyone with, right?
Correct. So unfortunately, right now, OCT angiography doesn't have its separate billing code. So what I would say is that if you're doing OCT and you have this technology, I would probably say you might as well just do OCT angiography, because remember that you have to get OCT scans to get OCT angiography. So you're going to get some really nice OCTB scans along with the angiograms. Would I do it on every patient? Absolutely not. I try to do it on my diabetic patients, because that doesn't mean that it always happens. I try to do it on my diabetic patients, especially because it provides so much information preemptively. Definitely do it on my AMD patients, which hopefully will be our next webinar, but that actually picks up a lot of stuff that is very difficult to see clinically as well. So I would say those would be the two subsets of patients that I try to scan the most, is diabetes and AMD. But no, it is not needed on every single patient. But it is fabulous for a practice that has a lot of medical retina, because it's great at picking up stuff. But that's kind of the long-winded answer to your question.
Right. I guess sort of a related question. In terms of actually acquiring the scan, if you're doing a B scan, how much extra time is it typically, and is it difficult if the patient moves? Do you have to start over? What's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take very long at all. Each scan takes, it's the same as acquiring maybe a couple seconds longer than acquiring a B scan. So you have to get 2 of them. I would say 30 seconds. I mean, it's really very, very fast. Now, if you have a difficult patient that either moves a lot or has a poor tear film or has lenticular changes, it is challenging. Okay, osteoangiography is definitely going to be challenging on those patients. And something to keep in mind, which I'm glad you brought up here, is that having poor signal strength on the osteoangiography, meaning, a patient again has a poor tear film or a cataract, it is going to very negatively impact the osteoangiography. It makes it very difficult to interpret and appreciate what is actually poor scan quality and what's actually poor capillary perfusion. So it's not perfect for everybody. We can do it on, I would say, 80% of patients, it's effective, but there are limitations, and you have to know those limitations when you're doing the technology.
Right. Interesting. Another practice management question. You guys are going in that direction tonight. Do you, and I think you mentioned this in screening too, you use the scans a lot of the time to send out to primary care practitioners, and I guess in this case, endocrinologists as well. The question is, do these other specialists understand what they're looking at if you actually send them reports?
Yeah, I mean, I don't usually send them images. What I will do is tell them that we have, this. I tell them that we have an angiography image, which allows for, visualization of the retinal blood flow, and that it is identifying areas where the retina is not getting enough blood supply. So what I try to do is to really kind of spell out for them, instead of showing them what's going on. I might say that, we don't see anything clinically, because they might be really good at, picking up the direct ophthalmoscope and looking in the back and not seeing anything. So I think it's important to tell them that, even though you might not see anything clinically, we're able to visualize these changes at a, microscopic level, which is telling us that this patient actually has, stuff going on. So pictures, not so much, and it's a great question. No, they don't know what they're seeing. So that's usually, at least in my opinion, not the most helpful. I will tell you that when I send images to the retina specialist, they do know how to interpret these, and that is oftentimes very helpful, especially if they haven't done a fluorescein, or if fluorescein is contraindicated in a patient, then these scans are very helpful.
Right. Question here, again, this has to do with acquisition, I think, and how long it takes. You showed a scan earlier. It was like 2 of them stitched together, right? It was sort of like a wide view.
Montage.
Yeah, the montage. There we go. Got the word right. So with the montage image, did that take extra long to scan? How does that work?
So you have to acquire an optic nerve head scan, and you have to acquire a macula scan. So it's almost the same as doing, if you had a patient coming in for glaucoma, you would do a glaucoma OCT, meaning GCC RNFL, and then you would do, let's say you would do macula if you we're trying to visualize something else. So, I mean, it might take a little bit longer, but we're not talking about a long period of time, and the machine automatically will fuse it for you if you click the montage feature. So understand that once you get good at scan acquisition, which it's not difficult to acquire the scans, it's really not very much longer. I promise you that. The harder part with those osteoangiography is in the interpretation. The acquisition is the easy part. Learning to interpret, which is why we're doing these webinars, is sometimes the harder part, but once again becomes a lot easier as you begin to see the same type of entities over and over.
Right. And question here, additional resources. So someone who's just getting started out, obviously webinars like this, are a good way for people to get introduced to the subject. Mm-hmm. But what other additional resources would you recommend for people who want to look at a whole bunch of scans?
Right. Well, I will tell you that I know Visionix is working on this. We are in the process of uploading, stuff to the website. There's an academy. It's going to be Visionix Academy, where there's going to be lectures. As you mentioned at the beginning, Adam, I published a book on osteoangiography. It's all cases. I don't like to promote myself in these things, but if it is a wonderful, very introductory book using this technology, and shows all kinds of different diseases in there. And I'm also always available. I can give you my email. I'm always available to help with any questions that may come up. I don't know, Adam, if you share my email, but it's rjulie@nova.edu. Happy, Adam, if you want to share it at the end with anyone that's here. I'm always happy to answer any questions that anyone has. It's my pleasure. I love to see cases. I love to see what you guys are seeing, what you're scanning. So there's not a ton of really easy stuff on osteoangiography, so it's challenging when you go out there and try to start finding things. So those would be my best recommendations. But once again, any questions you can send my way.
Great. And again, in the discussion thread that's going to run beneath this archive, which is how the majority of people are probably going to see this over the next several years, the discussion thread beneath this video, we can list your email address there as well, or people can ask questions right on ODwire, and you'll be notified. So great. So question here, this may be beyond your pay grade. It has to do with cost. And how does that actually work? Now, I guess the angiography unit itself is sort of an add-on feature to a lot of OCT units, correct?
So the answer to that is no.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. Tonight's talk is all about visual fields and doing fields testing. And I guess the dirty secret is that we all know is that field testing for patients can sometimes be a pain, right? I don't think I'm saying anything surprising with that. It can be difficult for patients to do accurately. It can take a long time. I also know that in terms of a footprint in your office, sometimes the field tester can take up a lot of space. So it was sort of gratifying to see, after being sort of trapped away during the pandemic and not going to any trade shows, last fall I went out to the Academy, and lo and behold, what did I see but a plethora of new devices that use virtual reality to do field testing. So it was great to see that this has actually become a viable option. And tonight is sort of all about this technology and learning about it and how you can implement it in your practice. And to help us learn all about it tonight, we have the great Paul Karpecki, who scarcely needs an introduction here, but I will remind you that not only is he the medical director of Kepler Vision, but he's also practicing OD, the director of cornea services at Kentucky Eye Institute and Center for Sight. And most importantly, I believe everybody knows him as the chief medical editor for Review of Optometry. He's published dozens of peer-reviewed articles, hundreds of non-peer-reviewed articles, and even 7 book chapters. So he is the ultimate authority, and I'm so happy to have him here tonight to talk to us all about this new technology. So with that said, Paul, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Adam. What a great introduction. I'm going to echo a few things Dr. Farkas said, such as the fact that, this is innovative technology. I'm really glad you're part of this. I think that, as he said, welcome and being here tonight, but also the fact that when you have this opportunity to learn about new things, I think it creates this wonderful situation we don't have for a long time that sets you apart, that allows you to look at new things, differentiate your practice, and help patients. And this is one of those technologies. And he's right. It's funny, he told that story about having been away for a little bit, and I did the same thing. I hadn't been at any meetings and looked at all these new technologies that evolved. And this virtual reality space is an ideal fit for medical measurement diagnostics, and in particular, visual fields. So we're going to talk a lot about that today, a more efficient approach to visual field testing. But I think as you hear this, you're going to realize and recognize that this really does make a lot of sense. This is the wave of the present, not even the future. This is where we want to be today. So I'm going to take over here and start advancing. So we're going to go through an introduction to the technology, a little bit about background of visual field test, what we've done up until now. We'll talk a little bit about some of the key attributes that we look towards these technologies, such as finding ways to increase comfort, decrease anxiety, to be able to overall get better quality tests, the reliability that comes in with active eye tracking in particular. And I think the reason I love that at the beginning, because that's a real differentiator. It is that's something when you're looking at these virtual reality systems, you really want to have something that has active eye tracking, not something that just has a dot that they're supposed to look at or a crosshair. I want to talk about neighborhood cluster testing. I think this is very important in the new wave of understanding of visual field testing. There's so many clinical references and so many papers around this whole area of neighborhood cluster testing, how it improves not only speed and efficiency, but even accuracy, because there's not that patient fatigue. And for those who aren't familiar with this terminology, I want to cover that tonight as well. And then really the key benefits of the Smart System VR headset and how it takes into account what we talked about. And then we'll open it up for Q&A. And I'm lucky tonight to have Mike with me too, who's a true expert in this area who can answer a lot of those clinical questions and help out as well. But I'll certainly answer it from the standpoint of practical and practice and clinical in that aspect of utilizing these technologies. So we're going to go ahead and begin as we start out here looking at, well, we've already covered me. So let's go in the background of visual fields and where we've been all these years. And we know that they're critical. You couldn't really practice optometry effectively if you didn't have a way to measure visual fields. Not only do they detect scotomas, they also check for peripheral vision loss. And the key importance of that is it's the ability, well, primarily to diagnose and monitor glaucoma. We couldn't really effectively manage glaucoma if we didn't have visual field testing. But it goes beyond that. In order to qualify for insurance coverage of maybe a patient who's looking at having a ptosis surgery, blepharoptosis, you have to have a certain level of visual field loss for that to be covered. Those who don't apply could possibly even use some of the newer drops now, like Upneek and other things like that. So it's a valuable test to determine who qualifies versus topical agents. You can monitor for diseases of the retina. In fact, in particular, we talked about the neighborhood cluster measurement, which I'm going to go into. One of the great applications besides glaucoma is in retinitis pigmentosa. It seems to be more predictive of the patient's outcome when you do cluster testing. And so we're going to go into that and how that fits in. Optic neuropathies beyond glaucoma. And of course, if someone's had a stroke or space occupying mass in their brain, that can obviously affect the pathways resulting in a visual field loss. So we know that this is critical to how we practice. We understand how important it is to be able to detect visual field loss, and we can then attribute it to some sort of pathology ranging from optic neuropathies to retinal diseases, strokes, tumors, and of course, the most important application we automatically think about, which is glaucoma. Now, one of the more interesting areas is just to look at where we were and to try and see what we can make better, how we can help our patients, what we can do to help our practices. And Dr. Farkas is right. If you look at, there's a survey that looked at the tests that optometrists do that patients felt were the most tedious or the most difficult and the most anxiety inducing of all tests. And I guess we should look at that to determine where we have to improve. And ironically, the two were refraction, not in any order, but refraction was one of those two. And I think it's because everything seems similar when you get to one or two at the end, and you're trying to find that medium spot. And of course, the other one was visual field testing. So if there were two things we could try to improve for patients, this probably would be their key points that could differentiate us. I honestly think that refraction we do quite well, and probably it's not as much of a pain point, but visual field testing certainly is. And if you look at this list here, you get a pretty good idea why patients would put that down. Number one, you got to go into a dark room and you're required that extra room. And not a lot of practices have a lot of space to be able to dedicate the room to, but that was our only option in the past. It's uncomfortable for the patient. As you look at the patient in the left image there, you can see that just sitting there for 12 minutes per eye, or even with some of the faster tests where you get down to 8 to 10 is still a long time, and that makes it uncomfortable. Studies do show very clearly, and there's a great study there by Barkana that showed that fixation loss has a significant compromise of the reliability or the accuracy of the test with these dome type visual field tests. It's limited to monocular testing, but that goes back to that uncomfortable time. You do one eye, and then when that's finished with your 24-2 or 30-2, if you want more accuracy, you then go to the other eye. And so that's that doubling of time that takes place. And even with some of the fast systems and C2Fast and others, there's still quite a bit of time when you have to do each eye individually. It also uses single test points. And although that seems obvious, we say, hey, that's what we've always done. That's a longer process. New research is now looking at ways to use neighborhood cluster, where you look at a segment. For example, we know that one of the most common visual field defects we see with glaucoma is a nasal step. The second most is an arcuate defect. Now, if you picture both of those, they're not a single spot. They're a series or a neighborhood or a cluster of missing visual fields. And so for most patients, that's kind of how our glaucoma develops. And the same thing for RP and other neuropathies when we look at visual field loss. And so coming to a new system instead of just a single point of testing is really where we need to be, and actually increases efficiency and accuracy. And I can't wait to go into that with you because that's some of the newer innovation that's taking place. But right now, these current systems use a single test point, and that increases the length of the testing. Patients get fatigue, and that leads to a decline in sensitivity. Oftentimes, you can't just simply, transfer that visual field right into your EMR. It requires additional steps or additional software, really, to be fair. And then the last thing is disinfection. Look at that dome and how close the patient is to it. COVID has changed so much in terms of how patients perceive things and what they comment on and where they want to go to. And I don't know that I'd want to have my face that close to a dome where someone was breathing for the last 15 minutes into, or God forbid, sneezing or coughing or anything in this day and age. And that's what patients look to too. And you can't disinfect these easily. Often disinfection will cause damage over time. It's interesting, we never used to, which now we look at that and think, gosh, the proximity of the patient to that dome is so close. We really have no other options today. So all of these things are in limitations that we look at when it comes to current testing. So where are we today? This is really, to Dr. Farkas's point, perhaps one of the most innovative areas that have happened. And patients are very familiar with this. They've seen, and they've seen images of, they've heard of some of these things, the Oculus or HTC, these virtual reality systems that gamers use all the time. So even if they may not have used this, they kind of have seen these images of what this is. And there's a lot of advantages to the Smart System VR headset. And I'm going to really hit on that one today because that's the one that I believe has advantages that make a significant difference. For one, it is more comfortable, significantly more. It follows that same sort of design where there's a strap in the back that allows you, in this case, just to fit closely to the patient. It's easy to adjust. Patients comment that it's very comfortable, very lightweight. You can do this anywhere. You can do it in a well-lit room. You can do it in a reception area, not that we typically do. You can do it in any other areas that you have. You don't have to have a dedicated darker room where the patient's a little apprehensive. It's tablet controlled, so it gives verbal cues to the technician to make the process efficient. They can tell the patient what to do. It's easy to train practically anyone to do this, to be fair, but we know we have our technicians do it. But they find that the guidance is there and it helps them. It's a reminder to them. Eventually they get good at it. They may not need that, but it's so important in the beginning and so helpful. And even my technicians that have a lot of experience will still feel like any sort of guidance helps. It's a reminder. Now, the next ones are really valuable. Binocular testing. Now you're thinking, well, how do you get a visual field if you're testing binocularly? Wouldn't that overlap and you'd not see it? Well, it does test one eye, but the patient doesn't realize that. You don't have to go to a system that's all the left eye for the next 8 to 12 minutes or 15 minutes, and then all the right eye or vice versa. You just put this on, and within, I'm not exaggerating, 3 minutes, you've tested both eyes, but it does it individually. Even though both eyes are open, comfortable, able to look in at a distance, the patient can't tell if you're testing the right or the left eye. They just see the stimulus or don't. And so it really allows you to do a very comfortable test in that sense, even though you're testing each eye individually for visual field loss. It's portable. You can take it to other offices. You could do telehealth. You could technically, we thought about taking these technologies to the patient's car while they were waiting, but that was in the early, COVID days when we weren't sure if patients would ever show up again or anything. But obviously, we never ended up having to do that. But the portability of it really, fits in well with multiple practices, with nursing homes, with even different, within our own building, just having different offices we want to try it in or different lanes. It's easy to upgrade to new technologies that come out, such as other types of testing. I think really one of the keys, though, is the active eye tracking. And I've hit this already quickly, and I'm going to go into it specifically in individual slides. But it's the ability to have a system that measures for the number one reason for lack of reliability. And that's the patient who either gets fatigued or loses fixation for some reason. And when that's not present, they start looking for the light they're obviously going to see it through their macula, and you're not going to get a reliable field. In fact, that's why people say you have to do the first field just to train the patient in the past, so you can do an accurate field the next time. That's not the case with this, because if the patient with the smart system VR headset decides they're going to look towards where the light is coming from, not only does the image go from a red, target to gray, it shuts down, it stops the test. So the patient then has to refocus, it turns to the correct red color, and then they can resume. So it's an extremely important aspect of this technology. And then I really want to get into neighborhood cluster testing. So let me move towards those slides as well. Now, as we look at increased comfort, let's hit a few of these key points. The decreased anxiety during the visual field testing and how we can, improve that for our patients. Remember, this is one of the 2 tests that patients describe as the 2 most painful, quote, tests when they see an optometrist. And I think that makes sense. So one of the ways that this technology gets around that and helps patients to not feel that way, to look forward to coming in for testing, is this binocular testing, as we talked about. You're not occluding an eye. They're not relying on one single one. They don't know where it's coming from. It seems natural. It seems comfortable, and yet you're testing monocularly. And if you think about that, it's kind of logical. You've got both eyes looking through this system. If it shows up just in the right or just in the left, they can't tell, but it is testing just that eye, because you can divide it with these virtual reality systems. It's familiar. Patients have seen this stuff, even if they haven't tried it before. They've seen ads for it. They've seen technology ads that talk about it. They know of their grandson who's a gamer who has something like this, etc. No large devices. They're not holding still for long periods. The average time of a 24-2 to 30-2, depending on test, requires about 3 minutes to do each eye, so 6 minutes. That's a significant improvement in terms of what's required for full threshold, is about 3 minutes per eye. You can actually do quick screening visual fields, very accurate, in 45 seconds. The verbal cues are through the headset. That allows for that education, either to the technician or patient can wear the eyewear while taking the test, which is comfortable. You can do it in any setting that they feel comfortable in. If they're sitting in a very comfortable chair, they just put this on and you begin the test. You could even do it, as we said, outside of the clinic, in nursing homes and other centers where it may be required. It's also easy for the technician, and I think this is important. Right now, I'd say our biggest need in my clinic is staffing. I actually had to, unfortunately, put my research department on hiatus. That's tough to do. I've been doing research for over 25 years, and in different areas of new drugs and glaucoma and other therapies and technologies, and we just could not keep staff to the point where I finally had to tell companies we're just not going to be able to do any research. And it's been almost a year now since that time. And I think a lot of doctors are experiencing that, even those in regular practice. Those are in primary eye care practice especially, and even those in specialty practice areas are finding staffing to be an issue. So when we can find technologies that are easy, this goes far too. It's easy to set up the patient for the test. It's just simply placed there. Any lighting situations we talked about earlier. The software walks the technician through each step. Even those who are fairly good at this in my clinic, they love the reminders, the verbal cues through the headset, tablet interface, so they can view the progression of where the patient's on, to tell them, hey, you've got 30 seconds left, or whatever might be necessary to get them through those 3 minutes per eye, or if it's a quick test, 45 seconds. Test results immediately export into our EMR system. So it allows it to just upload right at the moment that's there. And there's so much advantages to having that capability. So the next question is, that's great. It's obviously comfortable for the patient. It's easy to do. The technicians can do it. It's faster. Well, is it reliable? Is it dependable for me? And the answer I can tell you is without a question. It's for one, the visual field data being uploaded directly into the EMR allows me to look at it right there as the patient presents. I mean, immediately when they're done the test, it shows up in the record. The transition from manual to automated visual field test really helps a lot in terms of the patient flow that we have. And in fact, I will tell you that, people talk about telehealth and they say, how does it fit into eye care and where do we put it in? I'm actually doing telehealth without realizing it, and I've been doing this for at least since COVID allowed us to see patients. And what I've been doing is I've had the patients come in when it's a comfortable time for them. And it may not be a day I'm there. And they come in, they get their visual field testing, and we typically will do an OR at the same time to just kind of get their hysteresis and their pressures. And that information will be provided to me in the EMR. And at the end of the day, I call these patients, set up, because they want to do it that way. I say, I want to go over all your results with you. And we do a quick video chat, and we bill for both of those, the visit with the technicians and my impression and plan and diagnosis. And it's great because the patients, what happens a lot is when we bring them in for visual field, then they get bogged down in the system and they're waiting longer, and they've already waited for the field. Now they're waiting for the doctor. I find it so much easier for them to come in on a convenient day, the technician to do the testing in any one of the rooms comfortably, and then I evaluate it later, set up the virtual exam and go through it with them as a telehealth exam. It's a whole new thought process, but it's so simple. I mean, I'm kind of doing the same thing in the lane with them waiting around other patients and waiting half the day while I'm getting bogged down. I'm just saying, hey, come in when it's convenient, go home. We'll set up the call to go over it through telehealth and we'll discuss it. The transition is right there. Reduced test time does increase sensitivity. I love the study by Hudson. If you want to take a look at a study that puts everything in perspective, the fatigue effects during a single session of automated static threshold perimetry. It was published in the Ophthalmology Vision Science Journal, which is kind of one investigative ophthalmic vision science, which is a great paper that really shows how much of an impact the time and the fatigue makes on outcomes of quality results that we're trying to interpret. We talked about possible telehealth applications, accuracy of active eye tracking, testing speed, and clinical efficiency. So the eye tracking, I think, is critical, even though I'll go through it again. You have to have systems that allow the entire testing to pause. There's a lot of these VR systems that talk about active eye tracking, but they have simply a crosshair, and they call that the tracking. That's not going to work. Patients can still look around. You have to have something that has the cameras built into this virtual reality system that look at the eye's positioning, such as this technology, where they're looking at the eye's positioning, knowing where it's at, and then being able to show that is not on fixation. We're going to switch over that image from red to gray. Now the patient can look back and make it red again, and it continues, or they can continue to not look properly, and then it actually shuts off within seconds so that you don't get erroneous data. That's active eye tracking. That's a necessity in these technologies that's not present in all of them. Testing speeds, clinical efficiency through neighborhood cluster approach is so important too, but I'm going to cover that here in a moment. So we just touched on this. If you look at this accuracy, and what you're seeing on the left is the red crosshair. That's what patients are focusing on, and that's where their fixation should be. The great thing is at 3 minutes per eye, most patients can do this extremely well, even if it's their first time doing it. Much more, in my impression, and what I've seen clinically than any of the previous visual field tests that we used to do. So it's still so important to have, because you don't want data that's unreliable because they're looking for the dot. They're looking for the light stimuli. But it is, for 3 minutes, it's a lot easier for them to be focused. Loss of fixation will lead to missed targets, false positives, and that's where all of a sudden that nasal step doesn't look like one. Having crosshairs alone, as I've emphasized earlier, is not a guarantee of fixation. And that's where you have to differentiate the technologies. Some have a crosshair and identify that as fixation compliant. Fixation compliant is some system that looks at the eye, that has the built-in cameras that allows the system to know that if they're not looking at fixation, we're not going to collect that data. That's an automated eye movement tracking that improves it and allows for that compliance and test results. And so I tell patients, or my staff, my technicians, tell them you have a red crosshair that's there. If it goes gray, that tells you you're no longer looking at it. You need to fixate again on that central zone. And patients are able to follow that easily. But should they not, the system knows not to collect the data, which is so important to accurate results. Now, if you go beyond fixation crosshairs, this is really what this takes into account. On the left is a perfect example. That's what the patient actually sees to your left, the red crosshair in the center. And the results, as they get to where they need to be and get your accurate results, they are verified through this process. If it goes gray, and you can see that on the right, That's what changes. It's just that simple change, but that's enough to know that they're not fixating where they need to be. That loss of fixation results in pausing the test, also results in verbal notification through the headset to the patient, visual notification on the tablet for the technician to remind the patient, and visual notification in the headset for the patient, plus the change in color. You know, I know that sounds like almost an overkill.